questions. First, you heard the President today condemn in powerful terms the atrocities committed by Russian forces retreating from Bucha and other towns in Ukraine. The images that we see are tragic, they're shocking, but unfortunately, they're not surprising. We released information even before Russia's invasion, showing that Russia would engage in acts of brutality against civilians, including targeted killings of dissidents and others they deemed a threat to their occupation. And as the horrific images that have emerged from Bucha have shown, that's exactly what they have done. We had already concluded that Russia committed war crimes in Ukraine, and the information from Bucha appears to show further evidence of war crimes. And as the President said, we will work with the world to ensure there is full accountability for these crimes. We are also working intensively with our European allies on further sanctions to raise the pressure and raise the cost on Putin and on Russia. Today, I'd like to take a step back and talk about where we are and where we think we are going. Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine more than a month ago. When Russia started this war, its initial aims were to seize the capital of Kiev, replace the Zelensky government, and take control of much, if not all, of Ukraine. Russia believed that it could accomplish these objectives swiftly and efficiently. But Russia did not account for the strength of the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people, or the amount or effectiveness of military assistance provided by the United States and its allies and partners. The Ukrainian people, backed resolutely by the United States and other nations, have held firm. Kiev and other cities still stand. The Ukrainian military has performed exceptionally well, and many Ukrainian civilians have joined local militias in addition to using nonviolent means to resist. Vladimir Putin also believed that the West would not hold together in support of Ukraine. Russia was surprised that President Biden and the United States were so effective in rallying the world to prepare for and respond to the invasion. And after President Biden reinforced and reinvigorated Western unity at a series of summits in Brussels just 11 days ago, the Russians have now realized that the West will not break. At this juncture, we believe that Russia is revising its war aims. Russia is repositioning its forces to concentrate its offensive operations in eastern and parts of southern Ukraine rather than target most of the territory. All indications are that Russia will seek to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces in eastern Ukraine. We anticipate that Russian commanders are now executing their redeployment from northern Ukraine to the region around the Donbass in eastern Ukraine. Russian forces are already well on their way of retreating from Kiev to Belarus, as Russia likely prepares to deploy dozens of additional battalion tactical groups, constituting tens of thousands of soldiers, to the front line in Ukraine's east. We assess Russia will focus on defeating Ukrainian forces in the broader Luhansk and Donetsk provinces, which encompasses significantly more territory than Russian proxies already controlled before the new invasion began in late February. Russia could then use any tactical successes it achieves to propagate a narrative of progress and mask or try to discount or downplay prior military failures. In order to protect any territory it seizes in the east, we expect that Russia could potentially extend its force projection and presence even deeper into Ukraine beyond Luhansk and Donetsk provinces. At least, that is their intention and their plan. In the south, we also expect that Russian military forces will do what they can to try to hold the city of Kherson, to enable their control of the water flow to Crimea, and try to block Mykolaiv so that Ukrainian forces cannot proceed to retake Kherson. In the north, Russia will likely keep pressure on Kharkiv. During this renewed ground offensive in eastern Ukraine, Moscow will likely continue to launch air and missile strikes across the rest of the country to cause military and economic damage, and frankly, to cause terror, including against cities like Kiev, Odessa, Kharkiv, and Lviv. Russia's goal in the end is to weaken Ukraine as much as possible. Russia still has forces available to outnumber Ukraine's, and Russia is now concentrating its military power on fewer lines of attack. But this does not mean that Russia will succeed in the East. So far, Russia's military has struggled to achieve its war aims, while Ukraine's military has done an extraordinary and courageous job demonstrating its will to fight and putting its considerable capabilities to use. The next stage of this conflict may very well be protracted. We should be under no illusions that Russia will adjust its tactics, which have included and will likely continue to include wanton and brazen attacks on civilian targets. And while Moscow may be interested now in using military pressure to find a political settlement, if this offensive in the east proves to gain some traction, Russia could regenerate forces for additional goals, including trying to gain control of yet more territory within Ukraine. Now, as the images from Bucha so powerfully reinforce, now is not the time for complacency. The Ukrainians are defending their homeland courageously, and the United States will continue to back them with military assistance, humanitarian aid, and economic support. We know that military assistance is having a critical impact on this conflict. Ukrainians are effectively defending themselves with U.S.-produced air defense systems and anti-tank systems, such as Stingers and Javelins, as well as radar systems that give the Ukrainians early warning and target data, and multiple other forms of arms and munitions. The administration is working around the clock to fulfill Ukraine's main security assistance requests, delivering weapons from U.S. stocks where they are available, and facilitating the delivery of weapons by allies where allied systems better suit Ukraine's needs. This is happening at what the Pentagon has described at an unprecedented pace. Last Friday, we announced an additional $300 million in security assistance, bringing the U.S. commitment to $1.65 billion in weapons and ammunition since Russia's invasion, and $2.3 billion since the beginning of the administration. The latest package includes laser-guided rocket systems, Puma unmanned aerial systems, armored high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, and more. Material is arriving every single day, including today, from the United States and our allies and partners. And we will have further announcements of additional military assistance in the coming days. We are working with the Ukrainians, as I said, to identify solutions to their priority requests. In some cases, that means sourcing systems from other countries because the U.S. either doesn't have the system or doesn't have a version that could effectively be integrated into the fight. Sorts of systems like this include longer-range anti-aircraft systems, artillery systems, and coastal defense systems. So let's take coastal defense systems as an example. President Biden went to Brussels to talk to key allies 11 days ago about how to get coastal defense systems to Ukraine because there is not, at the moment, a good U.S. option. Last week, the UK announced at the close of its donor conference that coastal defense systems would be provided to the Ukrainians. It is a good example how, working with allies and partners, we are successfully responding to Ukraine's requests. We expect additional new capabilities to be delivered in the near future. We can't always advertise what is being delivered out of deference to our allies and partners or for operational sensitivities, but we are moving with speed and efficiency to deliver. Let me close with this. Even as Russia acknowledges the failure of its initial plans and shifts its goals, three elements of this war remain constant. First, Russia will continue to use its military to try to conquer and occupy sovereign Ukrainian territory. Second, the Ukrainian military and people will continue to effectively and bravely defend their homeland. And third, the United States will stand by them for as long as it takes. Russia has tried to subjugate the whole of Ukraine, and it has failed. Now it will attempt to bring parts of the country under its rule. It may succeed in taking some territory through sheer force and brutality. But no matter what happens over the coming weeks, it is clear that Russia will never be welcomed by the Ukrainian people. Instead, its gains will be temporary as the brave Ukrainian people resist Russian occupation and carry on their fight for an independent sovereign nation that they so richly deserve. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Jake, can I ask you about the president's call for a war crimes trial for Vladimir Putin? What are the mechanics of how the president sees that playing out? Would it be at the International Criminal Court or in some other tribunal?
So we have to consult with our allies and partners on what makes most sense as a mechanism moving forward. Obviously, the ICC is one venue where war crimes have been tried in the past, but there have been other examples in other conflicts of other mechanisms being set up. So there's work to be done to work out the specifics of that. And between now and then, every day, what we are focused on is continuing to apply pressure to the Russian economy and provide weapons to the Ukrainian people to be able to defend themselves.
Sorry, forgive me. Other forums for this might include something that the UN Security Council might adopt. Is that what you're suggesting? That you would go to the Security Council?
Well, obviously, with Russia as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, it would be difficult to imagine that they would not attempt to exercise their veto to block something. But there have been creative solutions to the question of accountability in the past, and I'm not going to prejudge what solution would be applied here or what forum or venue would be applied here. What I will say is what the president said this morning. There has to be accountability for these war crimes. That accountability has to be felt at every level of the Russian system, and the United States will work with the international community to ensure that accountability is applied at the appropriate time. Yes.
The president was careful to say he does not see this as genocide. Many Ukrainians believe that it is because their nation, their people are being attacked. Where is the line in your view, and how have you counseled the president between genocide and war crimes?
So this is something we, of course, continue to monitor every day. Based on what we have seen so far, we have seen atrocities, we have seen war crimes, we have not yet seen a level of systematic deprivation of life of the Ukrainian people to rise to the level of genocide. But again, that's something we will continue to monitor. There is not a mechanical formula for this. There is a process that we have run just recently at the State Department to ultimately determine that the mass killing of Rohingya in Burma constituted genocide. That was a lengthy process based on an amassing of evidence over a considerable period of time and involving, frankly, mass death, the mass incarceration of a significant portion of the Rohingya population. And we will look to a series of indicators along those lines to ultimately make a determination in Ukraine. But as the president said today, we have not arrived at that conclusion yet. Yes.
Thanks. I just have 3 quick questions. When you say the next stage will be protracted, do you mean years? I mean, Russia has been in Crimea and Donbass since 2014. What's protracted?
So we can't predict, but I would just say that so far this conflict has lasted a little more than 5 weeks, and yet in that time we've seen an enormous amount of killing and death, and also an enormous amount of bravery and success on the part of the Ukrainian forces. What I'm saying when I say protracted is that it may not be just a matter of a few more weeks before all is said and done. That first quote-unquote phase of the conflict, of the Russians put it, was measured in weeks. This next phase could be measured in months or longer.
In the beginning, the consensus seemed to be Russia was unstoppable. We just had to make the price as high as possible for them. Then new thinking is maybe Ukraine can actually win. Do you agree with that, and what would winning look like?
So we believe that our job is to support the Ukrainians. They will set the military objectives. They will set the objectives at the bargaining table. And I'm quite certain they are going to set those objectives at success, and we are going to give them every tool we can to help them achieve that success. But we are not going to define the outcome of this for the Ukrainians. That is up for them to define and us to support them in. That's what we're going to do, and we do have confidence in the bravery, skill, and capacity of the Ukrainian armed forces and the resilience of the Ukrainian people.
One quick thing on chemical weapons. The president and other allies have promised consequences without saying what they would be. Last time Russia used chemical weapons, there were sanctions, but not very stiff ones. Are you ready to define consequences?
So I'm going to say the same thing I've said from this podium that the president has said from a podium down the hall in this same building, which is that Russia will pay a severe price. We have communicated to them directly. We have coordinated with our allies and partners, and I'm not going to go further in terms of the specifics here today.
The administration initially did not call this war crimes, and eventually they did after what they saw on the ground. Do you think that's going to be the case with calling it a genocide?
Well, so first, it's not just that we sit around and debate terms and then ultimately decide to apply a term based against static circumstances. We watch as things unfold. We gather evidence. We continue to develop facts. And as we gathered evidence and as we got the facts together, we ultimately came to the conclusion that war crimes were committed. And in fact, I would say on this front, President Biden was a leader. He went out and said, Putin is a war criminal. And many of you raised your eyebrows at that. Many people out in the public raised their eyebrows at that. And now you see the scenes coming out of Bucha today. And so he's not going to hesitate to call a spade, to call it like he sees it, and neither is the U.S. government. So as the facts develop, could we see ourselves reaching a different conclusion on that question? Of course we could, but it's going to be based on evidence and facts as we gather it along the way.
And two more quick ones for you. On the sanctions that the president was talking about today, should we expect those this week, or what's the timing?
You can expect further sanctions announcements this week, and we are coordinating with our allies and partners on what the exact parameters of that will be. But yes, this week we will have additional economic pressure elements to announce.
Thank you. And my last question quickly, you keep using the word retreat instead of reposition. How much is that in part due to the spring conditions, the muddy conditions that are on the ground in Ukraine?
The reason I use the phrase retreat is just kind of quite simple common sense. It's not some fancy technical military term. It's a term that all of us understand, which is if you run pell-mell for an objective and you get stopped and then you start to get beaten back and then you withdraw, you pull out, that's what I would call a retreat. That's what happened to the Russians in Kiev. They attacked Kiev, they failed, they started to get beaten backwards by the Ukrainian military, and they ultimately retreated back across the border into Belarus. Now, with those forces, as I said in my opening comments, they are not intending to stand pat. They are going to reposition those forces to go after a different objective, a scaled-down objective, but nonetheless a dangerous and disturbing objective, which is to conquer and occupy territory in eastern Ukraine. And now it's our job to help the Ukrainian people have the tools they need to be able to stymie that objective. That is what we're intent on doing at this time.
I know you're not willing to call it a genocide, but does the U.S. government have information that you can that you can use to independently corroborate Ukraine's allegations about atrocities in Bucha?
So we have obviously got access to a lot of the information that you all have. We also have information that the Ukrainians have provided us directly, and we will also work with fact finders, independent fact finders as we go forward to get to a level of documentation that allows us to help build very strong dossiers of evidence for war crimes prosecutions, and that is what we intend to do. Now, on the question of the genocide determination, obviously we will continue on a daily basis to have consultations with the Ukrainians to reach determinations, and if at some point we reach the judgment that there in fact has been a level of atrocity, a level of killing, a level of intentional activity that rises to meet our definition of genocide, we'll call it for what it is. We have never hesitated to call out the Russians for what they have done in Ukraine, and we will not start now.
Sorry, one quick question on France, Jake. They have suggested that a hefty EU-wide tariff should be imposed as opposed to a blanket ban on Russian energy imports into the EU. Does the U.S. support that, and will that be part of what you're planning to do next in terms of sanctions?
We are having conversations as I stand here at this podium with senior officials in the main European capitals as well as in Brussels on the full range of sanctions options, including sanctions options or pressure options that relate to energy. I'm not going to negotiate that out at this podium. We want to make sure that we're able to pull together a consensus along with the rest of the European Union.
The Kremlin is denying the images out of Bucha, saying that they don't show any kind of apparent execution. What is the U.S. doing to try and expose Russia's actions to its own citizens? I mean, what can we do to sort of fight this information war?
Well, first, I would note that the Kremlin is working overtime to close down the information space inside of Russia, which is not exactly the action of a strong and confident government that feels really good about the story that it would be telling if it were allowing independent news sources to come in. Second, we are, of course, supporting through a variety of means the provision of information about these atrocities and about the entire effort by the Russians to unjustly and unlawfully invade a sovereign neighboring country, not just to the Russian people, but to people everywhere. We will continue to do that.
And just to be clear, is it your sense that the atrocities that we're seeing in Bucha are based on orders coming from Putin or his senior military officials, or is there a chance here that this is sort of Russian forces acting on their own, and is there even a distinction?
I don't want to get into the specific intelligence related to Bucha at this point, but what I will say, as I said at the outset, is even before the invasion happened, we shared information with the public, with the press, including from this podium, that Russia was intending, as a matter of policy, not as a matter of one guy in a unit in a suburb of Kiev, but as a matter of policy in this war, to kill dissidents, to kill those who caused problems for the occupation, and to impose a reign of terror across occupied territories within Ukraine. That is what we are seeing play out. So no, we do not believe that this is just a random accident or the rogue act of a particular individual. We believe that this was part of the plan. We declared it from this podium as part of the plan, and now we're seeing it play out in real life in living color in these terrible, tragic images we are seeing come from Bucha. Yeah.
Thanks. So I know you don't want to talk about possible venues for a war crimes trial, but can you talk a little bit about the evidence gathering aspect of it? That's going to be crucial to combating disinformation and what Russians will say that Ukrainian rebels are fighting us. That was legitimate warfare. What happened? That could be a tactic they're taking. So can you walk us through the evidence gathering, who's doing it, other people on the ground gathering evidence? How long does that take to sort of build a case, and what does that look like?
So I will directly answer your question, but I also think it is important for our team at the State Department, which will take the lead on this, including our Global War Crimes Coordinator, to give you a fully elaborate answer to this question in technical detail so that everybody understands exactly how this process works. But with that being said, there are four main sources of information that we will develop in an effort to help build the case for war crimes. The first is the information we and our allies and partners gather, including through intelligence sources. And we actually, within our intelligence community, had previously stood up a team to be able to document and analyze war crimes and work closely with the State Department in doing so. And we're also coordinating with key allies and partners who have their own capacities. The second is what the Ukrainians themselves will do on the ground to develop this case, to document the forensics of these tragic and senseless killings in this particular instance and in other instances across Ukraine. The third is international organizations, including the United Nations, but others as well, prominent international non-governmental organizations with real credibility and expertise in this area. And then the fourth is all of you, because part of building this case is relying upon the global independent media who has images, interviews, documentation. And when you put all of those four sources together, you can build, we believe, a package that can stand up to the relentless disinformation we are likely to see and have already started seeing from Russia, and that ultimately the truth will withstand the assault on the truth that we can expect to come from Moscow.
On former President Trump, he's having Save America rallies where he's decrying the Biden administration, decrying the response that you all in the White House have been given to this war in Ukraine. He said if he was here in office, he would do it better. It wouldn't happen under him. What is your response to the former President Donald J. Trump saying these things about the current administration?
I don't have a response to the former president. We are focused on getting the job done, getting the support to the Ukrainian people that they need, applying unprecedented pressure to the Russian economy, and building a form of Western unity that no one could reasonably have expected and that we have sustained through the early weeks of the war and will sustain for the period ahead. And I'll leave the commentary on what the former president said to others.
Do you think you're doing enough?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jake. To follow up on what you said about Ukraine setting terms for any potential resolution, President Zelensky said on Face the Nation that with regard to any potential peace agreement, the important thing in this agreement are security guarantees, but he also said the U.S. has not has not provided any yet. Is the U.S. considering that, and what would that look like?
So we are in regular contact, and by regular, I mean near daily contact. I personally am in near daily contact with my counterpart in the Ukrainian government, and we are talking constantly about how we can support a negotiated solution that defends Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And we have told them that we are prepared to do our part to support that, including by ensuring that Ukraine has the means to defend itself in the future. I'm not going to get into the specifics of what those negotiations are, because I believe it's very important that they have a protected space to be able to be carried out. But you can rest assured that the United States is actively working in consultation with Ukrainians to support their efforts at the peace table.
And then a question on the sanctions. You just said that you're under no illusions that Russia will adjust its target. So what function will an additional sanctions package have when you announce it?
So I would say two things about sanctions. One is that sanctions are intended to impose costs so that Russia cannot carry on these grotesque acts without paying a severe price for it. The other is to have an effect on Russia's behavior over time. But as President Biden has made clear repeatedly, we don't expect that shift in behavior will be caused by sanctions overnight or in a week. It will take time to grind down the elements of Russian power within the Russian economy, to hit their industrial base hard, to hit the sources of revenue that have propped up this war and have propped up the kleptocracy in Russia. That's going to take some time to play out. But there's no better time than now to be working at that so that the costs end up setting in and that ends up sharpening Russia's choices. So sanctions are not alone going to solve any of these problems, but they are a critical tool in ultimately producing a better outcome to this conflict than it would otherwise be produced.
Have the revelations about Bucha prompted the administration and its allies to reconsider what kind of military assistance they provide to Ukraine? Are tanks now part of potential transfers that could be provided to the Ukrainian military?
So I'm not going to get into certain specific systems because, as I said at the outset, there are operational sensitivities and the sensitivities of our allies and partners for why we wouldn't speak about a particular capability like tanks. But I will say this. Even before Bucha, the United States was working with Ukrainians on every item on its priority list and how we could go ahead and ensure that that could be provided to them. The only capability that we have discussed with them where there has been a difference in perspective that has been played out in living color in this podium many times over has been the question of direct facilitation from a U.S. airbase in Germany into contested airspace over Ukraine of MiG-29s. Otherwise, before Bucha, we were working with them on a wide range of capabilities, including some capabilities that people here were writing we weren't prepared to provide. That wasn't right. Now, it's hard for me to correct the record in every case because for very good reasons, some of these systems we cannot advertise. We cannot talk to you all about. But what I want to make clear, as I said at the outset, is the extent and depth of effort to acquire and transfer a variety of advanced weapons capabilities is extraordinary, it is unprecedented, and it has been ongoing from well before the terrible images came out.
The International Criminal Court is one of the reasons why the U.S. is considering alternate venues because the U.S. is not a signatory. And does that undercut the U.S. push to hold Putin accountable with a war crimes trial of some kind when the U.S. is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court?
The U.S. has in the past been able to collaborate with the International Criminal Court in other contexts, but despite not being a signatory. But there's a variety of reasons one might consider alternative venues as well beyond the specific relationship between the U.S. and the ICC. Most importantly, this is not a decision the United States is going to make by itself. We're not going to make the call out of Washington for the appropriate venue for accountability. That is going to be done in consultation with allies and with partners around the world, and I don't want to prejudge those conversations. They're ongoing. And what I can communicate is the very real sustained and committed proposition that the United States has that we are going to ensure that there is accountability. Yeah, I'll just take one.
The U.S. had rejected Poland's plan for a peacekeeping force to protect civilians. Is that something that's being reconsidered given what we've seen of these atrocities? And is there any talk among the allies to do some sort of force that will protect the civilian population?
So I don't quite accept the premise of the question. There have been various peacekeeping proposals floated. None of them have ever been given full shape or been kind of formally put forward and suggested should actually be implemented. And so we continue to consult with our allies and partners, including Poland, on what makes sense going forward. We have not yet seen a proposal that actually has been fleshed out that could be operationalized. The one thing that the United States has made clear throughout this is that it is not our intention to send U.S. soldiers to fight Russian soldiers in Ukraine, but in terms of the supply of capabilities, in terms of other steps to support the Ukrainians, and to do our best to protect civilians in Ukraine, we continue to look at every possible option, including in consultation with our partners on that. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Jake, so much for joining us.
Thank you. Come again, please.
He will, I'm sure. He's probably our most frequent guest. I don't know if I probably owe him something for that. Okay, a couple of items for all of you at the top. Today, Vice President Harris and administration officials announced the Biden-Harris Action Plan for building better school infrastructure. By leveraging funds from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the American Rescue Plan, this action plan will activate the entire federal government to support students' health and learning, from upgraded HVAC systems to electric school buses, from on-site solar energy installations to safe routes to school. Also wanted to note, in light of the President's event on trucking, a couple of details or facts for all of you. 2021 was the best year for trucking growth, jobs growth since 1994, and December 2021 through February of 2022 was the best 3-month stretch for long-distance truck hiring since the 1990s. Thanks to the efforts of the Department of Transportation, we doubled the issuance of commercial driver's license issuances in January and February 2022 compared to the prior January and February of 2021. And over 100 employers, including Domino's, Frito-Lay, and UPS, launched registered apprenticeship programs in the past 90 days. This could result in more than 10,000 additional apprenticeships nationwide, which of course get more people, more truckers trained, more trucks on the road, more goods moving around and onto shelves across the country. Also wanted to note, I think you all saw this, but just to confirm for all of you, tomorrow the President and Vice President will be joined by former President Obama to highlight how the Affordable Care Act continues to lower health care costs for American families. This will be the first time former President Obama returns to the White House since leaving office. Since we've taken office, since President Biden has entered office, we've taken big steps to reduce health care costs and expand access to health care for the American people. And how President Biden and former President Obama both see the Affordable Care Act is an example, a shining example of how government can work for the American people. Not only did it ensure that millions of people had access to affordable health care, but it has been an opportunity to build on that and make changes and make improvements over the course of time, which of course is what they will talk about tomorrow. But even since the President took office, through the American Rescue Plan, we lowered premiums for 9 million Americans, the biggest expansion of affordable health care since the...
All right, folks, what we will do is take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox, and then we will play out, happening right now is the Pentagon briefing, and we'll bring that to you from the very beginning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Rapes, murders, things like that we have not yet seen. Is there more data
on the ground, you mean?
Yes.
So I'm sure you've seen, Kelly, that the EU announced their intention to send a team there, which obviously hasn't happened yet, but that was an announcement made earlier today. Certainly through intel gathering, we likely do have access to different types of information. We've declassified a range of information over the course of time, which I would expect we continue.
A couple of things to go through at the top, and we'll get at your questions. I think you saw on Friday the department notified Congress of additional assistance activities under authority provided by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and under that initiative, DoD will provide up to $300 million in security assistance to bolster Ukraine's capacity to defend itself. This, of course, underscores our unwavering commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and their territorial integrity in support of their efforts to repel the Russian forces inside their country. You've probably seen, if you haven't seen, we can get you the list. I'm not going to read it right now. There's a quite extensive, detailed list of what some of these capabilities are, including unmanned aerial systems and some tactical secure communications and other like capabilities. We've now committed more than $2.3 billion in security assistance to Ukraine just since the beginning of this administration, including more than $1.6 billion since Russia's invasion. Unlike presidential drawdown, USAI is an authority under which the United States procures capabilities from industry rather than delivering equipment that is drawn down from our own stocks. That's the difference here. So this announcement represents the beginning of a contracting process that will provide these new capabilities. I would hasten to add that we are going to expedite that contracting process as fast as we can. I don't have exact delivery dates for you or procurement dates today, but rest assured we're going to be moving it as fast as we can. The U.S. also continues to work with its allies and partners to identify and provide to the Ukrainians additional capabilities, and we'll certainly utilize all available tools to support Ukraine's armed forces as they fight bravely for the defense of their country. Also, I think you may have just heard the National Security Advisor just a few minutes ago say that we are in the process of committing even additional resources for material to the Ukrainian military as part of our ongoing and intensive efforts to provide them the equipment they need. So all that's to say is, as we've said many times, we're going to continue to support Ukraine's ability to defend itself. We're going to do that as much as we can, as fast as we can. In keeping with that, today, the Secretary did speak with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Alexei Reznikov, to again reaffirm our support for Ukraine. He reiterated the U.S. commitment to the provision of additional defensive assistance to bolster their capacity, and he highlighted that $300 million Ukraine security assistance initiative package that I just talked about. He, of course, also expressed outrage at the apparent atrocities that were committed by Russian forces in Bucha and across Ukraine, and reiterated the U.S. commitment to using every tool available to help document and share information in an effort to hold accountable those responsible. And, of course, they have stayed in close contact, and they will continue to stay in close contact. On the document and evidence front, I want to stress that this is an administration effort, not DOD specifically, that we, in concert with so many other nations around the world, will do what we can to make sure that that clear evidence of these war crimes are documented and preserved for investigators to look at. I don't have anything specific to speak to in terms of DOD capabilities with respect to that collection, but it's part of an interagency effort to make sure that that the war crimes are properly documented. And then lastly, not lastly, I actually have two more things. An exercise to talk about over the weekend. Iceland and the U.S. Sixth Fleet kicked off the biannual exercise Northern Viking with other NATO allies in Iceland. The exercise will run through the 14th of April and demonstrates U.S. commitment to the defense of Iceland and the Greenland-Iceland-United Kingdom gap, as well as the strength of the 70-plus year defense relationship between the United States and Iceland. U.S. Navy and Marine Corps forces, including the USS Kearsarge, Amphibious Ready Group, the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, P-8 Maritime Patrol Aircraft from Keflavik Air Base, and the Henry J. Kaiser class underway replenishment oiler, the USNS Patuxent, as well as sailors from Task Force 68 and the Virginia class attack submarine USS John Warner will all participate. And then finally, while we're talking about naval issues, on Friday, the DoD did release its annual Freedom of Navigation report for fiscal year 2021. I'll let you go and look at the report. I won't give you the whole details, but it reports our comprehensive global freedom of navigation program that seeks to challenge excessive maritime claims in order to preserve the rights and freedoms and uses of the sea and airspace guaranteed to all nations under international law. In fiscal year 21, U.S. forces operationally challenged 37 different excessive maritime claims made by 26 different claimants throughout the world. Excessive maritime claims are inconsistent with international law as reflected in the Law of the Sea of Convention, and they pose a threat to the legal foundation of the rules-based international order. And with that, we'll get to questions. Lita.
John, did the minister have any specific requests for the secretary this morning that could be looked at in terms of the upcoming packages? And then more broadly, Jake Sullivan talked today about this sort of shift of focus that you all have been talking about for a while to the east. And mentioned the potential for dozens of battalion tactical groups moving that way. Have you seen evidence of battalion tactical groups actually moving toward the east at this point, or are they still in that resupply movement?
Yeah, so on your first question, I won't, we put a readout of the call. I'm not going to go into any more detail than that. I think it's safe, you can safely assume that that every time he has a chance to talk with Minister Reznikov, he invites the minister to offer whatever needs he might have. So that's a routine part of their discussions. Sometimes he doesn't even need to offer that. Minister Reznikov, of course, mentions in his own right the kinds of capabilities they're looking for. You can imagine that with Ukraine under attack the way it is, that those two leaders would not miss an opportunity when they're chatting with one another to talk about requirements and capabilities. But I won't get into more detail about specifics. And then on your second question, we do believe that the Russian military intends to focus their efforts on the Donbas area and the east. We do believe that as they move forces out of Kiev and Chernihiv and places like Sumy, that they are going to put these units into a refit regimen so that they can be resupplied, maybe even reinforced with manpower, and then applied elsewhere into the country. We think that the most likely place for them to be reapplied into the fight in Ukraine is in the east, in the Donbas. We have not seen wholesale movement in that regard. We're only just now seeing more movement of forces out of Ukraine and up into the north, but too soon to say that we can see any of those battalion tactical groups being actively resupplied and then reapplied into the fight. That hasn't really happened yet. That said, Lita, we have seen efforts by the Russian military to get more aggressive and go more on the offense in the Donbas. This is on the ground as they push south from that town called Izium and try to close off Ukrainian armed forces in the Donbas, as they now focus more of their airstrike activity on the Donbas area and the JFO, the Joint Forces Operations area, as they now press the Wagner Group to put to add to their recruiting totals and then move those contractors into the Donbas. So certainly we have seen more kinetic activity, more military operations, if you will, in the Donbas. So clearly they are definitely putting a priority on that part of Ukraine. We just haven't seen that there's been, out of the forces that are repositioning out of Kiev and Chernihiv, we haven't seen them be reintroduced back into the fight yet. Jen?
Do you have any indication, John, that these recent atrocities in Bucha were carried out by the Wagner Group, the Chechens, the mercenary groups that have been sent in, or was this something that was wide scale, at the recruit level, the conscript level that is taking place in various cities?
We don't know. We don't know exactly who committed these atrocities, or at what level, or what the chain of command was. But clearly, we certainly do not refute that they happened.
And you talk about the difference in the kind of military aid now, going from the drawdown weapons that are already on the, off-the-shelf weapons that you can send over. Right. Will you ever be going back to that? And will there be a gap for this $300 million? Since you have to contract it, will there be a gap in flow of weapons into Ukraine because of that?
We certainly don't want there to be a gap. That's why we're going to expedite this contracting process as fast as we can so that there is no gap. And we are still delivering on the $800 million drawdown that the president just most recently signed out. Shipments arrived on that drawdown package even over the course of the weekend. There'll be another one arriving in the next 24 hours. We're prioritizing the kinds of capabilities in those shipments that we know the Ukrainians need the most: Javelin, Stingers, UAVs. So all that's being prioritized. Our goal is, again, I said it before, as fast as we can, as much as we can, and just keep it going to make sure that the Ukrainians can continue to defend themselves. So our goal would be no gap. On the first part of your question, I don't want to get ahead of the White House and the president. You heard Jake Sullivan just talk a little bit ago that there'll be additional assistance to speak to in coming days, and I'll just leave it at that.
But you're not out of drawdown stockpiles, and that's why you're going to this new.
No, I wouldn't characterize it as, you know, we're out of Schlitz on that stuff, and now we have to go to a different route. This is just another way of getting them some security assistance. But again, I don't want to get ahead of the president or any decisions that they haven't announced yet.
Thank you. I mean, just a couple of quick follow-ups. You mentioned that the Secretary today expressed outrage about Bucha in his call with the Ukrainian Defense Minister. Is there a point in Secretary Austin's view where this building feels that there's a moral obligation to prevent war crimes in Ukraine?
Are you suggesting that we haven't expressed that there's a moral obligation not to commit war crimes there or anywhere?
So yes, you feel that there's a moral obligation to prevent more war crimes?
There should be no war crimes. Because there should be no war in Ukraine. Because Vladimir Putin still had diplomatic options on the table when he decided in late February to go ahead and cross over the border and invade a sovereign neighboring country. So, look, the international community has spoken on this. The president has spoken on this. We've spoken on this. That we believe the Russians are committing war crimes in Ukraine. They need to be documented. Evidence needs to be collected. Investigations need to be completed. The United States, not just the DOD, the United States will be a participant in that process.
And then my second follow is a senior administration official said that about 2/3 of the Russian troops around Kiev were repositioning. You mentioned that about them potentially refitting and going back into Ukraine. Is there anything that could be done to prevent these forces from re-entering Ukraine?
If you're asking, is the United States going to get militarily involved in the fighting in Ukraine, the president has been clear that's not going to happen. But we are going to provide every advantage we can to the Ukrainian military to defend their territory, their sovereignty, their citizens, their towns and villages. So that support will go on. Now, what operations the Ukrainians will undertake inside their borders to defend themselves, that's up for them to speak to, not for the United States. Court.
Two quick ones. So to Jennifer's questions, it's not that the U.S. doesn't have some of these things to provide the U.S. military, that is, but has the U.S. hit like a threshold in some of these specific capabilities like javelins and stingers that if the military keeps giving some from their stocks, it degrades U.S. military readiness? And that's why this next group is going directly from the defense industry?
Yeah, no, it's that we're applying USIA is just another tool in the toolbox. It doesn't connote some sort of shortage that affects U.S. readiness at this stage.
And then one more. Today, the State Department announced that the U.S. was selling some F-16Cs and Ds to Bulgaria, and I'm wondering if that is one of these. We've heard a lot about backfilling so that some countries could send MiGs to Ukraine. Is that this kind of a deal?
I would not refer to it in that capacity.
So you're not aware that Bulgaria is going to send MiGs so that in the U.S.
I'm not going to speak for another nation, and I certainly would leave it to the State Department to talk about foreign military sales, but I would not draw any conclusions from that announcement to some sort of backfill requirement. That would be a misreading of what's happening.
So it was also the question I wanted to ask you.
But I already answered it.
But Bulgaria has said that they would give these MiGs if they had some F-16s as backup. So it's surprising that just as Ukraine needs MiGs, U.S. is deciding to sell F-16s. Is it hazard?
I don't have anything more to add on this than what I did with Courtney. I'm just going to leave it at that, and I'm not going to speak for another nation and what another nation is willing or able to do in terms of supporting Ukraine. That's up to them to speak to. Barbara.
Both you and Jake Sullivan were very specific this afternoon that U.S. troops would not be going into Ukraine to fight Russian soldiers. So I just want to close the loop on that. You're not going in to fight Russian soldiers, but is the door open for U.S. troops to go into Ukraine in a non-combat role to assist with, if and when it comes to it, and I'm not speculating, the Polish initiative, if and when it comes to it, to assist in documentation of war crimes. As you just said, the Pentagon would be part of the interagency effort. Is the door now open with these new missions to U.S. troops in Ukraine in a non-combat?
There are no plans to put U.S. troops in Ukraine at this time. There are no discussions or conversations or plans or speculations about using U.S. troops in terms of documentation of war crimes in Ukraine. It is still a hot war going on, Barbara. And the president has been very clear, U.S. troops will not be fighting in Ukraine. There's been no change to that. And your question was speculative because you used the word if. There's no discussion about U.S. troops being involved in the physical documentation or collection of evidence. David.
Follow up on that really quickly, just because you definitely say boots on the ground are not going to happen, but the previous administration, when Syria used chemical weapons against its citizens, launched Tomahawks, not from inside Ukraine. There were no boots on the ground, so to speak, but they launched Tomahawks in on sites that had chemical weapons to prevent Syria from using them against their citizens. Is there any sort of plan in place to kind of prevent war crimes in that sense without U.S. boots going on the ground?
The United States is not going to be fighting in Ukraine. President Biden was very clear about that. What we are going to do is help Ukraine defend itself. And Ukraine and Ukrainian armed forces are defending themselves. David.
Could you go over the reinforcements that you know of that are headed for the east? I can't remember what's on the background and what's on the record, but I think it's been said that 1,000 members from the Wagner Group have been sent to the Donbass. I think it's been said that Russia was preparing to send units from Georgia. And then, of course, there are all the ones in Belarus. So what can you tell us about reinforcements that have actually been sent into the east? And do you know anything about reports that battalions in Georgia have refused to go?
So we don't have perfect visibility into the Russian order of battle, how many troops they have everywhere they have them. They already have a sizable number of troops in the Donbass. They did from the beginning. In fact, in many cases, they never left. They've been fighting there for 8 years. We do have indications that the Wagner Group is trying to recruit fighters from mostly from the Middle East to apply them in the Donbass. And that is where the Wagner Group has been active for a lot of the last 8 years. So not a big surprise that they would be focusing on that part of Ukraine, certainly given the Russians' reprioritization of that part of the country. We have also seen indications that the Russian Ministry of Defense is looking for other ways to reinforce their manpower, bringing troops in from other places outside of Ukraine, and in fact from outside Russia. But I don't have specific information that would that speaks to a certain number or a certain timeline or even a location. Just as in my answer to Lita, again, we don't have perfect thinking into Russian plans here. It's very clear to us, though, that they do want to prioritize the Donbass. So logically, it makes sense that if they're going to reinforce, that's probably the place they're going to reinforce the most. But David, we just aren't there yet to see anything real demonstrable when it comes to reinforcement. That said, again, what we have seen is more strikes in the Donbass, more offensive maneuvers by the Russians in the Donbass. Again, the effort of putting private military contractors more there. I mean, they are clearly prioritizing it, and we'll just have to see as this unveils. And I think I missed another question.
The evidence that units in Georgia have refused to go.
I have not seen any evidence of that. No. Fadi?
Thank you, John. With all the movements you've been watching for the
last couple of days of Russian troops leaving Kiev region and Chernihiv more to the north toward Belarus. Do you think the threat of another Russian offensive toward Kiev is still there, or has it diminished in one way or the other?
I think certainly what we've seen would indicate to us that the Russians have, at least for the time being, given up on a ground offensive against Kiev. But we've kind of been seeing that unveil over the last week or so. I mean, they kind of stopped advancing and started to dig in and have defensive positions. And then last week we started to see them sort of move some of those troops off. We're seeing more now over the course of the weekend. We think, actually, quite frankly, a majority of the battalion tactical groups that they had arrayed against Kiev, at least from the north and northwest, have now begun to move out to retreat away from Kyiv, again, for what we think is refitting, resupplying, and then repositioning elsewhere. So right now, it certainly appears as if the ground threat, the potential occupation of Kyiv, has diminished. That said, and there's always a that said, they can and have, at least in the course of the last couple of days, continued to strike Kyiv from the air. Now again, we see that prioritization shifting more to the east, but Kyiv is still vulnerable to air attacks by the Russians. And because we don't have perfect visibility into exactly what their long-term plans are here, I don't think any of us is ready to say, well, the threat to Kyiv is over. And I don't even think the Ukrainians would say that. So we're just going to watch this as best we can. Let me go to the phones here. I haven't done that. Phil Stewart.
Hi there. Jake Sullivan just spoke and talked about intelligence agencies collecting evidence of war crimes in Ukraine. Can you give us any sense of contributions by DoD intel agencies? And separately, is there any? I know you said it wasn't clear whether the Wagner group was responsible, but is it clear to the Pentagon at this point that Russian forces are responsible for what happened in Bucha? Thank you.
I think it's fairly obvious, not just to us, but to the world, that Russian forces are responsible for the atrocities in Bucha. Now, exactly who, what units, whether they're contractors or Chechens, I don't think we're able to say right now. But we're certainly not refuting that these atrocities occurred and that they occurred at the hands of Russians. And I don't have anything more in terms of context or color to add to you in terms of our contribution to a larger interagency and, frankly, international effort to make sure that these war crimes are documented. The DoD will participate as we can, but I'm not going to get into specific details of what that's going to look like. And again, and you heard Jake say this not long ago, I mean, all of you, the global media, are doing a lot of this documentation as well, just in terms of the imagery that you're seeing and that you're reporting on, as you're producing and distributing. All of that will help contribute to the investigative efforts that are ongoing. Helene Cooper.
Hey, Kirby, thanks. I know you said, just to follow up on Phil's question, that you don't know, that you assume that what happened in Bucha was at the hands of Russian forces, though you don't know who. But does the Pentagon have any information about which Russian military unit was in Bucha? Which Russian military unit was occupying Bucha? Was it conscripts or mercenaries?
I actually don't have that level of detail for you, Helene. I don't have. We don't have the order of battle to that level of specificity. At least, not that I'm aware of. Howard Altman.
Hey, John, question for you on the concerted effort by the Russians to strike Ukrainian fuel supplies. How long do you think Ukraine can hold out and continue to fuel its forces? And where do you think they can store them that they might not get hit?
I don't have a good answer for how long they can their fuel supplies will hold out, Howard. The truth is, there hasn't, most of the strikes that the Russians have conducted have been against infrastructure, not necessarily fuel supplies. Now, we did see some a fuel depot hit in Odessa over the weekend, and I think the Ukrainians have spoken to the degree to which that depot is now out of commission. But I don't have an assessment for you of how much fuel has been taken out of the hands of the Ukrainians, or how long that they'll be able to subsist. Obviously, we will continue to do the international community will do what we can to help them sustain themselves in the fight. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. The New York Times is reporting satellite imagery has shown for weeks that people in Bucha had been murdered. I'm wondering, can the Defense Department say whether it has also seen evidence while the Russians were still in Bucha of dead bodies, mass graves that prove that the Russians carried out these executions?
Jeff, I think I've kind of already talked about this today. I mean, we certainly, we've seen much of the same imagery that you have. Obviously, we are in touch with our Ukrainian counterparts. We're certainly in no position to refute that these atrocities occurred, that they occurred on the scale that the Ukrainians have said they've occurred, and that Russians are responsible for that. And I think I'll just leave it at that. Elsewhere in the room, Louis.
John, I have two questions. Jake Sullivan said that it appears likely that Russia is preparing to deploy dozens of battalion tactical groups. Does Russia have the capability to redirect dozens of battalion tactical groups to the Donbass?
Yes.
As you said?
Yes.
And where would those come from? I know it's pretty standard that they're going into Belarus, but I mean, at what point do they become battalion tactical groups again?
Some of those units are nowhere near the original strength because of casualties and surrenders. Some of them are in better shape than others in terms of manning and, quite frankly, systems, weapons, equipment, vehicles. I can't speak for how the Russians are going to reorganize or refit, right? I mean, they could take the remnants of 2 or 3 BTGs and make a new one if they wanted to, or they could just keep the original 3 and reinforce them with new people and new stuff. We just don't know. I mean, but we do believe that as they go back across the border, whether it's Belarus or into Russia, that they will find a way to refit them, resupply them, and then reapply them into the fight. We think the most logical place for that, given what the Russians have so far shown that they're willing to do with respect to prioritizing the Donbass, that would be the place. But I couldn't give you an example of each battalion tactical group and whether or not it's going to remain a whole unit going forward or be combined with others. But just in terms of sheer manpower that they have still available to them, it's very possible that what Mr. Sullivan said is accurate, that it could be dozens of BTGs. But we just don't know. And we're just going to have to watch this and monitor it in real time, and we'll obviously keep you as apprised as we can in terms of what we know. We do think they're going to put a lot more effort into the Donbass region. And it's not just manpower. I know that's the focus today. I get that. But it's about where the airstrikes are going to go. And it's about the priority of ground operations and maneuver and artillery. One of the things we've been seeing is as they come south out of Izium, they're trying to focus that southern push more on the ability to use artillery in the Donbass. So, again, we'll have to watch this as closely as we can going forward, but it's just not perfect. We're not able to perfectly predict exactly how they're going to reform their units.
The other point was Mr. Sullivan kept describing the Russian movement as a retreat. Is that an accurate assessment of what the Russians are saying? He described it as a common sense description that they had gone in there pell-mell, and now they had been failed and had been beaten backwards, and so therefore they're retreating.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, particularly what we've been seeing over the last several days. Late last week, we'd only seen a small number of Russian units begin to to move back from Kiev. We've seen that number increase now. We think it's the majority now have begun to move out of Kiev, and as they're moving out, the Ukrainians are attacking them. I'm not a military strategist or historian, but my understanding of a retreat is that you're moving back as you're getting pushed back, and that's what's happening. Yeah, so I think that's a very accurate description of what's going on. But he also said, and this matters just as much, if not more, what we've been saying here, that we expect they're going to reposition into Belarus or Russia, refit, resupply, and then push those troops back in. We don't believe that this is a complete withdrawal from the war effort. These guys are not going home, I guess is the main point. Yeah, they're retreating.
And that was latest from the Pentagon there. John Kirby giving the latest update there as the White House and President Biden today described Putin as a war criminal. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We always appreciate you joining us here, especially during these big breaking news segments that we wanted to, of course, bring to you really in real time right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We want to give you just another update here on the situation there in Sacramento with everything that was happening there with the shooting update and the latest to come from all of that, as now we are learning more information, as you can see here. Suspect in custody, a 26-year-old arrested in connection with the Sacramento shooting that claimed the lives of 6 people and left a dozen others wounded. The Sacramento Police Department named DeAndre Martin as a suspect in the case on Monday. Today, Martin was arrested just after midnight. He was booked on assault and illegal firearm possession charges. According to Sacramento County Jail record, Martin also has an outstanding warrant from Riverside County. He is being held without bail and is scheduled to make his first court appearance tomorrow. During the course of the investigation, detectives served search warrants at 3 residences where they recovered at least 1 handgun. Dozens of rapid-fire gunshots rang out around 2 a.m. Sunday in downtown Sacramento, leaving 3 women and 3 men dead and 12 people wounded. Authorities say they believed at least 2 shooters carried out the massacre. Authorities are saying today that at least 3 buildings and 3 cars in the downtown area were hit by gunfire, and more than 100 expended shell casings were found at the scene as well. The search is underway for additional suspects related in this case. And of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to keep going here. We have some more breaking news to get to right here. There was a short recess today in the Senate Judicial Committee because they had we're going to do the final vote there for for Judge Jackson. And what happened to get her out of the committee, it at least has to have 11-11 tie. Well, they only had 21 senators there today because Senator Padilla, a Democrat from California, he was supposed to leave last night. And unfortunately, he was leaving, and on the plane, there was some sort of medical emergency for somebody else. They had to go back to California, so he was late getting to D.C. today. So they had to delay that vote to get Judge Jackson out of the committee. It is still being known that, according to Fox News' Chad Pergram, that we could see a vote coming as early as Thursday for Judge Jackson. So just a reminder, if there is a tie here coming at 11-11 out of this judicial committee, that is okay for Judge Jackson. She will still get a vote on the floor there on the Senate there as early as Thursday. So let's go out to that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Now, our next vote is Ariana Freeman, nominated to the Third Circuit. Does anyone seek recognition? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Leahy.
Aye.
Mrs. Feinstein. Aye. Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Coons.
Aye.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Aye.
Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Ossoff. Aye. Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Cruz.
No.
Mr. Sass.
No.
Mr. Hawley.
No.
Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Tillis. Mrs. Blackburn. Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, the votes are 11 yeas, 11 nays.
The committee has recorded a tie vote on Ms. Freeman's nomination to be U.S. Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit pursuant to Section 3 of subsection 1A of the Senate Resolution 27 of the 117th Congress. I'll transmit to the Secretary of the Senate a notice of the tie vote. Next, we vote on the nomination of Robert Huey to the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. Does anyone seek recognition? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Leahy.
Aye.
Mrs. Feinstein.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Coons. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Sass. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Cotton.
No, Bradsky.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Tillis. Mrs. Blackburn. Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, the votes are 11 yeas, 11 nays.
The committee has recorded a tie vote on Ms. Freeman's nomination to be U.S. Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit pursuant to Section 3 of subsection 1A of the Senate Resolution 27 of the 117th Congress. I'll transmit to the Secretary of the Senate a notice of the tie vote. Next, we vote on the nomination of Robert Huey to the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. Does anyone seek recognition? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Leahy.
Aye.
Mrs. Feinstein.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Coons. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Graham.
Pass.
Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Cruz. Mr. Sass. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Cotton.
No, Bradsky.
Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Tillis. Mrs. Blackburn. Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, the votes are 12 yeas, 10 nays, 1 pass.
The nomination.
I'm sorry, 11 yeas, 10 nays, and 1 pass.
11, 10, and 1 passed, you say?
Yes.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. We will now vote on Evelyn Padine, nominated to the District of New Jersey. Does anyone seek recognition? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Leahy.
Aye.
Mrs. Feinstein.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Coons. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Graham.
Aye, Bradsky.
Mr. Cornyn.
No.
Mr. Lee. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Sass. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Cotton.
No, Bradsky.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Tillis. Mrs. Blackburn. Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, the votes are 12 yeas, 10 nays.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Up next is the nomination of Jennifer Reardon to the Southern District of New York. Does anyone seek recognition? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Leahy.
Aye.
Mrs. Feinstein.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Coons. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Booker. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Graham.
Aye, Bradsky.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Sass. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Cotton.
Aye, Bradsky.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Tillis. Mrs. Blackburn. Chair Durbin.
Aye.
Chair Durbin, the votes are 22 yeas.
The nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Last on our agenda is Vanessa Avery, nominated to be U.S. Attorney for the District of Connecticut. Anyone seek recognition? Senator Blumenthal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put a statement in the record if there's no objection.
I'm sure there will not be.
And I'd just like to say how proud I am of this nomination, having held this job myself. She is a trial attorney with broad experience, enormous expertise, and superbly qualified for this role, serving the people of Connecticut. And I thank the members of the committee, hopefully, for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Leahy?
Aye. I'm sorry. Excuse me. There may not be a need for a roll call vote.
No, there's no need for a roll call.
Okay, all those in favor of this nomination say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Pending the chair, the ayes have it, and the nomination is agreed to. Senator Lee recorded as no. Cruz is no.
All right, there we go, everyone. So Senate Judiciary Committee tied in the vote there to refer Jackson nomination to the floor. There will be a vote later tonight on the floor to discharge the nomination from committee. And then as early as Thursday, we could see a vote on the floor right before a debate there as well. So that is the very latest there, as it was delayed just a little bit because of Senator Padilla needing to make his way back to D.C. following that flight emergency that he was on yesterday there. So once again, there will be a vote tonight on the floor, and that will officially discharge the nomination from committee to a full Senate vote, and that is expected to be at the earliest on Thursday for Judge Jackson. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break, and we got much more news to get to, including the White House briefing that we did not feature with Jen Psaki. Senator Chuck Grassley speaking to reporters right now following the Senate Judiciary vote there on Judge Jackson, tied at 11-11 there. Let's listen right here.
People on my side of the aisle, and I say that for itself. And you didn't, I said before we, a long time ago, I said, we're going to be thorough. We're going to ask the tough questions, do the vetting we have to do. And we're not going to get down the gutter like the Democrats did with Kavanaugh. And nobody got down the gutter this time.
Sir, and what do you say to those folks who, they heard Republican after Republican compliment her on her accomplishments, on her qualifications, but at the end of the day, she couldn't get a single vote on this committee. And what do you say to folks who, given all the praise that she got on those lines, couldn't get one vote?
It's probably the result you get from what Schumer did 20 years ago when he said we're going to start figuring judicial philosophy, and that's poisoned the well, and things just keep getting worse. I'm not proud of that, but it's just a slippery slope, and that slippery slope started 20 years ago.
Senator Graham seem to suggest that if you guys are back in control of the Senate next year, you're going to take a much tougher stance on judicial nominees.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to find out if we're in the majority first before I can answer your question.
Okay.
All right, Senator Chuck Grassley there talking about the partisan vote there on the Senate Judiciary side there that ended up in 11-11 tie. So what will happen later tonight, there will be a vote on the Senate where that is expected to discharge Judge Jackson, and then there will be a debate starting as early as Thursday, followed by a vote that could come as early as Thursday as well there for the final vote for Judge Jackson. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to continue our coverage right here of just live events that were happening, and we want to catch you up on everything that we may have missed when we're in other live events. So what we'll do is go out to the White House briefing that you didn't get to see so far.
Determination and not an immigration policy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Let me ask you the question I was going to ask Jake, which is that as part of this new effort to ramp up sanctions, is the administration going to be ramping up pressure on China and India to abide by existing sanctions? And what does that look like? I know Dilip Singh was just in India. You're going to intensify some criticism of them and others who haven't done so.
Well, certainly our expectation and our public and private message will continue to be that every country should abide by the sanctions that we have announced and that we are implementing around the world. As you noted, so let me start with India, if that's okay. As you noted, Dilip Singh, our Deputy National Security Advisor, was just there. I would note that, just given some of the reporting, energy payments are not sanctioned. That's a decision made by each individual country, and we've been very clear that each country is going to make their own choices, even as we have made the decision and other countries have made the decision to ban energy imports. What Dilip did make clear to his counterparts during this visit was that we don't believe it's in India's interest to accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy and other commodities. Right now, just to give everybody the full scope of it, India's imports of Russian energy represent only 1% to 2% of their total energy imports. So while he explained both the mechanisms of our sanctions and reiterated that any country or entity should be abiding by those, we also made clear that we'd be happy to be a partner in reducing their reliance or even their small percentage of reliance on that. As it relates to China, I know that Jake spoke to this the last time he was here. Our assessment hasn't changed on that front, but we continue to convey the same expectations of abiding by sanctions.
And then on COVID funding, there are reports that the Republicans and Democrats in the Senate are nearing a deal on a $10 billion package that doesn't include global aid. Is a package of that size and that doesn't include global vaccine assistance something that President Biden could sign into law?
Well, let me first say that we are encouraged by the strong progress that Congress is making in finalizing a deal, not yet final, but finalizing a deal to fund some of our most very urgent COVID response needs. I would remind everyone that what we had requested was $22.5 billion, not $10 billion, in order to achieve a number of objectives, including securing enough booster shots for the general population, purchasing more monoclonal antibodies and Evusheld for the immunocompromised, maintaining our testing capacity, getting shots in arms abroad, to go to your question, and funding for variant-specific vaccines if needed. So this does not, will obviously not meet all of those needs, dire needs in this country, and certainly our objective would continue to press for funding for international support for ensuring we continue to be the arsenal of vaccines in the world, regardless of what this final package looks like. I'd note that the reason that's so important is not just because of the need to have vaccine doses. It's because we need to, there are countries around the world who are refusing our vaccine doses because they don't have the mechanisms, the know-how, and the capacity to be able to distribute those doses. So that funding that we've been requesting, we'll continue to press for, would be accounting for that as well. Can I note one more last thing? Sorry, I've got a lot on this. I would also note that as you're watching Congress and the Senate, there are a wide number of Republicans who have called for funding for and called for ensuring that we continue to be the arsenal of vaccine distribution around the world. They don't use that that exact phrase, but basically that's the basics, including Senator Graham, who said, I support the effort just in June of last year of the Biden administration to donate vaccines to at-risk populations throughout the world. Senator Portman said that he is pleased that legislation, this is last summer, that has passed, that the committee at the time would help ensure that domestic supply is part of our, what we're doing in domestic supply, access to domestic supply is part of our global vaccination strategy. Senator McConnell said it would be terribly unfortunate if a supplemental COVID-19 funding package did not include international vaccines. So I'm not going to prejudge where all they will all be on this or future legislation. I would just note that if we want to continue to be providing to the world, we need money, and that's a case we will continue to make. Go ahead.
Ukraine's Prosecutor General just suggested that there's more gruesome evidence of the aftermath of Russia's occupation around Kiev, saying that the worst situation may in fact be in Borodanka. I apologize if I don't pronounce that correctly, but do you have a sense of how widespread this may be in the Kiev region? I mean, I know Jake just said that you're going to continue to see these kinds of brazen attacks, but what more can you tell us about some of these other areas that we may be hearing about?
I don't have a new or additional assessment. This is something we will continue to gather information on, and Jake obviously outlined the number of ways we will do that, both by intel gathering, working with our partners and allies around the world. But I would also know, Mary, to go back to your earlier question, that the fact that we're seeing these horrific images from Bucha around the now around the world, thanks to all of your broadcasts and many global broadcasters. I mean, we have access. There's access to this area. There's not access to a lot of the areas around Mariupol and other areas of Ukraine where we have not even begun to see the impact of the atrocities and the impact of what, as Jake said, President Putin and the Russians made clear they were intending to do from the outset of the war. So while I don't have additional assessment, I would just note that we should brace ourselves for what we may see as we gain greater access and learn more about what atrocities they've implemented. Go ahead.
Thank you. The U.S. ambassador to the UN says that tomorrow she's going to go to New York and seek Russia's suspension from the Human Rights Council. Is that the direction of the president?
Yes. The president does not believe, he believes it's ludicrous for Russia to be a member of the Human Rights Council. And certainly the ambassador spoke to this today, and while she was on her overseas trip, and she will continue to make the case in her role when she returns to New York.
Why not seek to permanently expel them?
From the Human Rights Council? I would point you to our UN ambassador on what specific steps, but obviously removing them would be the next appropriate step in the process. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. So President Biden is talking about putting Putin on a wartime trial. Does he expect Putin to turn himself in to stand trial, or does he think somebody's going to have to go into Russia and arrest him?
Well, without getting into the mechanisms, which I know were the good questions everybody was asking our national security advisor, there is precedent in the past of how this process can work. We're not going to prejudge what the process would work or what steps would be taken through an international legal process. So that's not quite where we're at right now, Peter, and I can't give you a sense of the mechanisms of if convicted, what would happen.
Okay, a question about college sports. In some places like the Ivy League now, there are biological males competing against women. Does the White House think that is fair?
Well, I would note that we're not the governing body for the NCAA or any other system out there that I believe you're probably referring to the case over in swimming in the NCAA. We understand how important sports are to student athletes across the country, but the NCAA obviously puts these policies in place. What I would say, Peter, if we look at this broadly, is that we celebrated International Transgender Day of Visibility last week with a slate of new actions to ensure we continue to protect the dignity and identity of all Americans. And at a moment where we're looking at and we're seeing increased mental health issues related to young people, especially LGBTQ plus young people, we're providing additional funding and resources to address this issue. And we hope all leaders can focus on those important issues and the impact on many of these young people who are impacted across the country.
And then one about this new law in Florida. At what age does the White House think that students should be taught about sexual orientation and gender identity?
Well, I would say, first of all, Peter, we have spoken to the Don't Say Gay bill in the past, I believe is what you're referring to, and made clear that as we look at this law, what we think it's a reflection of is politicians in Florida propagating misinformed, hateful policies that do absolutely nothing to address the real issues. The Department of Education is well positioned and ready to evaluate what to do next, and its implementation, whether its implementation violates federal civil rights law. But I would note that parents across the country are looking to, national, state, and district leaders to support our nation's students, to ensure that kids are treated equally in schools, and that is certainly not. This is not a reflection of that.
And so, just the last one. So, if you guys oppose this law that bans classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identity in K through 3. Does the White House support that kind of classroom instruction before kindergarten?
Do you have examples of schools in Florida that are teaching kindergartners about sex education?
I'm just asking for the president's
Well, I think that's a relevant question, because I think this is a politically charged, harsh law that is putting parents and LGBTQ plus kids in a very difficult, heartbreaking circumstance. And so I actually think that's a pretty relevant question. Go ahead.
On the Ukraine atrocities, Jake referenced some of the images that all our news organizations have been gathering. Is the administration able to gather other and document other cases that you have assembled that we may not be aware of in terms of this collection of data on war crimes, rapes, murders, things like that we have not yet seen? Is there more data?
On the ground, you mean?
Yes.
So I'm sure you've seen, Kelly, that the EU announced their intention to send a team there, which obviously hasn't happened yet, but that was an announcement made earlier today. Certainly through intel gathering, we likely do have access to different types of information. We've declassified a range of information over the course of time, which I would expect we continue to do. We will continue to do. Right now, I can't give you an assessment of what we may know that you don't know, but I would just say and reiterate what Jake said, which is we're going to use every tool at our disposal we can. Some of that is through intel channels. Some of that is, of course, working with our counterparts around the world to gather as much data and information as we can. It is difficult, to go back to an earlier question, given that we need access, or even our European friends and partners need access to gather, but it is vital, it is important, and we are going to do everything we can to support those efforts from here.
And if the Russians are able to take some territory in the east and have greater stability of their control there, would it ever be the U.S. position that that could be a stable outcome, or is maintaining the current map of Ukrainian sovereignty what the West would want?
Sure. Well, it's going to be up to the Ukrainians and Ukrainian leaders to determine what the diplomatic path forward looks like here, what discussions, what negotiations they are comfortable with. What our objective is, and what tool we feel we can most be effective at, I should say, is supporting them and strengthening their hand in these negotiations. And that includes not just the economic support, the military support. I would note over the course of the last couple of days, the Department of Defense announced an additional package beyond what was announced just a few weeks ago. So we're going to continue to do that. But in terms of the negotiations and what they would be comfortable with, we're here to support them, and we're not going to predetermine that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just last week, you said that the U.S. is sending a protective gear to Ukraine to help shield Ukrainians from chemical weapons use. Have those deliveries been made, or have they started? Is there any timeline specifically for those deliveries? Because Jake did mention that deliveries have started.
Sure. I can check for you a status of that. We try to do it in an expedited manner, and we still have means of getting equipment, of a range of equipment, to people who need it on the ground, and I can check if that equipment has been delivered or is in process, I guess you're asking. Yeah.
And I have a quick question on Elon Musk and him picking up a 9% stake in Twitter, which makes him the largest shareholder in the company. Obviously, the White House uses Twitter quite extensively, and Musk has been very critical of President Biden. I'm wondering if there is perhaps any recalibration of the use of the platform or to what extent, the White House is using Twitter going forward?
It's a decision of a private sector leader. I don't have any specific comment on it, but I expect we will continue to use Twitter, as you all will as well, I would expect. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on President Biden and former President Obama and their relationship and how often and how they communicate. And you had mentioned that they are real friends and not just Washington friends. But given that they only live a few miles apart, why is this the first time that the former president has been invited to the White House?
Well, I would say first, I have known them both for some time, and I watched their friendship grow over the course of the period of time when the president was vice president and when the former president was president. And why I noted that at the top is because I think people who didn't have the seat I had may just think that it's like inviting any former president to the White House, and it certainly is not that. They talk on the phone. They do that on a regular basis. I'm not going to give you the number of times they've had conversations, but I would note they consult on a range of issues, but also about their families and things happening in their personal lives. And, it's not a relationship of obligation. It's one where they developed a deep and close friendship through the course of their time serving together, and that has continued. And tomorrow is, of course, exactly the right time to have the former president come here, given this is one of the proudest accomplishments that they worked on together, they shared together, and it is emblematic of their shared view and belief that government can work for people, and it can work for the American people. And this is an example of building on a success from more than 10 years ago and making it better over time. So, and I suspect that former President Obama will be back when there is a portrait unveiling and perhaps for other engagements here as well in the future. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Can you tell us how the president or the president's engaged with lawmakers in the last couple of days on the COVID funding deal? And did you talk to any Republicans on this?
I'm not going to give you an outline or a detail of people he's spoken to. I will note that it's rare that I am in the Oval Office on any given day where he doesn't just pick up the phone and call a member of Congress, often a Republican, at least when I'm in there, to talk to them about a range of priorities. This is clearly a huge focus for the president because of the dire need we have at this moment to get this funding through, and the fact that we are already at a point where we have had to halt, delay a range of programs and purchases that we feel are imperative. I would note that on the global side, we already need to stop plans to expand the global vaccination initiative to more countries. We'll also have to immediately scale back our global efforts to provide life-saving tools. This is a little bit of what I mentioned earlier, like oxygen systems, antiviral pills, things that can cut death rates by 90% for the unvaccinated. And I would also note that even as we're very encouraged by the progress, we're going to need more, because our objective here is going to continue to be ahead of the process and be ahead in planning to make sure we can have funding for antivirals, the vaccines needed for people for many months to come.
And just to be clear, so he has been talking on this specific issue?
He's been engaged with a range of members about a range of issues. This is a huge priority. I'm just not going to get into the details of what those calls look like. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I just wanted to clarify on what I was asking Jake there, because it sounded like at the end he was leaving open the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground to protect civilians in Ukraine or to protect the supply.
I don't think that was his intention.
He did say in terms of the supply chain or civilians that you're discussing all possibilities with allies.
Nothing has changed about the president's view about boots on the ground. Go ahead.
Hi. So the jobs report came out on Friday. Inflation is at 7.9%. It shows average hourly wages went up 5.6%. I wonder what the level of concern is for the president of the White House that people will stop spending because the stuff they want is more expensive, and that leads us to a recession.
Well, I would say on the latter part of your question that what we know is that the economy is strong. Our recovery has been strong, and that continues to be. While we of course are monitoring progress and where we have concern, including rising costs and obviously the need to continue to address inflation. That continues to be our assessment, which is even as there are challenges we need to continue to address, means that we have a strong basis that we were building from. I would remind you also that the unemployment rate is 3.6%, and the president created more jobs last year than any president in American history. So those fundamentals are also backed up by data. And obviously what we're trying to do, as you know from following this closely, there are a couple of areas that are impacting rising costs more than others, right? Including the price of gas, including the price of automobiles and the impacts on the car industry of the lack of the chip shortages. So what we're also trying to do is take steps to address each area where we see rising costs. And obviously the president's announcement on Thursday to do a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where we've seen already a small reduction in the price of gas and the price of oil come down by several dollars, is an effort to bring down costs that are impacting people's checkbook, pocketbooks, checkbooks, et cetera.
Concerned about consumers stop spending.
We, of course, continue to assess, but I don't have any projection of that at this point in time.
One more thing on the wealth tax. Elon Musk tweeted out last week that Tesla and SpaceX would have died if such a tax existed in 2008 after the Great Recession. With the push for EVs and space exploration, what's the White House level of concern that a wealth tax could stifle innovation?
Well, I would first say that, right now, America's teachers and firefighters pay a higher tax rate than billionaires. I don't even think Elon Musk probably thinks that's fair. I don't know who thinks that's fair. It's not fair, and that should not be the case. And so what this proposal does, and why the president supports it, in his view, is it fixes that. And this would close an unfair tax loophole and promote economic growth by encouraging productivity, enhancing investments. And really what it does, to get into the nitty-gritty of it, is, right now the super wealthy, billionaires, I think everyone considers them super wealthy, are able to access the value of their assets even if they never sell them in order to finance lavish consumption. And right now, billionaires with unrealized gains borrow against their assets during their life at ultra-low interest rates. And when they die, they get a step up in basis and no taxes paid on the appreciation of their asset. In other words, their income is never taxed. That's not fair. And I think what the president's trying to do, and what many senators and others support, is closing that. Why that should impact a lack of innovation, I think there should be more explanation on. This is trying to make the system more fair. Go ahead. Oh, sorry, I'll come back to you. Go ahead in the middle.
Thank you, Jen. 18 U.S. senators have written President Biden urging him to designate Cameroon for TPS. Is that something he's willing to do?
That's an assessment is made by a process led by the Department of Homeland Security, so I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time.
And on his approval rating, when he came into office last year, he was around 60% and even more, and now he's around 40% and sometimes less. Who does he blame now? Putin, Trump, or you, the communication team?
Oh, does he blame me? Oh, I don't know. I hope not. Look, I think that the president recognizes that the country is still grappling with a number of challenges that impact people in their everyday lives, whether that is a continuing fight with a pandemic that has been going on for several years, or the fact that costs are going up. Some of those are a result of the actions of President Putin, yes, as it relates to gas prices, but others are related to impacts of COVID-19 and impacts on the supply chain. So what our focus is, and his focus continues to be, on solutions to address these challenges and keeping our heads down and trying to continue to deliver for the American people. Go ahead, Weijia.
Question, shifting to Russian billionaires, because today the DOJ announced the seizure of that huge $90 billion yacht. Is there any evidence that zoning in on Putin's close allies in this way, seizing their assets, is having an impact on his calculations? And if not, what is the end goal here to try to apply pressure to Putin himself?
Well, I think it's not the only approach we're taking, right, Weijia? But it is one of the steps that we have, our national security team determined from the beginning would hopefully be effective on putting necessary pressure on. That includes significant consequences we have implemented on the Russian economy, but it also includes going after people who are in the inner circle and are close, where their actions have warranted that, including Russian oligarchs. But it is not our expectation is not that one component is going to lead to a direct change. a range of pressure points, and we're going to use all of them that we possibly can.
So what is the hope that this particular action will take? Because we're seeing so many images of yachts around the world being seized, other assets being seized.
Well, again, it's one of several actions we're taking, and I think if you look at the totality of it and the pool of the actions, the Russian economy has been on a downward spiral. There are businesses, private sector businesses around the world have pulled their business and their investments out of Russia. They are isolated from the world. The oligarchs are isolated from the world. All of these are meant to be consequences and meant to, of course, impact the calculation over the longer term.
And then just one quick one on the president's announcement last week about the strategic supply of oil.
Yep.
So, the crude prices came down. We saw that almost right away. But how long do you expect that Band-Aid will hold if OPEC does not also agree to ramp up production, which it has not so far?
Well, here's how you should look at it. It was intentionally done as 1 million barrels a day over the course of 6 months because we knew there needed to be kind of a gap filled for that period of time, where our expectation and hope is that there could be greater production by the oil companies over that course of time. There are also steps, as you've seen, this is a coordinated release around the world, and there was an announcement last Friday about that as well, by other countries to help fill the gap that we see from Russia and from the fact that their oil is not contributing as much as it had historically onto the global marketplace. And obviously, oil prices are global. I mean, it's a global marketplace. So we're already seeing, as you said, a reduction, but this is meant to be a 6-month effort to kind of bridge the gap in many ways for that period of time and ramp up production in a range of ways. Yes, you referenced OPEC Plus, but also other countries last Friday announced their plans and their intentions to release more oil to help meet the supply needs on the market. That's what we're intending to do here, and we're going to continue to look at many ways to achieve that objective. Go ahead.
Iran over the weekend said that a deal was close. We heard something different from U.S. officials only days before that. So what is the current assessment of that deal?
Well, our assessment is that the onus for concluding this deal is squarely on Iran. Together with our European allies, the United States has negotiated the roadmap for a mutual return to compliance through the Vienna talks. The President will re-enter the deal if it's in our national security interests, and both ourselves and our allies are prepared to conclude a strong agreement if Iran is prepared to do the same. What we've seen, however, is that Iran has raised a number of issues that have nothing to do with the mutual compliance under the nuclear deal, and that is where our focus and our objective is. So we would encourage Iran to focus on the deal negotiated in Vienna rather than seeking to open issues outside the Vienna context or casting blame, of course, on others for a pause in the talks.
Is the White House making any push this week, last-minute push, to get another Republican or two to support Judge Jackson? And secondly, if you could reflect on what Senator Graham said about if Republicans were in control, that she wouldn't even get a hearing.
Let me say on the first part that our view continues to be that Judge Jackson's credentials, her record, warrant bipartisan support. We've seen some of that to date, but certainly we're going to continue to work the phones up until the last moment here, but I can't make a prediction for you on what the end result of that will be. I would say on Senator Graham's comments, I think the best questions are probably posed to Senator Graham. I would remind you all that he has previously voted for Judge Jackson when her record and her credentials were exactly the same as they are today. So it seems like there's more questions that could be posed to him. Go ahead.
As a follow-up on the Supreme Court confirmation hearing, Republicans have said that they wanted to, this would be a respectful and fair process, and it's been very contentious. Given Senator Graham's comments, what do you think is the nature of the Supreme Court as we look ahead for future, not just this Supreme Court nominee, but for future nominations, given the contentious comments from Senator Graham?
Well, look, I think that our view continues to be that qualified nominees, those who meet every objective bar of qualification, of background, should be considered and treated with fairness as they go through the process. us. That's how President Biden is going to continue to operate, and that's how we would expect every member of the Senate to continue to operate. So obviously his comments are disappointing, but our focus needs to continue to be on supporting Judge Jackson and her path to the Supreme Court. Go ahead.
Jen, I wanted to ask two questions, one about refugees and one about the Supreme Court. Sure. On refugees, the 100,000 number that the president put out when you all were in Europe. Yeah. Can you talk about how you arrived at that number and at what preparations are being made at this point to accept those refugees? I haven't seen the State Department really put out a lot of detail yet.
Yeah, I expect we'll have more soon, and I think the understandable questions are kind of the prioritization and how the process will work and what the models will be. All very good questions, and we're just working through the final pieces of the policy process at this point in time. In terms of the number, it doesn't mean we will reach that number. As you know, while there have been a startling number of refugees, individuals who have been kicked out of their homes because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the vast majority of them want to stay in neighboring countries, and that continues to be our expectation. But this is just an effort for us to play a role beyond the historic amount of humanitarian assistance and support we're providing to neighboring countries to ensure that we can find a pathway for those who want to come to the United States to come here too. But we're still finalizing the policy details, and hopefully we'll have more soon on that for you.
I wanted to ask one more on the Supreme Court. Yep. President Biden was asked last week about Justice Clarence Thomas. I believe he said something, or he said it was up to the Justice Department or the January 6th committee on whether Justice Clarence Thomas would recuse himself from any of those cases, those being the January 6th cases. Judicial ethics mean that the Supreme Court justice generally makes his own decision on recusals. Does the president still agree with the view of the Justice Department or January 6th committee should decide? Has he taken a position at this point on whether Justice Thomas should recuse himself?
That's a decision up to the Supreme Court. We don't have an additional position from here. Go ahead.
They were friends from the time they were on Foreign Relations Committee together. So in terms of Japan has the largest number of U.S. troops, is there some way that they could be involved as a country that also went through war with this current situation in Russia? And do you know if they've been included in some of these discussions going forward?
I know that that they have been included in a part of the conversations, including during President Biden's recent trip to Europe, and that our partnership and friendship with Japan continues as we discuss how to help support Ukraine through the invasion, Russia's invasion. Go ahead. Okay, we have one or two more here. Go ahead.
I mean, the Ukraine crisis, we know United States and Russia are still working together on Afghanistan issues. Actually, last Thursday, March 31st, there's a meeting in China with the U.S., China, and Russia delegations over this issue. Can you describe the working relations between U.S. and Russia on this meeting, and what's China's role on it? Do you worry China might take advantage of the tension between U.S. and Russia right now?
And just to make sure I'm unpacking your question and what you're asking about, you're asking about a meeting on Afghanistan between Russian, U.S. and Chinese officials. Yes. I would really point you to the State Department. I'm happy to get more details on it and see. I would note that Russia and China are both members of the P5+1, and obviously we're continuing to pursue a diplomatic deal there as well. So there are other examples of us working even as we are horrified by the atrocities in Ukraine. Okay, last one.
Thank you, Jen. Moments ago, you said that it was ludicrous that Russia would be allowed to sit on the UN Human Rights Council. I'm wondering if the president wants to see China remain on that Human Rights Council as well, given that his administration has already made a determination that China's engaged in genocide against the Uyghur people.
Our focus right now on the international stage on this question is on Russia, given the invasion of Ukraine and given what we're seeing, the photos from Bucha, others that we may see in the future. Obviously, we will continue to press publicly and privately where we have concerns about human rights violations, including as it relates to China. Thanks so much, everyone.
And that was the White House response. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to hear just moments ago a news conference from the Russian ambassador to the UN. He's actually doing a news conference and talking about his side and how, well, he doesn't believe there are any war crimes being made by the Russians. So we'll hear that coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. Moments ago, the Russian ambassador to the UN speaking ahead of tomorrow's UN Security Council meeting, doing a news conference right now and blaming the Ukrainians, not the Russians, for the travesties that we are seeing and the war crimes play out right now. Just today, the White House calling for Putin to do a trial for war crimes. And right now, let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Is a lie. We have never objected to having a briefer on Monday, and it is the obligation of the presidency to arrange for that. From our side, we didn't request a briefer. During the Russian presidency, we duly arranged for such meetings at the request of the Western delegations, even in the middle of the day or night, regardless of a very complex geopolitical context and constant provocations vis-à-vis our country. I would like to stress the UK presidency openly rejected our request to convene the meeting on April 4th, and they did it twice. Since the situation around Bucha kept evolving overnight, today we requested an urgent meeting of the Council at 3 p.m. However, the presidency took the liberty to qualify that there is no reason to convene an emergency meeting. As they put it, the UK does not believe that the situation in Bucha is calling for immediate attention of the Security Council. This is a unilateral assertion of the UK presidency, not a decision of the Council members. You can see clearly now what a rule-based order promoted by the UK and other Western countries means in real life. It means them imposing comfortable rules with total disregard of international law and established rules of procedure of the UN Security Council. This behavior is very illustrative and reveals true attitude of the West to the Ukrainian people. While blocking the discussion on Bucha, a clear-cut provocation in classic Goebbels style, risking to have serious implications for international peace and security, the Western delegations rushed to convene a Security Council meeting on the education of girls in Afghanistan some time ago. So you can see where the real priorities are. The reason why the Western delegations do this is very simple. It would not benefit Western cause if the Security Council meeting is convened by Russia, since this would shake anti-Russian narrative they are comfortably promoting. the Western delegations prefer to blend in the situation in Bucha with the discussion of the humanitarian situation at the meeting they convene tomorrow, to shift the focus away from the staged provocation by the Kiev regime. To this end, the UK, by its own discretion, added our agenda item to tomorrow's briefing. We have never approved that. Yet another illustration of their behavior. I would like to recall Rule 2 of the Provisional Rules of Procedure of the Security Council. It is explicit that the Presidency should call for a meeting at the request of any member of the Security Council. What we see now is a shameful and unprecedented abuse by the UK of the President's prerogatives. At the same time, this is a demonstration of weakness, showing that the Western delegations had to resort to this to this maneuvering to try to shut the Russians' voice. It only proves the point that the Western delegations care neither about the real situation in Bucha nor about the Council authority. Abusive, condescending, colonialistic line of the UK presidency is undermining the very foundation of the UN, and we will yet to assess the implications. The presidency is entrusted by the Charter to lead the Security Council. The UK failed to lead. It is a disgrace for the British diplomacy and an undeniable stain on its reputation. Given negligence of the UK presidency, we decided to convene this press conference to shed light on the Western-backed provocation of the Kiev regime in Bucha. I would like to present you to the real facts about Bucha. During the time that the town has been under the control of the Russian armed forces, not a single local resident has suffered from any violent action. For as long as the town was under the control of the Russian armed forces, locals were moving freely around the town and using cellular phones, so they could post in the social media any photo and video footage on any theoretical harassment if this was the case. However, that didn't happen. Let me address the developments in the chronological order. On March 30, following another round of talks in Ankara, Russian Ministry of Defense have announced the withdrawal of forces from a number of regions, including Bucha. That fact was confirmed the next day by the mayor of Bucha. In his video on March 31st, Anatoly Fedoruk presented the withdrawal of Russian forces as a victory of Ukrainian army. Interestingly, he had not mentioned any mass atrocities, dead bodies, killings, graves, or anything like that. It is hard to imagine that a city mayor can forget to address such a devastating scenario. Let me show you the video posted by Mr. Fedoruk. As you will see, he looks happy and smiling. It is hard to imagine that he is acting like this against the backdrop of a massacre in the streets. Перевод есть?
Дорогі друзі, шановна Бучанська громада, 31 березня віддав історію нашого населеного пункту всієї територіальної громади як день звільнення від російських орків, від російських окупантів нашими Збройними силами України, наших населених пунктів. Тож сьогодні констатую, що цей день є радісний і велика перемога наших Збройних сил на Київщині. І ми обов'язково...
I will not translate it, that's in Ukrainian, but that's what I said. He's happy that the Russian troops withdrew, and that's a great victory for the Ukrainian army. And nothing mentioning about any atrocities that happened in the city. This video in 24 channel on the 1st of April, and I would like to stress nothing about atrocities was revealed on April 1st. Let me show a photo of Jean Belenyuk, a deputy of the Ukrainian parliament, who, according to his reports in social media, visited Bucha after regaining control by the Ukrainian government. As you can see, he is also smiling. He is joyful. In his reports, he mentions no dead bodies, not a single reference to atrocities. Давайте, Федь. Sir? On April 2nd, the National Guard of Ukraine posted on official resources a video from Bucha. Let me show you the footage. The video captures members of Ukrainian armed forces entering Bucha. The footage shows no dead bodies in the streets. The Ukrainian military interviewed several people in different locations across the town. None of them said a word about any massacre or mass killings. Camera also captures videos behind these people with no dead bodies inside. Треба буде якась допомога чи що, скажіть, що ми будемо там і будемо тут казатися, якщо ви щось необхідно допоможе. That is in half Russian, half Ukrainian. Все надо? Да нет, ничего. To sum it up, there are no reports of the atrocities which are accredited to Russian military in Bucha, which happened before Ukrainian army took the control of the city. 4 days after the Russian military left the city of Bucha, there was not a single sign of atrocities. I repeat, not a single reference to it anywhere. The infamous video depicting bodies on the city roads only appeared on April 3rd. It is full of discrepancies and blatant lies. According to its authors, the bodies were lying on the streets for at least 4 days by the time the video was filmed. However, the bodies are not stiffened. How is that possible? It is against the law of biology. The bodies do not have signs of decomposition known to forensic experts, including cadaver stains. The wounds contain no blood. Another point illustrating that this video is fake. The Ukrainian forces use either blue or yellow armlets or stripes because members of the Ukrainian militia do not always wear military uniforms. Local civilians in Bucha wore white stripes on their support arms, on their upper arms when the Russian forces were stationed in Bucha. That was done to prevent misidentification of civilians from members of the militia. When Ukrainian forces entered the town, they fired at the people with white stripes, killing the civilians. There is a video showing a conversation between members of Ukrainian units. It was published in social media by the so-called Territorial Defense, a radical nationalist fighting group. One of the radicals asks if he can shoot at the people without blue stripes. The other confirms that this is permissible. Russian speakers know that, but let me translate for the rest of you. Question behind the scene. There are folks without blue bands. Can I shoot him? Can I shoot them? Answer, of course. I hope the evidence we demonstrated today leaves you with no illusion that the video circulated by the Kiev regime is a crude forgery. It doesn't stand any scrutiny. However, some Western leaders, for example, German Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz, French President Emmanuel Macron, and of course British Foreign Minister Liz Truss, have already lined up to promote this false narrative. What happened in Bucha is exactly a false flag attack by the Kiev regime and its Western sponsors. The possible goal of this provocation is horrifying and brings back the nightmares of the Nazi crimes during the Second World War. Vladimir Zelensky, once he arrived in Bucha, hinted that this incident justifies any uncivilized response. By this, basically, he confirmed that the Kiev regime considers genocide as a method of warfare. Now the nationalists have a pretext to commit a real massacre of innocent Ukrainian people, executing them as traitors. We want the world to stay alert, and we call on the Council not to let this horrific cleansing to happen. To conclude, I would like to reiterate that the Russian military forces act in strict compliance with international humanitarian law and do not target civilians and civilian objects. If we were pursuing aggressive goals like those of the US-led coalition in Iraq, the scale of losses and devastation would be worse by digits, like in Raqqa and Mosul, that were bombed by the US to ashes, killing thousands of civilians, including women and children, whose bodies were left unburied for weeks and even months. I think that you will hear from me more tomorrow because more information is coming, and I think that the truth that what happened in Bucha will reveal itself very soon.
Let's follow for the questions.
Thank you, Fedor. Thank you, Ambassador, for this press conference. On behalf of ANCA, Valeria Robeco from ANSA News West Service. So my question is, do you think that what happened with the meeting in the Security Council that didn't happen because Great Britain said no and the UK said no, and the fact that the United States' intention to pursue Russia's suspension from the UN Human Rights Council, do you think that these actions can undermine the negotiation effort for a humanitarian ceasefire, and what are the next steps you're planning here at the UN?
Of course they do. Of course, Human Rights Council is not our piece of cake, so to say. We are in another format. But I think that that this is again unbelievable what the West and the rest are trying to do with Russia today, trying to exclude it from whatever multilateral forums we are having in the world. I think yes, I'm saying yes to what you're saying. This is again unprecedented, and this will not facilitate or encourage or be helpful to what is happening between Russian and Ukrainian peace talks.
You did.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. On the other side, the Ukrainians have presented footage of people, Ukrainians, who've said that their loved ones have been killed by Russian troops, civilians not doing anything. And also their footage, the footage that's been shown. We've seen a little bit that you've shown, but do you consider that the statements of these women and family members who've watched their own loved ones being killed by Russian troops are fake?
Look, this is a warfare, and in warfare anything happens, and you cannot exclude that civilians are dying in a war, and that is a sad fact of life. But the footage that we are being presented with, in particular in Bucha, on which I spoke, does not give us any doubt that that was a stage. That was a stage, and we will present more evidence on that tomorrow when we speak in the Security Council.
I'd like to ask you one follow-up question. The Ukrainian Prosecutor General, Irina the situation in a town called Borodyanka may be worse than Bucha in terms of people who have been found killed. That town was also occupied by Russian forces until recently. Do you know anything about that?
Frankly, no. I just hear it from you as you speak. Yes, Pamela.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Fido. Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. It's Pamela Falk from CBS. My question is about Bucha. There are pictures, there's eyewitness evidence. What are you saying about how this happened? And you did show us pictures of 2 pregnant women who were fake photos, and we saw one of them give birth and we saw the other one die. Why do you believe that the pictures and the story you're getting right now and telling us are true about Bucha?
I just saw a footage today on the Russian television of the lady that gave birth in Mariupol, and she admitted that that was a fake. She's a Ukrainian blogger named Mariana, I forgot her surname. She admitted that was a fake, that she was made to make that footage. Now, if you look carefully at what you see in Bucha, about the corpses that lie on the streets, that were never existing before the Russian troops left, before they left, and suddenly they appear on the streets, lying on the road, one by one, right and left. Some of them are moving, some of them are signing, showing the signs of life. You cannot escape from an understanding that is a stage. That is a stage, that is a fake, that this is a provocation, because as I said, and you know it perfectly well, that besides the warfare, we have an information war, and the information war is raging, and we have evidence that that was premeditated, that was arranged by the Ukrainian information warfare machine, so to say.
And that, therefore, you're blaming the Ukrainians for actually putting these bodies there?
One thing you cannot deny is that Ukrainians are using people as a human shield when they hide behind them in buildings, in what do you call it? In residential buildings, which they use to call fire on themselves.
The second woman who was pregnant, by the way, did die.
What?
The second woman in that photo died, and the baby died. So,
if that is the case, I'm sorry for her. I really am. You may believe me.
But part of the question is then the bigger picture. Martin Griffiths just came from Moscow. Is there no resolution to the? Is there any possibility of a ceasefire?
And the question is from which hands she died, by the way, because they claimed that it was the Russian airstrike, while the evidence shows that the building doesn't show the evidence of the airstrike, that was an explosion. But in any case, on Martin Griffiths, on the resolution, we offered a resolution last week, which they rejected. They said no, because Russia as an aggressor cannot offer anything. We are trying to get people out of out of cities and provide them with free evacuation, which they also deny. They say no, Ukrainians can only leave to the West. They cannot leave to Russia. They have no right to do so, despite the fact that 500,000 Ukrainians are already in Russia. And believe me, there is no xenophobia to Ukrainians in Russia, and it has never been. Despite what is happening with Russians around the world today, perhaps last year. But let's be frank, and I'm grateful to the Americans that they are not up to that. But what is happening in Europe, how they treat Russians only because they have Russian passports, that is incredible. That is unbelievable. I leave aside the issue of sanctions, which are beyond any understanding, but the way they are treating the people in Europe, the Russians, is something that goes beyond any understanding.
Well, since you brought it up, why?
Sherwin, please.
Thank you, Ambassador, for doing this. Just two questions. Would Russia, for example, welcome an independent investigation? You talk about the misinformation wars, the fog of war. It's difficult to understand who's giving you facts and who's not, right? So would you agree to an independent mechanism to investigate the atrocities that we both can agree are happening in Ukraine? And then a second part, sir. What is so egregious about the 24-hour delay? To help us understand, this meeting that you requested for today is happening tomorrow. So what is so outrageous about this delay?
Look, the question is who is doing the so-called independent investigation. We've seen lots of independent investigations which were not independent at all because they are politically motivated, biased, etc., etc., etc. What about the meeting? That is absolutely clear. What the aim and the idea is about it is not to let us to present our views and to go ahead with their own interpretation of the situation. But I'm afraid for them that by tomorrow many things will come to surface which they wouldn't like to hear. So perhaps they lost time not to having meetings today and postponing it till tomorrow's. Thirdly, I do not recall, not just in my memory here, but in the procedure and tradition and rules of the Security Council, that the presidency would deny a country a meeting whenever it wants to, because the council should meet, if that's an emergency meeting, in 3 hours after the announcement. And I've been in these situations myself many times over. I heard your question today that you asked Barbara. I listened to the interview, which she never answered. I mean, we've been accused of atrocities. We are being accused of not observing the rules of war, etc. You asked about Raqqa and Mosul. What did she answer? She just evaded. She went sideways. Anyway. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow you will hear more from us. I promise that I'll be more factual, even more factual than today. Thank you very much.
Okay, we were just listening to the Russian ambassador to the United Nations saying that tomorrow he will even be more factual than he has been and was today. That's quite a stretch there from the ambassador, as we have seen so many of these atrocities, especially in the outskirts of Kiev, in communities like Irpin and Bucha, and so much. We've seen these horrible images, especially over the weekend. And of course, there will be a Security Council meeting at the United Nations tomorrow, expected to condemn those Russian atrocities there in and outside of the capital of Kyiv, also in Mariupol as well. So we'll be tracking that story. We've been hearing from especially U.S. leaders, European leaders. President Biden spoke out about it today. We heard from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. So we have you covered with all the latest developments in Russia's war in Ukraine on day 42 since the invasion began. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris talking about education in the nation's capital. Just a few moments ago, we'll also be hearing from senators on the floor, including the Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Dick Durbin, talking about the nomination and soon-to-be confirmation of Ketanji Brown Jackson. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Vice President Kamala Harris visited a school in Washington, D.C. today, all part of the administration's efforts to improve education, not only in the nation's capital, but also nationwide. Here she is meeting with some of those students today. You can see her there, kind of fist pumping some of them in this classroom in Washington, D.C. Right now, though, we want to hear from the vice president. She made some remarks at this school today, talking about the administration's priorities when it comes to education and also the infrastructure of education. Let's listen in.
Engineers and teachers, young people filled with so much passion and purpose. And our future will be determined, I know that, by these young leaders. And our nation, therefore, has an obligation to ensure nothing limits their ability to learn, to grow, and to thrive. So today, our administration is releasing the Biden-Harris Action Plan for building better school infrastructure. This plan contains a number of initiatives that will improve the learning environment for public school children across our nation. And today I'll provide a few examples. For decades, our country has chronically underinvested in our public schools. And far too many of our school districts have gone without important repairs and upgrades to buildings and to classrooms. For example, upgrades to heating, to ventilation, and air conditioning systems known as HVAC systems, which was highlighted, as we know, during the course of the height of the pandemic. In schools with outdated HVAC systems, classrooms are often too cold in the winter and too hot in the spring and approaching the summer. And of course, that harms our students and their ability to concentrate and to perform all year round. And it threatens the health and well-being of students, of teachers, of staff, and administrators. One school, for example, in St. Paul, Minnesota, that that I've been told about had to pass out wet towels and water bottles in the days before summer break because classroom temperatures were pushing 100 degrees. A dozen students had to be sent to the nurse's office. Schools with inadequate HVAC systems are also more likely to have poor indoor air quality. Studies have shown that breathing such air day in and day out can, of course, trigger allergies and asthma attacks. And we know that schools in low-income and minority districts are more likely to have dangerous indoor air quality. This is just simply unacceptable. Unacceptable. Today, the Department of Energy, therefore, is launching a $500 million grant program funded by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law to enable public schools to invest in energy upgrades. And these grants can be, and will be used on a number of the issues that we have just discussed, such as improving school HVAC systems, similar to what happened right here at Thomas Elementary with the help of Mayor Muriel Bowser and the representative who is here, and Eleanor Norms Houghton, who's here and has been a leader for so long. I cannot thank you enough for all that you do. I just want to take a point of personal privilege, if I may, and if we can just... Eleanor Norton has been fighting for the children of D.C. for as long as I can remember. I looked up to you in your role of leadership when I was a student here at Howard University, and so many of us look to you always as a voice of conscience for what our country deserves and what the children and the people of Washington, D.C. deserve. Thank you so very much. I'm so glad to see you. And these Department of Energy grants can also be used to install energy-efficient windows, solar panels, and better insulation. And they will, of course, prioritize underserved districts. These grants will also save schools money. In most school districts, the second largest yearly expense after salaries is the energy bill. These grants will help schools reduce their energy costs significantly, savings that can be reinvested in the school, to hire more teachers, to make long-needed repairs, or to invest in new technology to support learning. And at the same time, these projects will create good-paying union jobs for electricians and carpenters and painters and more. Every public school in the country is eligible to apply for these grants, and I encourage them to do so. Now, we know that the school day does not start when students set foot on school grounds. It starts when they get on the school bus or on their bicycle or when they lace up their shoes and walk out the door. And that is why our administration is working to ensure students are safe and healthy when they are on their way to and from school. For example, through the Department of Transportation's Safe Routes to Schools, we are providing funding for schools to invest in safer walking and biking routes. And again, because our theory of the case, and I don't have to tell anyone here, their school day starts from the time they wake up, which don't have me start about what that means in terms of all the responsibilities that we have as a society to understand that if we want to care for, protect, and support the children of our nation, we must do that in the context and the families in which they are being raised and address the needs of that family as well to be able to provide the best that we can for those young people. And for those students who take the school bus, we are investing in a program that is especially close to my heart. Yellow school buses are our nation's largest form of mass transit. Yellow school buses. Every day, millions of children ride on diesel school buses, breathing toxic fumes that can harm their health. When I was senator, I introduced the first bill to electrify our nation's school buses. And I'm proud that the bipartisan infrastructure law invests $5 billion in the EPA's Clean School Bus program to help school districts electrify their fleet of buses. To all the students, who are watching today, you are the leaders of today and tomorrow. And as we take on the challenges of the future, I'm looking at our students, we need your help. Okay? We need your ideas. We need your intelligence. We need your ambition, and I want you to always have ambition. And we need your aspiration. All right? Thank you. And in that way, our world, our nation and our world will be all that it can be. And I will make this promise to our young leaders that we will continue to fight to ensure that you have every opportunity to not only succeed, but to thrive. We are counting on you, and when I look at you, each one of you, I know our future is bright. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Vice President Kamala Harris there today speaking to this school and meeting and taking photos with some of these students here, talking about the administration's priorities about what public schools need, especially as we come off the COVID-19 pandemic. We know so many public schools have had to make accommodations, especially including kind of outsizing their budgets in order to make those accommodations to have schools safe after the pandemic. We just want to show you some of the sights and sounds from one of these classrooms that both Vice President Harris visited alongside Secretary of Energy Jennifer Granholm and Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona. Here's some of that from earlier.
Addison.
125.
Wow.
Yes.
Who needs a little calculator on their phone? We got you, right?
I'm a calculator.
Yeah.
I know what 2 times 2 equals.
What is 12 times 12?
144.
Yeah.
I know what 2 times 2 equals.
What is it?
4.
And Brandon is going to give you your next number. Go ahead, Brandon. Brandon wants you to do what?
Now decrease by 100.
Brandon wants you.
Look
Brandon
at you.
wants
You're
to
going for the big
decrease
numbers.
by 100.
Good.
Calling somebody to give you the new number, Brandon. Who's that?
Nazir.
Call him so we know who's it.
Yes.
What's your new number? What's your new number?
25.
Yeah. Nazir, go next. Go ahead, Nazir. Give us one more.
Decrease by 1.
1. Okay. Decrease by 1.
Keeping it light.
Okay, Nazir, you can call on someone.
And now it's
Oh, you're going to give us the number. All right. Thank you so much, Nazir. Thank you. Let's increase now by 200. Let's try that.
Wow.
Let's increase by 200.
It's good use of math vocabulary. Increase, decrease.
Oh, yeah.
Who's gonna do this?
Okay, that's fine. You can stack it up. Yeah. What's our new number now?
225. 4.
Okay, so I just wanted to show you some of these sights and sounds from the school there in Washington, D.C. with members of the Biden administration alongside Vice President Harris, talking about the administration's priorities and goals when it comes to public education. This all comes on the heels. We got word earlier today that Fox confirmed Vice President Harris's Deputy Chief of Staff, Michael Fuchs, is leaving the administration. This comes after a number of high-profile departures from the Vice President's office. We'll be tracking that as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. We watched it live earlier that the Senate Judiciary Committee was tied, 11-11, in a vote to refer Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the floor. There will be a procedural vote tonight on the floor to discharge officially the nomination from the committee. That is according to Fox News Capitol Hill correspondent Chad Pergram. So that vote 11-11, the nomination still goes off to the Senate and out of committee. Let's hear from Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Dick Durbin talking about the Jackson nomination. He's confident that it will pass. Remember, there is very, very slim Republican support. We know that Senator Susan Collins, the Republican of Maine, said she will vote in favor of Jackson's nomination. Still waiting to see on a couple of Republican holdouts to see what they will do. But many Democrats think that the nomination and confirmation is already a foregone conclusion. Let's first hear, like I said, from Senator Durbin.
Jackson's record on the bench is one of even-handedness, impartiality, and independence. Despite this, not a single Republican on the Judiciary Committee would vote in favor of her nomination. I'm disappointed, not surprised, but disappointed. As a result, Judge Jackson will be the first Supreme Court nominee in the modern era to require a discharge from the Judiciary Committee. It's unfortunate in one respect, given that she's more prepared to serve on the High Court than perhaps any nominee in living memory, even by the standards of our Republican colleagues. During the Trump administration, Senate Republicans laid out what they viewed as the standards for supporting a Supreme Court nominee. In their own words, a nominee to the High Court should be confirmed if they meet three criteria. Let's take a look at those criteria. First, Republicans have argued that you must have a mainstream, bipartisan support for a nominee. For instance, speaking out about then Judge Gorsuch, the senior senator from Texas said Gorsuch was, quote, a mainstream nominee unanimously supported by Democrats in the past. Well, lucky for them, Judge Jackson is well within that judicial mainstream, and she has the receipts to show it. Judge Jackson is supported by multiple federal judges appointed by Republican presidents, including Judge Thomas Griffith, Judge Michael Luttig, and Judge Bruce Selya. She is supported by dozens of conservative lawyers, former Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff, Deputy Attorney General Donald Ayer, former Solicitor General Charles Freed. She's broad support from law enforcement organizations and former prosecutors. They keep saying, oh, she's soft on crime. She has the endorsement of the largest police organization in America, Fraternal Order of Police, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and 87 former assistant U.S. attorneys who have prosecuted a range of criminal offenses here in the District of Columbia. Soft on crime? The prosecutors don't think so. And like Judge Gorsuch, Judge Jackson has been unanimously supported by Senate Republicans, especially since she was confirmed unanimously by the Senate not once but twice to be a member of the U.S. Sentencing Commission and a district court judge. In short, Judge Jackson has mainstream bipartisan support right here in the Senate over and over again. The second standard laid out by the Republicans during the Trump administration is that a Supreme Court nominee must have exceptional legal credentials. We went for 4 straight days. She faced 24 hours of questioning, 24 hours. Question after question after question, written questions, oral questions, over and over. How many questioned her qualifications to be on the Supreme Court? None. Not one. In 2018, for instance, the Republican leader called then Judge Kavanaugh, quote, an absolute all-star, specifically mentioned he was Yale undergrad, Yale law, impeccable credentials. Judge Jackson passes that same test. She clerked at every level of the federal judiciary. I can tell you as a lawyer that to be a clerk for any judge is a great honor and distinction. To be a clerk at all 3 levels of the federal court, including the Supreme Court, is extraordinary. It just hardly ever occurs. It did with Judge Jackson. She served as a federal public defender, staff attorney, and a commissioner on the Sentencing Commission, lawyer in private practice. Her resume is absolutely star-studded in terms of legal experience. And for almost a decade, she served on the federal bench, handling some 1,100 matters, issuing 600 written opinions. Do you want to know what she thinks about an issue, how she thinks about an issue? Just read the written opinions on every type of legal issue imaginable that came before her. Altogether, Judge Jackson meets, if not exceeds, the qualifications of previous nominees, and the Senate Republicans have enthusiastically supported them. They should support her. The third and final standard Republicans have articulated for supporting a Supreme Court nominee is they must have a judicial record and a reputation of even-handedness. In 2020, for instance, the Republican leader highlighted then Judge Amy Coney Barrett's, quote, open-minded judicial temperament. Amy Coney Barrett. Well, by the very same metric, Judge Jackson easily passes muster. Her record on the bench is clearly one of impartiality and independence. She's ruled for and against the presidents of both political parties. She's ruled for prosecutors and ruled for criminal defendants. She's ruled for employers and employees. In her nearly 10 years on the bench, Judge Jackson has displayed no political or ideological favoritism. Some people on the far left are upset that she isn't more of an advocate for their point of view. She takes a balanced approach to it. She's never allowed her personal views to influence any outcome, and she's been a model of judicial restraint. She's been guided by precedent, by fidelity to the rule of law, and an unyielding belief that the Constitution must work for all Americans. I was listening when Senator McConnell came to the floor and announced that he would not vote for her. The number one reason, she wouldn't take a position on packing the court. Packing the court. That's a question about changing the composition of the Supreme Court, the number of Supreme Court justices. There's only been one elected official in recent memory, who has changed the composition of the court, Senator McConnell. You'll remember with the Scalia vacancy, he kept it vacant for more than 8 months, denied to President Obama the opportunity to fill it. And what about the issue of future composition of the court? Is that a requirement for someone to be supported by the senator from Kentucky? Obviously not. Amy Coney Barrett wouldn't answer the question. She wouldn't give an opinion. She, like Judge Jackson, said, that's a matter of policy. That's for Congress to decide, and it is. Judge Jackson easily passes the 3 tests the Senate Republicans have established for supporting a Supreme Court nominee, and she passed the test with flying colors. She is, simply put, one of the nation's brightest legal minds. She has outstanding credentials, unimpeachable character, and an unwavering dedication to the rule of law. She's smart, and it shows. Judge Jackson also has the temperament. I can't tell you how many times during the course of the 24 hours of questioning she faced last week in the Senate Judiciary Committee that I thought, that's it. I'm going to look up at that table and she's going to stand up and say, enough. My family, we're going home. We've had it. She never did. Cool under attack, calm under pressure, solid as a pillar. She has the acumen, the skill, the kind of attributes we demand from the Supreme Court nominee. And she's devoted her life in serving her country, always working to uphold and honor the Constitution, dedicated to protecting judicial independence, advancing freedom and liberty, and making the court, its work, and the decisions accessible to all Americans. She told that story when she was up for the Circuit Court, that her opinions are long, she said, because she wants everyone to understand her thinking, start to finish. No mystery here. And she wants the people appearing before her to understand what just happened in that courtroom. Why did they win? Why did they lose? What were the issues that were at stake? What did she think about? She takes the time to explain it because she believes in the law and she wants all of us to understand and believe it and well. I'm going to proudly cast my vote to discharge Judge Jackson from the Judiciary Committee. Later this week, I'm going to proudly cast my vote to confirm Judge Jackson as the first black woman to sit on the United States Supreme Court. Let's not, in our hurry to leave for an Easter recess, and I'm anxious as everyone is to be with our family, overlook the obvious. This is a seminal moment in American history. We are breaking down a wall that has been standing too long. 115 Supreme Court justices in our history, 108 look like me, a white guy. The others representing women, representing Latinas, and others. They're, of course, very important in history. This is too. Judge Jackson is going to be an important part of America, and she is going to inspire a lot of people, particularly young women, to aspire to greatness. She was discouraged, if you'll remember her testimony, went up to Harvard, toured it during a national debate team appearance. She liked it so much, she went back to her high school counselor in Florida and said, I think I'm going to apply for Harvard. The counselor said, listen, honey, don't do that. You're going to be so disappointed. Let's think about some other choices for you. She did it anyway. She was accepted and went up there, knees shaking, wondering if she could cut it. She not only cut it, she set records in terms of achievement, particularly for a person with her background. Her dad worked as a school teacher, went to law school, convinced her that law was the future for her as well. She told so many wonderful stories about her family. This is an exceptional woman. She's lived an extraordinary life. She has a beautiful family. She's written a record we can all be proud of. Let's discharge this nomination from the Judiciary Committee and bring it to the floor this week. Let's make history, the right kind of history for America. I yield the floor.
Senator Dick Durbin there extolling the pedigree and the judicial background and character of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, rather. We do know that Senator Schumer says he will file cloture on the nomination and set up a process to confirm Jackson by the end of this week. The reason there needs to be a vote to discharge from the Senate Judiciary Committee from their vote earlier today was because the committee tied 11-11, Republicans and Democrats splitting there on the nomination itself. That's why there needs to be a procedural vote on the floor of the Senate a little bit later tonight. Now, that vote is not the confirmation vote. That is a vote to discharge Judge Jackson's nomination from the committee. We are going to hear from another senator, Senator Mitch McConnell. We learned earlier, well, over the weekend, I believe, that he also will be a no on Judge Jackson's confirmation. We're going to hear from him. We're also awaiting some lawmakers to step up to the podium there on the other side of the Capitol. On the House side, we'll be hearing from some members of the House. Not sure on what just yet, so we'll bring that to you live. But right now, let's hear from Senator Mitch McConnell from just moments ago on the floor.
Ukrainian troops have reclaimed the town of Bucha from the illegal and illegitimate Russian invasion. And in the wake of the retreating Russians, the Ukrainians and the press have reported evidence of evil, wanton torture, rape, and murder of civilians. There are reports of mass graves, of people executed with their hands bound behind their backs. The photographs and reports are sickening and appalling. Since before Putin even began his escalation, I've spent months pushing the Biden administration and our allies and partners to get as much lethal assistance possible to the Ukrainians as quickly as possible. I've supported many of the steps our president has gotten around to taking, but in almost every case, I wish he had acted sooner and more boldly. We know of the horrors committed by Russian forces in Bucha because the Ukrainian military reclaimed the town after pushing back the Russians. These latest revelations must only strengthen and intensify our resolve to get the Ukrainians what they need on the time frame they need to liberate more towns currently under Russian control, to prevent Russia from committing new atrocities, to fight and to actually win this war. This also further reinforces what I wish more of our European friends realize. This is a time for choosing. This is not a time for business as usual, and there can be no return to business as usual whenever and however the dust settles. Europe must move more urgently to decouple from Russia. Yes, this will entail some short-term economic pain. Yes, their own short-sighted energy policies have left their countries entirely too dependent, but there are times when geopolitical realities and moral imperatives must outweigh short-term financial costs. Our partners should recognize that such a time is staring them right in the face. So should our own American private sector. Internationally, I'm sure there will be much virtue-signaling rhetoric over the atrocities committed on Ukraine's soil by Russia. Let us be honest that referrals to the International Criminal Court or invocations of the UN Human Rights Council may make people's consciences feel better, but will not curtail the atrocities or stop the violence. Only victory in Ukraine can do that. Finally, the outpouring of outrage at these atrocities should prompt a second look at other terrible actions that the world has come to simply shrug and accept. The Biden administration is right to ask the UN to expel Russia from the Human Rights Council, but they shouldn't stop there. The world that rightly recoils in horror at the photographs from Ukraine should not look the other way past Z's concentration camps or the Uyghur people. The modern totalitarianism of the People's Republic of China is no less abhorrent because it's sanitized and it's organized. The world's worst abusers of human rights do not deserve to sit on such a council. Now, on another matter, our southern border is already in crisis on Democrats' watch, and on Friday, the Biden administration announced they're going to throw open the floodgates even wider. In December 2020, right before President Biden took office, he said it would be, quote, the last thing we need if we were to end up with 2 million people on our border. But in 2021, on his watch, under his policies, that's exactly what America got. Last year saw a record-shattering 2 million arrests on our southern border. 2 million people, more than the population of 13 whole states, from at least 160 different countries. And those are just the people, Madam President, who actually got caught. 2022 is already on a track to be even worse. As we speak, border officials are encountering roughly 7,000 persons each day. And the Department of Homeland Security predicts this pace could more than double. The Biden administration's own officials say they are contingency planning for 18,000 encounters every single day. For perspective, that pace would be equivalent to 6.6 million per year, a population larger than all but 17 of our states. Now, thus far, the Biden administration has kept using a legal tool called Title 42, which they inherited from the prior administration because of the COVID pandemic. Title 42 provides a shortcut for swift border enforcement. It's given the administration a fast track to turn people around as they arrive. In February, more than 91,000 people were immediately turned around under Title 42. Another 73,000 were allowed to stay and navigate our system. So, without Title 42, instead of adding 73,000 illegal immigrants to our system alone, we would have added more than double that, 160,000 in just 1 month. But on Friday, the Biden administration announced an unbelievably bad decision. They're going to further cave to the far left that wants open borders. They're going to cancel Title 42 this spring with no real border security plan to replace it. This is such an absurd decision, such an unforced gaffe, that even some of our Senate Democratic colleagues have come out swinging. Our colleague from West Virginia correctly described this as a frightening decision to abandon an essential tool when we're already facing an unprecedented increase in immigrants. Another Senate Democrat said, quote, this is the wrong decision. A third said it shows a lack of understanding about the crisis at the border. A fourth said the move will likely lead to an migrant surge that the administration does not appear to be ready for. The problem is that these same Senate Democrats have backed this far-left administration over and over again on immigration. Every single Democratic senator supported both Secretaries Mayorkas and Becerra. Every single Democratic senator voted against preserving Remain in Mexico, voted against defunding sanctuary cities, voted against an amendment that would have funded the full enforcement of all immigration laws. And later this week, we expect every Democratic senator to vote to confirm a Supreme Court nominee who is a proven judicial activist on this very issue. Judge Jackson has gone beyond the judicial role to rewrite immigration policy from the bench and make it even more liberal. In one case, she ignored the plain text of the law to reach a more liberal outcome. She even tried to force a nationwide injunction on the entire country. Judge Jackson went so far beyond the law to remake immigration policy that even the liberal D.C. Circuit had to overturn her mistaken ruling. An Obama appointee wrote the decision that overturned Judge Jackson. So I'm glad to see our Democratic colleagues belatedly waking up to the border crisis and beginning to pressure the administration. 14 months late is better than never, but votes speak louder than press releases.
Okay, so a lot of news on Capitol Hill at this hour. We see some of these House Republicans gathering there for this news conference talking about border security. We're listening to Senator McConnell really go after the Biden administration's decision made last week to end the Title 42 border restrictions because of the pandemic for the border. They will end May the 23rd. We expect some of these House Republicans to be talking about this right now. Let's listen in.
Our fears were confirmed, more so than we even thought. Their words were so compelling that I wanted to start this press conference by showing you some of the clips of that meeting so that you can get a sense of the dire situation on the ground. We could show some of the clips.
Okay, House Minority Leader there, Kevin McCarthy, backed by some other fellow House Republicans, announced, I think earlier today, that they will be holding a tour of the border soon. But that is what they are talking about today, the border security, especially going after the Biden administration for what Senator McConnell was just talking about, doing away and repealing Title 42 is what it's called. It's a border pandemic restriction. Let's listen back in.
We got it better now. Can we turn the volume up, Ryan?
Yep. It's up.
Let's try that again. One of the things that concerns me is one with this Title 42 going away. It coincides with the heat, the Texas summers, which we're going to see a lot more heat-related casualties. We're beckoning more people to come in because they know once they get here, they're not going back. We just know that everybody knows that. They know that around the world. They know that the root cause is the catch and release system.
So, but if you just go back over the past 4 days, of the 6,000, maybe 6,500 or so that we counted, about 2,500 were expelled via Title 42. Starting May 23rd, when Title 42 goes away, we then have to deal with all of those 2,500 people, and we just don't have a plan in place for the additional resources.
As you can hear here, these are directly on the ground. They talk about what overwhelming numbers they are seeing today, removing 55% of the people that they see come through with Title 42. That's all going away in about 6 weeks. It's going to only ask for more to come. We're already seeing mayhem down along the border. But what else are you seeing because of this? Fentanyl is now the #1 killer to Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. There is no longer a few border cities. Every city in America is now a border city. Border agents told us about, because of the overwhelming movement of people coming through and the cartel's understanding, you're getting 240 miles at a time that are unprotected. The cartel's understanding where that is, where they can move people across. You know, this isn't our first time warning about this. We went down there early last year. Just talking to the agents, we found that there were people on the terrorist watch list that were being caught. After we came forward with that, you would have thought the majority party would want to do something about protecting this nation. They weren't from Central America, they were from Yemen. Once we announced it, they stopped telling us the data of how many people on the terrorist watch list they are catching. You know, President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris have said they would do something about this, and they have not. They've only opened it up worse. It's a fear for the entire country if you cannot defend. And these agents who are overworked, morale is low, suicide is now an issue. for the first time with this whole movement of defund the police, defund that sector and the Border Patrol agents. For the first time in 10 years, they could not meet their hiring requirements. They failed 200 short of where they are, and they're being overstretched. With that, let me bring up our ranking member, John Katko.
Thank you, Leader McCarthy. I appreciate it. This briefing we had today is just confirming the nightmare that we already know is coming and that's already here. Anytime in this country you hear of a drug overdose death, whether it be in Topeka, Kansas, or Syracuse, New York, my hometown, you have to understand that every single community is a border community in this country, and every single state's a border state, because the poison that's coming across our borders, that's much more easy to do because of the influx of immigrants or illegal aliens coming across, is making it impossible to stop, and it's killing our kids all over the country. Some of the quick stats for you. Right now, they're seeing about 8,000 members, or 8,000 aliens a day coming across. 8,000. Operational control is about 5,000. They expect once Title 42 is rescinded, it'll go up to as much as 18,000 a day. There's no way that we can control the border in any way, shape, or form if that happens. Now, I want you to do some math here, because all my colleagues will talk about some of the other things, but do this simple math. You cannot cross the border unless you pay the cartels a minimum of $4,000. So if you have 8,000 a day coming across times $4,000, that's $32 million a day, which is $1 billion a month going to cartels. So what are they doing with this money? They're investing in being able to make fentanyl themselves and not have it imported from China. They're investing in cyber criminal activity. They're creating basically states, nation states within Mexico that are criminal organizations that are further going to destabilize Mexico. And for the first time in our nation's history, we have a very good chance, because of what's going on with this president's policies, of having a destabilized nation on our border. So it's far more than just the aliens coming across. It's far more than just the drugs coming across. This is a national security issue that's going to further get worse as this time goes on this summer. It's going to get much worse when they rescind Title 42, and it's a damn shame because our country can't handle it. And next, I want you to hear from Yvette Harrell.
Well, you know what the word of the day is? Hypocrisy. And guess what? That's been the word for over a year now, because this administration fails to hold into place the policies that actually worked to help keep our nation safe. And to think that we're allowing this administration to put the health, welfare, and safety of the American people at risk. But here's what's crazy. I have people in my district, kids that are still wearing a mask to school, elementary school. Military personnel who are losing their careers in the military because of mask mandates or vaccine mandates. I have problems in the district that are related to this COVID-19 that we're all dealing with, and yet we turn a blind eye and we let whoever wants to come in our country come in with not so much as a test. This is the hypocrisy I'm talking about. It is running rampant. We invited the vice president down to our district, the border czar. She didn't come. Why? Because she doesn't care. We have met with more ambassadors in our office, and probably everyone on this stage, than she has, because we understand the importance. We understand the value of the American people, and what we're doing right now is unsafe, it's not smart, and there is no reason for it, because we know we can keep this border safe. Now we've put more pressure on the Border Patrol and the communities in and around the border to where, like Leader McCarthy just said, every community is a border community. Americans deserve better than this. We can do better than this. We have to keep Title 42 in play. We have to protect the American people. And let's get away from using the word hypocrisy. We're tired of it. Americans are tired of it, and they should be. We can do better. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Congressman Chip Roy.
Thanks, Yvette. I want to thank Leader McCarthy for holding this press conference on such an important issue. John, for your leadership on border security issues. You know, Yvette introduced legislation about 14 months ago to make Title 42 be required to be enforced. We filed a discharge petition a year ago. Now we're up to, I think, around 210 signatures virtually every Republican has signed that discharge petition to force a vote on the floor of the House to require Title 42 to be used, but not one of our Democratic colleagues has joined to sign that discharge petition. You might want to ask why. That's one of the things I don't want to ask our friends in the media, to ask our Democratic colleagues why. Ask them if it's okay that 500,000 people came into the United States last year that were known gotaways, or that 700,000 people were released into the United States last year. Ask them if that's okay. Ask them if it's okay that right now in Texas on Interstate 10 or I-35, which runs up along the district I represent, or 281, which comes up out of San Antonio, or I-10 heading into Houston, ask them if it's okay that there's a little girl right now that's going to be taken and put in a stash house in Houston, Texas, because the cartels are moving her for profit to put her into the sex trafficking trade. Ask them if they're okay with that. Because I can tell you in Bernie, Texas, a suburb of San Antonio, we had 9 people in a car last year caught by local law enforcement. The person driving the car was an American citizen employee of the Cartel del Noreste of Los Zetas, and was moving those people, 8 people in that car, to a stash house in Houston to put them into the sex and labor trafficking trade. One of the boys had paid $4,000 to go pick grapes in California. We get dozens of these stories every single day. We asked Brandon Judd, we asked our friends at the Border Patrol Unit, is this an invasion? And he didn't even hesitate to say it's an invasion. The amount of violence right now going on in warring cartels, where they're making the level of money that John referenced, the hundreds of millions of dollars, they're moving human beings for profit, fentanyl into our communities, people dying in suburbs all across America, taking Xanax laced with fentanyl. In Austin, Texas, University of Texas football, right? Sam Ellinger, Jake Ellinger. Jake Ellinger died taking Xanax laced with fentanyl. This is happening in our communities across the 100,000 people across the country last year died from from fentanyl and opioid overdoses. In the 80s, we were upset about 10,000 dying from cocaine overdoses. Think about that. That's the result of these open borders. Ask Democrats if they're okay with all of that. That's the question I hope you'll ask them, and I'll turn it over to my friend Tony Gonzalez from Texas.
And I'd ask, can we afford for this border crisis to continue? Can we afford for Democrats to continue to turn a blind eye? This should be bipartisan. Everybody should want a stable, secure border. It shouldn't take Leader McCarthy traveling down there last year to bring issue to it, or traveling down again here soon to bring issue to it. You know, this year alone, there's been over 7,000 special interest aliens that have been apprehended on the southern border. That's an issue. Terrorism doesn't have a face. When terrorists try to kill Americans, they don't care who you voted for. They don't care the color of your skin. They don't care how much money you have in your pocket, who you go to bed with, who you pray to. None of that matters. We should be coming together. The House Intelligence Committee should be focused on securing our southern border. The other piece of this is there's a human piece to this. You know, we had one of the agents mention that there was just a suicide. So in the Border Patrol, we had a Border Patrol agent that just committed suicide a few days ago. There was a human piece to this that is missing. Last week, there was a 32-year-old woman from Guatemala that fell off the wall crossing in Tornillo, Texas, and she was unresponsive. She later died at the hospital. Oh, by the way, she was pregnant. 2 weeks ago, there was a four-year-old little girl that drowned, that was swept away in the river in Del Rio. Title 42 goes away, and these numbers double overnight. There should be nothing partisan about these deaths, whether they're Border Patrol agents, whether they're undocumented, whether they're migrants, doesn't matter. This is something that we should all come together, and it starts here, and I would argue the Republican Party has a plan to do that on day one when we take the majority of the House. With that, I'll turn it over to Debbie Lesko.
Thank you. I'm from the border state of Arizona. Border security is the #1 polling issue in Arizona. You can see it in the U.S. Senate campaign commercials. You can see it in the Arizona governor campaign commercials. And I tell you what, Biden just hurt Mark Kelly's reelection campaign by saying that he is going to undo Title 42. Biden and the Democrats have done everything they can to support totally open borders. Just think about it. On day one,
All right, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, the Republican from Arizona, joining so many of her Republican colleagues right there in this press conference talking about border security in the wake of the announcement by the Biden administration just last week that Title 42 is going away on May the 23rd. Of course, that was that pandemic border restriction, and essentially many migrants who wanted to come over seeking asylum, many were deported because of the threat of transmitting COVID-19. It's been in place for the last 2 years, and it is going away May the 23rd. Many Republicans outraged at that fact, saying there is going to be quite an influx of migrants coming across the southern border, knowing that they can now seek asylum since they have not been able to for some time in specific cases. This all comes on the heels as well of Kevin McCarthy's announcement today that he'll be leading another trip to the southern border later this month. He made that announcement on Twitter earlier today. We also have a live look out of the Senate floor at the moment. The Senate is now voting on a motion to
Mr.
discharge.
Johnson, Mr.
We're
Johnson,
hearing
no.
The tally right there.
Mr. Menendez, Mr. Menendez.
But the Senate is now voting on that motion to discharge Judge Jackson's nomination to SCOTUS from the Judiciary Committee. This is a procedural step, remember, because the committee was deadlocked in an 11-11 vote on Judge Jackson's nomination. It only needs a simple majority to move forward on the Senate floor. And of course, we're still a few days away from the final confirmation vote for Judge Jackson, of which we know there is one Republican yay so far, Senator Susan Collins of Maine. We'll see if there are any more. So we're all tracking these stories on Capitol Hill, but just wanted to alert you to another story that we are following. Here's some video from last night in the Dallas area. This was a terrible shooting at a kind of field party, an outdoor party. One person dead, many more injured. We'll have an update from Dallas in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. Dallas police now say 16 people were wounded in a shooting at an outdoor concert that also left one man dead. We're just taking a look at some video from the scene. The youngest victim, though, just 13 years old. The mass shooting is leading to changes in the Dallas Police Department's policy for providing off-duty security. Right now, joining me outside of the Dallas Police Headquarters, Fox 4 reporter Lynn Ann Nguyen with the latest. Lynn Ann, what do we know at this hour?
Well, earlier, Dallas police told us that the injured victims are all stable. They're still investigating, but also noted that the event, which drew hundreds of people, did not have a permit.
Shouldn't have been allowed to happen in the first place.
Dallas police are still looking for the shooters responsible for Sunday's early morning mass shooting. Police say someone fired a shot into the air near an event stage. An argument started, and someone else fired into the crowd, causing panic. Cell phone video captured the barrage of gunfire and chaos. When officers arrived, they found 26-year-old Keelan Gilmore lying near the stage, dead with a gunshot wound to the head. Gilmore's family was not ready to talk on camera about their loss, but shared that he leaves behind a 7-year-old son.
We will be looking at these incidents. It's our job to leave no stone unturned to see how we can keep our community safe.
Dallas police are also looking into how a large-scale event took place under the watch of off-duty police officers when the event organizers did not have a permit. In Dallas, a permit is required for events with more than 100 people. Chief Garcia says 7 off-duty officers were working security at the event, but left around 11 p.m. before the shooting happened. It's unclear why they left at that time, but in a memo Monday, the chief announced several changes to the department's policies. He made it clear officers are not allowed to work non-permanent events and now must confirm event permits with the Special Events Unit. They also must submit detailed information about the event, and division and watch commanders, along with dispatch, will be notified.
While the off-duty employment was approved, these officers should not have been working the event that had no permit.
Monday afternoon, a few people were still cleaning up debris from the all-day event, which featured several hip-hop performers and an Easter egg hunt for kids. The chief saying he will work with city leaders to prevent a tragedy like this from happening again.
We have to look at if there are ways that we can strengthen policies, procedures, ordinances that we have in the city. We can't just throw a police officer at every problem. Making sure that if there's promoters promoting events, to ensure there's a strong background process on promoters and the events that they're bringing to our city is something that needs to be done.
And the chief also tells us that they are working with the district attorney's office to see how the landowners as well as the event organizers can be held accountable. We did reach the event organizer by phone today. He did not want to comment, but he did share in a statement that they had additional security personnel in addition to those off-duty Dallas police officers. They also stated that they did not expect a turnout that large and things just got out of hand. We'll send it back to you.
Linan, what do we know about any leads for possible suspects? And are police, still questioning people who were at this party over the weekend? What other security measures were put in place?
The chief really kept that close to the vest today as far as where they are in their investigation. They did not share who they're looking for, how many shooters, but as far as the other security measures in place, that statement from the event organizers said that they had 60 security personnel total, as well as those off-duty Dallas police officers. They said that they had metal detectors as well as no bags allowed, but of course we know that at least a couple people did manage to get a gun inside. Back to you.
Fox 4's Linan Nguyen outside of the Dallas Police Department. We'll talk to you again. Thank you. Okay, right now we want to show you some of the press conference from Dallas Police earlier today talking about this event. 1 person dead, 11 more injured following that shooting at that field party just last night. Of course, this dovetails with yet another tragic mass shooting up in Sacramento, California, that left 6 people dead over the weekend and multiple people injured. We'll have periodic updates from live on the ground in Sacramento throughout the night here. But first, out to Dallas.
And proper promoter oversight, we can better be prepared for events and crowds, making sure events are as safe as possible and comply with our city ordinances. The same goes for us as a police department. We did have Dallas police officers working the event while off duty. While the off-duty employment was approved, these officers should not have been working the event that had no permit. We're looking at our internal policies to take a closer look at approvals for these type of jobs, ensuring that they comply with city ordinances and policies. It is the summer, and these events will be popping up all around the city. We want people to enjoy our city, but it should be done safely and legally. I want to warn the public that city ordinances will be enforced. If you have an event, whether it's at a city park, a venue, or an outdoor location like this past weekend. And if you need to have a permit, you will be held accountable. The job of the men and women of the Dallas Police Department is to keep this city safe. I stand behind my people. If any event requires a permit, unsanctioned, unpermitted in any part of our city, and needs to be broken up for safety or security, and there is reason for it, I support my men and women in their judgment. I realize that this might not be a popular decision, but if it saves lives, it's one that must be made. We'll be meeting with the city regarding these types of events, what can be done from a legal standpoint, possible to existing laws or ordinances. We must work together to ensure the safety of the people who live and visit here. People coming to an event should worry about enjoying themselves, not to have fear if they will make it home at night. We will have challenging days as a city, and this was one of them. But we also need the community to trust us in the great work the men and women of this police department do every day. And with that, we'll open up some questions. Yes,
this is the second mass shooting in 2 weeks. What do you say to the public that's concerned about violence?
Well, these two incidents that have occurred, when we look at it, 2 incidents have resulted in 26 victims. Our goal in this police department is to reduce the number of incidents that we have in the city and thus reducing the number of victims. As we look, and I understand that these incidents obviously get a lot of notoriety and headlines, and 1 victim is too many. I think we also need to look back at where we're at as a department as a whole. As we look at violent crime, year to date in this city is down 13%. Aggravated assaults in this city are down almost 9% year to date. Gun-related offenses in this city are down 6.5% year to date. There are 381 less victims of violent crime year to date than last year at this point, coming off a year that this department made strides in reducing violence. And so although these incidents are serious to us, they're serious to the victims and their families. As the summer is getting closer, as we know, in most major city, it gets busier. We need to make sure that we're looking at all the blind spots we can possibly have to further reduce the number of victims that we have in the city. And so obviously we will be looking at these incidents. It's our job to leave no stone unturned to see how we can keep our community safe.
Is the organizer facing any charges or fines for this?
We will be discussing it with the city attorney's office for both the promoter and landowners as well to see what avenues that we can take. But absolutely, we're going to be looking to see how we hold individuals accountable.
And Chief, you said that there was no permit at the event, but the promotional flyer said that there were police that would be on site, or DPD would be on site. Are you aware of any DPD officers at the event that were acting as security?
Yeah, actually, I just said that a little bit ago, where we are aware that officers were there, that there were some internal procedures that weren't, that they got approval to work, but that they shouldn't be working events that were not permitted. They did leave prior to the violence that had erupted, but certainly we're looking at as a department to tighten that up as well. Although, we don't want to, although that's an internal issue that we're going to be dealing with, the reality of it is that these non-permitted events and the fact that we don't yet have a strong promoter ordinance in place that we are looking for as well, is what's leading to some of these events.
Can you tell us the age of the minors that were shot?
Well, I think we'll have that information. We'll have that information for you later through the PIO's office.
The officers that left, you said they left at one point.
Yes.
Did they leave for any particular reason, as in being alerted that there wasn't a permit, or
we're still working through the reason why the officers had left when they did leave. Again, although we're definitely working on our internal process for the communication, the reality of it is that it was the unpermitted sponsored event that drew the crowds, that didn't have the safety protocols in place. That's the major issue, but obviously our communication needs to get better as well, and we're working through that. I'm sorry?
You were suggesting should have been shut down because it did not.
Well, I'm suggesting the event shouldn't have been allowed to happen in the first place. But again, our officers were there, I believe, on Saturday evening, the night that it was believed to have a concert there. But again, that's something that we deal with here as a city, large city. Most large cities deal with it as well. But again, looking at these events, making sure these events are permitted, making sure that if there's promoters promoting events, to ensure there's a strong background process on promoters and the events that they're bringing to our city is something that needs to be done, and something that I've spoken to city leaders about, that we're going to be moving forward to look through and working with the city attorney's office. Yes, sir.
Chief, with the efforts of your police department, you use the term a blind spot. How blind of a spot could this have been when the hundreds, if not thousands of people were at that event in a city area, as you say, an unincorporated city area where police officers were there? Did they not actually even communicate with this department about patrol, traffic flow, concern about public safety, even before one shot was fired, to your knowledge?
There were several calls that were in that area prior to the event. But again, the magnitude of what had occurred there, obviously in such a rural area, if we've all seen the map of where this is at, was a challenge. And so again, it's incumbent on us to look ahead, to do our best to have intelligence in place, to see when these events are occurring, to see if events have permits, to see the individuals that are promoting the events, and really to take as we can. As you know, in a very large city, there's going to be a lot of events that happen, and be as diligent and work as diligently as we can. We know that these events, some of them can lead to this type of violence, and there's a reason why permits are in place. There's a reason why there are some areas in some cities that have promoters ordinances. These are areas that we definitely need to look into as a city and a department.
Chief, touch on the need for an ordinance. From your understanding, do you think this council promoter didn't follow already established city guidelines, or do you think that the city needs guidelines?
I think it's probably a combination of both, to be frank. I mean, I think obviously for the location where this was at, there's certain things that come into place as a police department's perspective as to whether events would be safe or not. I don't believe this would have been one of them. In addition to that, there's laws and ordinances that can be placed on books with regards to promoters and ensuring that there are responsible promoters bringing events to cities. That's something that we are looking in. It's something that in my former employer in the city of San Jose had a promoters ordinance, and it's something that we're gonna look at and see if we can bring here.
Did you put the on-duty officers?
I believe there were 7 that left at approximately midnight?
10 or 11 o'clock.
They left at around 11 o'clock prior to the shooting.
Do you have any video or any leads? Do you have any leads or videos of the shooter or the event?
Right now, again, the only thing I'll say about that is our homicide investigators are working diligently as do on every case. We take this very seriously. Obviously, we want our community to be safe, particularly when we know that there's individuals trying to have a good time. We want people to have a good time. We just want to see this violence, and our investigators are working very, very hard.
Just so the officers.
Hold on, let me get someone who hasn't asked one. Hold on real quick. Anybody else hasn't asked one that wants to ask one?
Last one, guys.
Since no one has, I'll back up. I want you to speak to the concern about guns. Not only this event, but the one on both in John, et cetera, We talk about drug gun violence daily, the numbers right now. But as the police chief of the city and seeing these kind of events, I've got an adolescent or a college-age kid who's going to these parties, and they're just randomly being shot. Talk to me about your concern about gun violence in the city.
I just came back from a conference with other major city chiefs in this country. There's not a major city chief in America that's not concerned about gun crime in their city, not one. And I feel the same way. We have a plan that our men and women are implementing. I know, as I mentioned before, that these incidents obviously should garner the attention that they're garnering, but at the same time, I don't want to lose sight of the tremendous work that the men and women of this police department do to reduce our gun violence in the city, as I just had explained. And so again, we have to look at if there are ways that we can strengthen policies, procedures, ordinances that we have in the city. We can't just throw a police officer at every problem. I have a tremendous relationship with our city council, an incredibly supportive mayor, and a city manager supports his police department, that I can guarantee you that if we need things to assist us to keep the city safe, that we'll get there.
Just a quick clarification, those 7 officers that left around 10, so there were no off-duty DPD officers when the shooting occurred?
To our knowledge, there were not any DPD officers when the shooting occurred.
And when they were there, what capacity were they serving? Was it merely presence, or were they kind of directing security?
I think they were there as a security. And again, we're working through that. There's 2 different parts of this, right? We're dealing with the crime. I mean, you got to understand, we got to kind of split these up a little bit. We're dealing with the crime that occurred and deal with that. Myself as a police chief then has to look at internally, how could our processes work better? But however, I don't want to take take the onus away from the fact that this non-permitted sponsored event, that should have been permitted, that we should have had an understanding what was occurring, that helped lead to this. So we're dealing with the crime. We want to find out whoever was responsible for it to make sure our city and our residents know that these men and women are committed to them, and I have to deal with the internal communication as a police chief separately.
Was there private security also part of the team?
I believe there was private security as well.
Can we go in Spanish for a little, or we can do it on the side?
Yeah, we can do it on site.
Dallas police there updating the press and the public about this horrible event that happened at this field party last night. 1 person dead, 11 person injured. We just spoke to a reporter about what the police department is going to do to change some of its policies, especially regarding off-duty police officers working at these types of events. If there are any more on this story, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we'll be getting more and more updates throughout the evening as well up in Sacramento, California, about that mass shooting that happened over the weekend that left 6 people dead. I just want to go back, though, very briefly to Capitol Hill because we are learning that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is getting even more Republican support. I just want to put this tweet up for you, put out by Republican Senator from Alaska, Lisa Murkowski. She says, after multiple in-depth conversations with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson and deliberative review of her record in recent hearings, I will support her historic nomination to be an Associate Justice on the U.S. Supreme Court. Literally, also minutes ago, we just got word as well that Senator Mitt Romney, the Republican of Utah, did just put out a statement saying he, in fact, will also support Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. He says, quote, after reviewing Judge Jackson's record and testimony, I have concluded that she is a well-qualified jurist and a person of honor. While I do not expect to agree with every decision she may make on the court, I believe that she more than meets the standard of excellence and integrity. I congratulate Judge Jackson on her expected confirmation and look forward to her continued service to our nation. So that is significant. Now, 3 Republican senators have voiced support for Judge Jackson, all but really ensuring her confirmation, a historic nomination and confirmation process for what is soon to be the first African-American woman justice on the Supreme Court in U.S. history. Of course, we are learning from Senator Schumer, and this is a live pick of the Senate floor right now. Senator Schumer says the final confirmation vote will come a little later this week. What's happening right now is a vote on a motion to discharge Judge Jackson's nomination from committee. This is a procedural step, remember, because the committee was deadlocked earlier today, 11-11, on the nomination. So we'll have more from Capitol Hill a little bit later on tonight. There's a live look at the Capitol there. It is almost 7 o'clock on the dot, almost 4 o'clock on the dot here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have more stories where that came from after the break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for joining us here. We have a lot more stories left to get to. We were listening earlier in live on the Capitol Hill to House Republicans talking about the president's, in their words, really botched border immigration strategy, all ahead of an announcement by House Minority Leader McCarthy that they will be going on a visit to the southern border a little bit later this month. This all comes on the heels of the administration's decision last week that they will be doing away with Title 42, that border pandemic restriction that's been in place since COVID-19 began. Let's hear from some more of these House Republicans as they take some questions from reporters in the room.
The story of appeasing cartels and failed foreign policies. And I think many have noted that our president has not made a single correct decision on foreign policy in the 47, 48 years that he's been in office, and that's true when it comes to this crisis. You know, Secretary Mayorkas testified in front of the House last year, and he said that the border was secure. Yesterday, we had 8,000 people illegally cross the southern border. And what we heard from Brandon Judd and other Border Patrol agents today was that there are times in that 240-plus mile stretch that's completely unguarded because we have Border Patrol agents who are literally now being made into administrative officers. And there are times where we have no idea how many people and who is crossing our border. Why won't Secretary Mayorkas admit that our border is not secure? And I'd like to call on everybody here, especially in the media, to ask that question. When Secretary Mayorkas comes to this House tomorrow and meets with people, I'd like you to ask him if the border is secure. I'd like you to ask Secretary Mayorkas if he believes that it's secure. And if it's not, what is his plan? Because with the rescission of Title 42, the estimates are not 8,000 people a day, but 18,000 people a day. That is the impact, and that's the story of abandonment. That's the story of an abdication of the responsibility to keep our country secure, one which this administration has not done.
Let's go. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Two quick sort of logistical questions. Number one, are you planning on holding any votes on like resolutions or trying to force any procedural votes related to?
Yeah, as you listen to Chip Roy, it's based upon Yvette Harold's bill. We have a discharge petition with more than 210 signatures from Republican members. We hear Democrats talk in the press asking the president not to remove Title 42. This is their opportunity to bring it to the floor. So it really ends with them.
The second question was, I thought I heard Congressman Gonzalez reference another border trip. Is the House Republican Conference planning another border trip? And
yeah, I have a trip. We have never stopped going to the border. One of our first trips were just in last year around March is when we discovered we took a large group down. We discovered catching now people on the terrorist watch list, but they have been continuing. I would say almost 2/3 or almost every single member of our conference has been.
And next week we're having the fourth to San Diego that I've been involved in.
Yeah.
And the 19th
Every group has been sending people down. I'm going to have another trip that I take down and bring members later this month. But yes, you should go with us sometime. Yes, sir.
Do you think Secretary Becerra last week in his testimony was fully honest when he said that Title 42 will remain in place so long as the folks at the CDC and others give us the facts and the science to show that in order to protect public health, they can and will use Title 42 to protect Americans, and the next day the announcement comes?
No, I don't. And if you raise that question, the Speaker just extended proxy voting here in the House based upon COVID. I just flew with a mask on based upon the extension that they believed within COVID. Remember, Title 42 goes beyond just COVID itself. So there's a number of reasons why they should maintain it. Yes, ma'am.
Do you think it's advantage for Republicans that Democrats are holding a hearing now on this matter? Do you think this gives you guys a way to say that?
I think this is too serious of an issue to play a political advantage. It's one side or the other. It goes down to the foundation of your nation. It goes down to the security of your nation. It goes down to the human trafficking. It goes down to fentanyl. There's so many elements to here. And you listen to a president who said that he wants to secure a border. So much that he put his vice president in charge, who's only been to it one time. To a president who's been in office more than 42 years, and the closest I've ever found that he came was in a car driving by El Paso. In a concern that numerous times from both sides of the aisle has asked this president to engage about the concerns on the border. Just his language, in our very first time down to the border last year, there was a line of individuals there, and Tony, correct me if I'm wrong, when we were talking to them, we asked them why did they come and how many days did it take them. They had been walking for more than 18 days. They said, because Joe Biden invited us. That's what they believed based upon his language. This was right after the inaugural. He can start by saying, don't come. He can start by using every avenue to secure the border. But on his very first day, he stopped the securing of the border with stopping the building of the wall. The only reason you still have Remain in Mexico is because a court told them to do it, but they're not upholding it. Remember to the American public what Title 42 is. If you catch somebody coming across the border illegally, you can send them back to their country. Not everyone gets that, only 55%. You're not testing an individual for COVID, but you're sending them somewhere into America. It's a catch and release. How many people do you think are going to be at that border next month? How many people have already started coming to the border knowing what May 23rd day is? And don't believe it's just Central America. They come from 160 other countries. We've had people from Russia, Uzbekistan, you name it, they're there. That's the concern. And who's making the money on it? The cartels who are becoming stronger. I remember having a meeting with Tony and some of his mayors talking about the number of days the schools had to be closed because of the shootouts coming across the border. It's like more than 40. Can you imagine kids going to school, but the schools being shut down because of another car chase from the cartels? Becoming more powerful. Have you watched some of the footage of what goes on just on the other side of the border? Looks like it comes from Ukraine. The burning of the cars. That's directly across from this nation. Yes, last question, we got votes.
You all always talk about every state as a border state and how the issues connect, but do you feel like that the voters and constituents are connecting those?
I think they are now when they sit back and look at every day a new person dies from fentanyl that had no idea where it came from, that didn't buy a drug that for fentanyl, but purchased something else, had no idea what's coming. I was home the other week and I picked up my local paper, the Bakersfield Californian, and there was a mother who was inviting the community to her son's funeral because he had just died of fentanyl, to warn them. Yeah, it happens in every single state, in every single city, in every single community. It doesn't matter how wealthy, it doesn't matter how good a family you are, it could touch them all. You just saw 3 weeks ago in Florida, 6 kids OD. They're the very best kids. They came from one of our academies. 2 of them who OD didn't take the drug. They simply did what they thought was right to give somebody mouth to mouth because they went into cardiac arrest. And they did as well. That is how powerful fentanyl is in coming across with no knowledge that that's what was in it. So yes, every single city, nobody is safe because this administration is not securing our border. Thank you for coming. It's very important.
Okay, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy there, flanked by fellow House Republicans, kind of previewing this trip that they will take down to the southern border, lamenting the Biden administration's policies that they say are just not enough to combat, especially a lot of the fentanyl that is coming over the border there, and also really going after the fact that the Biden administration is doing away with Title 42. This was a coronavirus pandemic restriction down at the border. It's been in effect for the last 2 years. no longer on May the 23rd. And there you heard from some of these House Republicans say essentially, millions of migrants are waiting for this to be gone so they can come into the United States to make their asylum claims. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be giving you an update as well about this tragic shooting that happened over the weekend in Sacramento that left 6 people dead, multiple people injured, a suspect now in custody. We'll have a live report from the scene in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to get a report right now and an update about this tragedy that happened over the weekend in Sacramento that left 6 people dead. We now know a suspect related to what may have happened is now in custody. Joining me live from the scene is Fox 2 reporter Emma Goss with the latest. Emma, good to see you. What do we know at this hour?
Andrew, earlier today, police arrested a related suspect, 26-year-old Dondre Martin. He's charged with assault and illegal possession of a firearm, but importantly, not with homicide. SWAT teams and detectives recovered 1 firearm after searching 3 homes in the area. A chaotic and violent scene broke out at 2 a.m. Sunday at 10th and K Street in downtown Sacramento. As concerts let out and bars closed, a crowd began fighting in the street. Then, gunfire erupted, killing 3 men and 3 women and injuring a dozen others. Police say they've recovered 100 shell casings from the scene. At least 3 buildings and 3 vehicles were damaged by gunfire. The shooting victims range in age from 57 to 21. John Taya Alexander, Sergio Harris, and his cousin Devazia Turner, Joshua Hoy Lucchesi, Yamil Martinez Andrade, and Melinda Davis. A business owner along K Street says Davis was a familiar face in downtown and lived on the street near the shooting.
One of the homeless women that I know, I recognize her as she's going around. She's been here for a long time, and she just got caught in the crossfire, and it's unfortunate.
Give you an idea of what it was like earlier.
Surveillance video from a nearby apartment building shows Cathedral Square, the site of Marcus Davison's vow renewal. Hours after the family celebration cleared out, people are seen running from bullets. One man, apparently struck, limps away.
There was lots of yelling and things like that.
Davison, originally from Oakland, was celebrating with his out-of-town guests at bars just feet from where the shooting happened. His party turned in 30 minutes before shots rang out.
It was unbelievable that it happened, but by the grace of God, we were lucky that some of the choices we made determined our outcome to be a little bit safe.
Memorials now line the streets of downtown Sacramento. At Capitol Books, the general manager set up candles and a message of healing in the window.
There were bodies outside this door.
Yeah, I cleaned blood off the window this morning.
While most of the bookstore staff took a mental health day off, she's taking comfort in the hugs and phone calls coming in from loyal customers.
Nothing's going to be quite the same. Yeah, but okay, we're still here. We're going to continue to thrive as a community.
Dondre Martin is due to appear in court tomorrow. As mentioned, he's a related suspect not charged directly in the shooting.
Emma, thanks for that update. You know, I was struck, just having been to Sacramento once, right by the cathedral there in the square. That is not very far from the state capitol itself, the California state capitol. What's Governor Gavin Newsom saying today?
He responded immediately after the shooting yesterday. He said that this is a call that it's not just California with some of the toughest gun laws in the nation. It really requires federal mandates and a bigger conversation nationally about gun control.
Yeah, and of course, we're expecting some type of vigil in the 7 o'clock hour. What else are we going to hear from authorities in their investigation? Do we expect a press conference anytime later tonight? And it looks like we lost Emma's shot there, unfortunately. When we do get, maybe we'll speak to her a little bit later, but we are expecting that vigil a little bit later tonight there in Sacramento as the community comes to remember these 6 individuals that lost their life over the weekend, including the many that were injured in this. And if we do get any more updates from police and law enforcement about their investigation, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll have more updates on Russia's war into Ukraine when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We still have this live picture on the Senate floor at this point in time. They just voted by a final vote of 53 to 47 to discharge Judge Jackson's nomination from the committee to the floor. Like I said, we now know 3 Republican senators are joining their Democratic colleagues in voting yay for the confirmation. Later this week, they are Senator Collins from Maine, Murkowski from Alaska, Romney from Utah. So 3 Republican members supporting Judge Jackson's confirmation. And of course, we will bring that vote when it happens a little bit later this week here on Live Now from Fox. And we're also going to be having more and more updates from our reporters on the ground in Sacramento with the latest on that tragedy that happened over the weekend, that mass shooting that left 6 people dead. We know a suspect is in custody, 26-year-old Dondre Martin. Police recovered over 100 shell casings at the scene. This was a very large, very chaotic scene, and we'll be speaking to more reporters a little bit later on, in addition to this vigil that will be held there later tonight. Right now, let's hear from Fox 13 in Tampa. They do a really great summary of what you need to know about the latest in Ukraine as we get so many of these horrific images and pictures of these atrocities carried out by Russian forces. Here's Fox 13 in Tampa.
And sickening attacks on civilians. The images of bodies in the streets are driving shock and outrage around the world. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here with mounting evidence of war crimes and crimes against humanity. Craig.
We'll start with the circumstances, and they are certainly grim. The Russian invaders we see have failed to capture the capital city of Kiev, and with that have been pushed out of the outskirts of the capital city by the Ukrainian resistance. And though they failed to capture the capital, though, the Russian invaders certainly succeeded in carrying out a reign of terror and torture and murder that is very difficult to describe, really. And with that, of course, the images that we're about to show you are very graphic and very disturbing as well. But they may also be a turning point in the war, in amassing support for Ukraine and in providing important evidence in a future trial against Russia. For the past 40 days, we've seen the Russian invaders maim and kill Ukrainian civilians with a fury of bombs and missiles. We've also seen Russia encircle and trap civilians, cutting off their flow of food and water for weeks. And now we can see evidence of Russia also killing civilians execution style, with their hands tied and shot in the head. As the invaders left Bucha and other cities in the outskirts of Kiev, they left behind hundreds of bodies, many of them civilians who appear to have been bound and shot at point-blank range.
Then they shot him all over this side, the chest, and another shot went slightly below the temple. It was a controlled shot to the head.
It's horrific and chilling, and exactly what intelligence sources knew the Russian invaders would do. Richard Moore, the head of British intelligence, said we knew Putin's invasion plans included executions by his military and intelligence services. And Human Rights Watch has also documented cases of Russians inflicting a rampage of rape and torture in addition to the point-blank executions.
Such things I don't understand, I don't comprehend. The kids who were killed and tortured, so it wasn't enough just to kill.
Ukraine, the United States, EU, and UN all say it's very important to carefully document all of this, as it could be evidence in a coming international war crimes or genocide trial against Russia.
He is a war criminal, but we have to gather the information. We have to continue to provide Ukraine with the weapons they need to continue the fight, and we have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial.
You have several entities from the government of Ukraine to Poland to much of the media in Europe describing what we're seeing now as genocide. President Biden, when asked if he thinks it's genocide, he said no, it's a war crime. And that's where there are legal distinctions in words, although there are certainly similarities between a war crime or crime against humanity or genocide. And at this point, the Biden administration feels that it's very important to choose words carefully because it has implications for future trials. And investigations are already underway to hold Russia accountable once we get through this war.
So, Craig, how is Russia responding to the discoveries in Bucha and the other communities outside the capital?
By denying it, by saying it didn't happen, that Russia had nothing to do with it. And in follow-up, Russia contends that it withdrew from those areas, Bucha in particular, on March 30th, and that somehow bodies were placed there after the Russians left, perhaps killed by others. But if you look at satellite images, they clearly show those bodies had been there during the Russian occupation and had been in the streets for a matter of weeks, perhaps as a ploy to terrorize the survivors.
Wow. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
And Fox 13 in Tampa there, Craig Patrick specifically does a really great job summarizing and putting into context what this means going forward. War is so horrific. We're going to be talking to some national security experts as well about what this means. We heard President Biden call Putin a war criminal today as he came back from Delaware from over the weekend, but we'll be also tracking what the international community is going to do. Remember, there are international organizations, institutions that are responsible for holding leaders accountable who commit war crimes and the like. So we'll see if there's any movement on that front, but the pictures and the video have just been horrific to watch. Right now, on the Senate floor, they're talking about this very same thing. Senator Rob Portman, the Republican from Ohio, has a placard next to him on the floor with one of these horrible images that we have seen over the weekend, talking about what the U.S. needs to do in our response.
Of Ukraine. This is the 8th week in a row that I have come to the floor to talk about the illegal, totally unprovoked, and brutal Russian invasion of a sovereign country, their neighbor, Ukraine, who only wants to live in peace. Over the weekend, all of us saw the brutality of what Russia is doing. We saw it up close through shocking videos and photographs. More than 100 civilians, not soldiers, but civilians, lying in mass graves in Bucha, a suburb of Kiev. Yesterday, Human Rights Watch released a report documenting specific atrocities, including rapes and executions. President Zelensky painted a vivid, heartbreaking picture this weekend when he spoke of, and I quote, civilians left on the streets with their hands tied behind their backs, killed execution style, end quote. Here's one photograph of the shocking scenes we saw over the weekend of civilians left in the streets as the Russians pulled out of Bucha. But it's happening all over Ukraine. These kinds of human rights abuses and war crimes. The administration called for an investigation into war crimes on Sunday. That's good. Of course these are war crimes. The United States must press other countries and must be persistent to ensure that a tribunal is established, that these war crimes are prosecuted and people are held accountable. Last week, Senator Dick Durbin and I, as co-chairs of the Senate Ukraine Caucus, organized a meeting with 4 members of the Rada, which is the parliament in Ukraine. We were also joined by the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Oksana Makarova. These women told us of the human toll in this fight, which they described as a fight between good and evil, between tyranny and democracy. They talked about the fact that Ukraine can be a symbol for victory of the West if we support them more and if we help them win. One of the members of Parliament described for us the scenes from Mariupol, the massive shelling and bodies lying in the streets there, too, because it's too dangerous to go out to recover them. One parliamentarian told us of being separated and often out of touch with her husband, who is in harm's way with the Ukrainian military. Well, she's here telling us these stories to encourage us to do more. One said that there are 30 Russian soldiers living in her grandmother's house. They forced her out into the bitter cold. They all told us with anguish and urgency what needs to happen. More sanctions, more military assistance, more quickly. One of them said, and I thought this was well put, freedom has to be armed. Freedom has to be armed. I agree. I believe Ukraine can be victorious if the United States and our allies, especially the Europeans, help them to be victorious. And that means helping them more. They're fighting with heart, and though badly outnumbered, making progress in key parts of the country. We've seen this in the region around Kiev, where they're pushing Russians out. This is the time to redouble our efforts to help ensure victory. It's now been 38 days since Russia's assault began. Russia is also now trying to redefine their objective, saying that it was never their intention to seize Kiev and the other major urban centers. Of course, we know that's a lie. They tried very hard to seize Kiev. They just weren't successful because the Ukrainians fought back so valiantly. So we need to watch the Russians' actions, not their words. And their actions in the south, in the eastern part of the country, are that they continue to bomb, and bomb civilian targets. The most important reason Ukraine is winning these battles is, of course, the fighting spirit of the men and women of Ukraine, the patriots who are taking the fight to the Russians on the battlefield. They're well trained, and we in the West are part of that. For the last 4 years, this body, the United States Senate, has provided funding to help train Ukrainians, and it's been very helpful. But they're also motivated to defend freedom, to defend their homeland, to protect their families. And there is no substitute for that kind of fighting spirit. And that's what the Russians are finding. We can also see the complete disregard for the rules of war by the Russian forces, including, most recently, in their actions in Mariupol. The words children in Russian were clearly emblazoned on a theater where young people took shelter. The letters were large enough to be seen from the sky to deter bombs. We probably saw that. You had a theater, and then on the outside, these huge words saying children in Russian. Yet the Russians bombed this theater. We now learn, sadly, that there were more than 300 people killed, mostly women and children, trapped in that rubble and killed when the theater was hit by a Russian bomb. They continue to violate the terms of a negotiated humanitarian corridor to help civilians flee Mariupol by shelling these corridors with artillery as people attempt to flee. For the fourth straight day, Russia continues to block the Red Cross from reaching Mariupol to deliver much-needed humanitarian aid to the city. We know that innocent people trapped there are dying of starvation and dehydration. As Russia escalates, civilian targets are being hit in various cities with cluster bombs, with vacuum bombs, even with the first ever use of a supersonic weapon. Thousands of civilians have needlessly died in this senseless war. More than 10 million people have been displaced from their homes, and over 4 million refugees, almost all women and children and the elderly, have fled the country they love, while their men have stayed behind to fight the invaders. Meeting with refugees a few weeks ago as they crossed the Polish-Ukrainian border and hearing their stories was heartbreaking. They told stories of their trauma through their tears. But although it was heartbreaking for us to hear it, they didn't want our sympathy. They wanted our protection. They wanted us to help stop the bombing. The U.S. must stand with our allies against these atrocities. The President's recent speech in Poland underscored the stakes of this conflict if Russia wins. Frankly, it will mean the international order has failed, and more conflict, death, and destruction will follow. So this is a war in Ukraine, but the implications go well beyond the borders of Ukraine. Tonight, I want to once again offer some ideas about where we can go from here. Last week, I talked a lot about our top priority on the sanctions front needing to be cutting off Russia's #1 source of revenue that fuels the war machine. And that's the revenue that comes from Russian energy sales. Energy is by far Russia's biggest export and accounts for almost half of Russia's entire federal budget. The revenues from oil account for between 40 and 50% of Russia's budget. Over the past year, the average oil revenues going back to Russia from their exports to the United States alone, just to the U.S., and we imported relatively little compared to other countries in Europe, for instance, but it was $50 million a day we were sending to Russia. Under pressure from Congress, the administration reversed course and supported blocking Russian oil, natural gas, even coal imports into the United States. Thank goodness. It made no sense for us to be helping fund the Russian war effort, especially when we have our own resources here that are actually cleaner resources that we need to provide access to. I welcomed the President's announcement in Poland last week of the creation of a joint U.S.-European Union task force to reduce Europe's dependency on Russian energy and strengthen Russia's strengthen Europe's energy security. That agreement is a good step forward. I'm glad that we agreed to do that and got the Europeans to sign up to this agreement. But to make it work, to make it actually happen, we've got to support domestic energy producers here as a means of supporting our national security. Especially with this Russian invasion, the importance of the United States having an all-of-the-above, robust approach to power our nation, which includes fossil fuels, carbon capture technologies, hydrogen, renewables, and nuclear power, cannot be overstated. As a practical matter, if we want to stop the revenues going from Europe, the billions of dollars, to Russia to fund this war machine, we are going to have to change our policies here in America to provide more American liquefied natural gas to go to Europe. That's what the agreement calls for. But we are going to have to change policies to make that happen so that American energy can substitute for Russian energy. Unfortunately, we aren't off to a really good start of late. The President just sent his FY 2023 budget request to Congress, and among the proposals are the elimination of important tax provisions used by our domestic producers, including oil and gas, like the deduction for intangible drilling costs, or IDCs, which allows natural gas and oil producers to deduct costs that are necessary for the drilling and preparation of wells. Taxpayers deduct their costs of doing business. IDCs are one such cost for energy companies. Short-sighted proposals like these will serve to discourage domestic energy production at a time when we need to encourage it to help in this war effort. Unfortunately, the administration has consistently sent a message to American energy producers that one of their goals is to phase out the use of fossil fuels and make it more difficult, even now, by stifling production. This rhetoric, combined with actions like canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, billions of dollars have been invested in it, suspending new leases on federal lands and waters, and redefining things like the waters of the U.S. or WOTUS to make energy permitting harder. These things have led to uncertainty and less investment in the oil and gas industry. We need to reverse that. Again, along with renewables, there's room for all. An important initiative to build our domestic energy infrastructure is also part of the answer. We need more pipelines and we need more LNG export facilities. And that requires streamlining the federal permitting process. Historically, it can take a decade or more for the federal government to issue permits to build pipelines. We have a law called Fast 41, which improves the permitting process for big projects by requiring agencies in the federal government to work together to set out a plan and a timeline for permitting projects. It also creates what's called the Federal Permitting Improvement Steering Council, which can resolve disputes over the permitting process and get a green light on a project much more quickly, whether it's oil and gas or whether it's renewables, solar or wind. Let's use that process to provide this alternative to Russian energy. This doesn't mean not following the environmental rules. You follow them, but you get the permit far more quickly and with much less expense. We've got to step forward and lead our European allies in doing all they can to provide substitutes to Russia's energy sector. Yesterday, the country of Lithuania became the first EU country to completely cut itself off from Russian natural gas. I applaud them for taking this strong action and hope other countries will quickly follow suit. Lithuania gets it. They know that as a country that is part of the Baltics, in the region, that they could be next. If we don't do this, we're not going to be able to tighten the sanctions on Russia because we'll continue to send, again, billions of dollars to support the war machine. The ruble has recovered its value, in part because Russia is bringing in revenue from its sale of energy. Shares on Russian stock market are trading again, and Russia's VTB bank remains open for business in Europe, where it has gathered billions of euros in deposits, mainly from German savers. Our sanctions have left Russia's biggest economic lifeline largely untouched, and that is energy sales to Europe. I know it's harder for them. They're much more dependent. That's why we need to help more Since Russia's invasion into Ukraine, it's estimated that billions has gone back to the Kremlin in energy resources and revenues from Europe. In addition to cutting off the natural gas and the revenue that fuels the Russian war machine, we need to tighten up bank sanctions as they relate to energy. Sanctions for energy transactions don't go into effect against Russia's biggest banks, including VTB Bank, until June 24th. That's simply too late. President Biden must lead the alliance to do what it takes to help Ukraine win. And the administration needs to make clear their objective is for Ukraine to win. Things like a June 24th date for energy transactions is not acceptable. We need to close the loopholes in the sanctions and, of course, provide more lethal aid to Ukraine. We need blocking sanctions on all of Russia's finance and defense industry. We should expand full blocking sanctions on all the banks. I continue to call for revoking international tax and trade agreements that give Russia privileges not appropriate for a pariah country. Let's pass the end of PNTR, most favored nation treatment for Russia, here on the floor of the Senate this week. Let's get it done. Most Russian banks still have access to SWIFT when it comes to international energy transactions. That's not acceptable. This is a massive loophole that's sending blood money to kill innocent Ukrainians. This week, I will introduce legislation with Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon to disallow foreign tax credits for companies that pay taxes to the Russian government. We have bipartisan agreement on policies to ensure American taxpayers are not subsidizing the Russian war machine. And I believe we should seize, not just freeze, assets of Kremlin supporters. Last week, I introduced with Senator Bennett of Colorado the Repurposing Elite Luxuries into Emergency Funds Relief for Ukraine Act to require the Department of Justice to direct any funds resulting from the disposal of seized Russian assets to support Ukrainian refugees and reconstruction. So let's seize these assets, like the yacht.
Okay, we have been listening in to Senator Rob Portman, the Republican from Ohio, with this just horrific image next to him that a lot of us have seen by now over the weekend, images and scenes from this suburb outside of Kiev, Bucha, as many bodies littered the roads there, presumably dying at the hands of Russian forces as they retreated from some of those areas in and around the capital of Kiev. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be showing you a story down in Florida about how one gun manufacturer is assisting the Ukrainian war effort, providing arms to civilians. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. In our continuing coverage of Russia's war in Ukraine, we've been highlighting stories from Americans about how they are assisting the war effort there. One American gunmaker, though, is helping arm the civilians of Ukraine. Joining me now from Brooksville, Florida, to tell that story is Fox's Caroline Elliott. Caroline, good to see you. Hope you had a good weekend. What did you learn, and how are they getting these arms to Ukraine?
Good to see you, Andrew, and good evening. Well, Adams Arms is sending the first of 5 planned shipments to Ukraine from this factory behind us. And these AR-15s and magazines are going directly into that war zone to help arm those civilians that stayed back to fight. Now, the company's president says this is a hard hit for a small business. They're potentially losing up to $350,000 in doing this, but he says that cost is worth it. More than 2,000 AR-15s built by hand and headed for a war zone.
We're just a passionate group of people. And when liberty or freedom is in jeopardy, then, you know, we take that personally. And so for us to be able to help has just been an overwhelming feeling.
Adams Arms President Jason East says he's sending rifles to the civilians who stayed back to defend Ukraine. He says gun stores in Ukraine sold out almost overnight after the Russian invasion, and his business partners in Kiev needed weapons.
It's that demand that led them back to us. Our specific resource is still there. He has chosen to stay there, do his job. Distribute weapons to civilians, and then join in the effort himself.
The U.S. government approved and expedited the shipment, and it's expected to arrive in Ukraine within a month. Those on the production line at Adams Arms say it's an honor to answer the call for help.
As an American and as a veteran, I served, and a lot of other people served, because we wanted to make a difference. And if you remember when 9/11 happened, a lot of people joined the military here. And my graduating class, there was a lot of people that joined from that. And for Ukraine, this is that moment for them.
And companies have to be careful with these shipments because we're told there's always the risk of the Russians intercepting them. So as a precaution, the company is staggering these deliveries over the next month. In Brooksville, Florida, Caroline Elliott for LiveNOW.
You know, Caroline, like you were saying, this does nothing. This really disadvantages their bottom line, and yet they're doing it anyway. Do they plan to keep doing it throughout the duration of the war?
Andrew, and that's one thing that's just been so extraordinary about this is we've really seen the best and worst of humanity from this war. So many American companies, so many volunteers stepping in. We're seeing that firsthand right here in Florida. Andrew.
Caroline Elliott there in Brooksville, Florida. Thanks for bringing us this story, Caroline. Talk to you again.
Talk to you soon, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
All right now we want to give you the latest updates from the Pentagon on the war in Ukraine there on day 42. We heard from President Biden today calling Putin a war criminal after we saw those horrendous images out of those suburbs of Kiev as Russian forces retreated. We're going to hear from the Pentagon about what the U.S. posture is going forward. Remember, the administration reiterating the fact yet again they're not sending any U.S. troops to Ukraine specifically. Let's get some more updates.
A couple of things to go through at the top, and we'll get at your questions. I think you saw on Friday the department notified Congress of additional assistance activities under authority provided by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, and under that initiative, DoD will provide up to $300 million in security assistance to bolster Ukraine's capacity to defend itself. This, of course, underscores our unwavering commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and their territorial integrity in support of their efforts to repel the Russian forces inside their country. You've probably seen, if you haven't seen, we can get you the list. I'm not going to read it right now. There's a quite extensive, detailed list of what some of these capabilities are, including unmanned aerial systems and some tactical secure communications and other like capabilities. We've now committed more than $2.3 billion in security assistance to Ukraine just since the beginning of this administration, including more than $1.6 billion since Russia's invasion. Unlike presidential drawdown, USAI is an authority under which the United States procures capabilities from industry rather than delivering equipment that is drawn down from our own stocks. That's the difference here. So this announcement represents the beginning of a contracting process that will provide these new capabilities. I would hasten to add that we are going to expedite that contracting process as fast as we can. I don't have exact delivery dates for you or procurement dates today, but rest assured we're going to be moving it as fast as we can. The U.S. also continues to work with its allies and partners to identify and provide to the Ukrainians additional capabilities, and we'll certainly utilize all available tools to support Ukraine's armed forces as they fight bravely for the defense of their country. Also, I think you may have just heard the National Security Advisor just a few minutes ago say that we are in the process of committing even additional resources for material to the Ukrainian military as part of our ongoing and intensive efforts to provide them the equipment they need. So all that's to say is, as we've said many times, we're going to continue to support Ukraine's ability to defend itself. We're going to do that as much as we can, as fast as we can. In keeping with that, today, the Secretary did speak with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Alexei Reznikov, to again reaffirm our support for Ukraine. He reiterated the U.S. commitment to the provision of additional defensive assistance to bolster their capacity, and he highlighted that $300 million Ukraine security assistance initiative package that I just talked about. He, of course, also expressed outrage at the apparent atrocities that were committed by Russian forces in Bucha and across Ukraine, and reiterated the U.S. commitment to using every tool available to help document and share information in an effort to hold accountable those responsible. And, of course, they have stayed in close contact, and they will continue to stay in close contact. On the document and evidence front, I want to stress that this is an administration effort, not DOD specifically, that we, in concert with so many other nations around the world, will do what we can to make sure that that clear evidence of these war crimes are documented and preserved for investigators to look at. I don't have anything specific to speak to in terms of DOD capabilities with respect to that collection, but it's part of an interagency effort to make sure that that the war crimes are properly documented. And then lastly, not lastly, I actually have two more things. An exercise to talk about over the weekend. Iceland and the U.S. Sixth Fleet kicked off the biannual exercise Northern Viking with other NATO allies in Iceland. The exercise will run through the 14th of April and demonstrates U.S. commitment to the defense of Iceland and the Greenland-Iceland United Kingdom gap, as well as the strength of the 70-plus year defense relationship between the United States and Iceland. U.S. Navy and Marine Corps forces, including the USS Kearsarge, Amphibious Ready Group, the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, P-8 Maritime Patrol Aircraft from Keflavik Air Base, and the Henry J. Kaiser class underway replenishment oiler, the USNS Patuxent, as well as sailors from Task Force 68 and the Virginia class attack submarine USS John Warner will all participate. And then finally, while we're talking about naval issues, on Friday, the DoD did release its annual Freedom of Navigation report for fiscal year 2021. I'll let you go and look at the report. I won't give you the whole details, but it reports our comprehensive global freedom of navigation program that seeks to challenge excessive maritime claims in order to preserve the rights and freedoms and uses of the sea and airspace guaranteed to all nations under international law. In fiscal year 21, U.S. forces operationally challenged 37 different excessive maritime claims made by 26 different claimants throughout the world. Excessive maritime claims are inconsistent with international law as reflected in the Law of the Sea of Convention, and they pose a threat to the legal foundation of the rules-based international order. And with that, we'll get to questions. Lita.
John, did the minister have any specific requests for the secretary this morning that could be looked at in terms of the upcoming packages? And then more broadly, Jake Sullivan talked today about this sort of shift of focus that you all have been talking about for a while to the east. And mentioned the potential for dozens of battalion tactical groups moving that way. Have you seen evidence of battalion tactical groups actually moving toward the east at this point, or are they still in that resupply movement?
Yeah. So on your first question, I won't. We put a readout of the call. I'm not going to go into any more detail than that. I think it's safe. You can safely assume that that every time he has a chance to talk with Minister Reznikov, he invites the minister to offer whatever needs he might have. So that's a routine part of their discussions. Sometimes he doesn't even need to offer that. Minister Reznikov, of course, mentions in his own right the kinds of capabilities they're looking for. You can imagine that with Ukraine under attack the way it is, that those two leaders would not miss an opportunity when they're chatting with one another to talk about requirements and capabilities. But I won't get into more detail about specifics. And then on your second question, we do believe that the Russian military intends to focus their efforts on the Donbas area and the east. We do believe that as they move forces out of Kiev and Chernihiv and places like Sumy, that they are going to put these units into a refit regimen so that they can be resupplied, maybe even reinforced with manpower, and then applied elsewhere into the country. We think that the most likely place for them to be reapplied into the fight in Ukraine is in the east, in the Donbas. We have not seen wholesale movement in that regard. We're only just now seeing more movement of forces out of Ukraine and up into the north, but too soon to say that we can see any of those battalion tactical groups being actively resupplied and then reapplied into the fight. That hasn't really happened yet. That said, Lita, we have seen efforts by the Russian military to get more aggressive and go more on the offense in the Donbas. This is on the ground as they push south from that town called Izium and try to close off Ukrainian armed forces in the Donbas, as they now focus more of their airstrike activity on the Donbas area and the JFO, the Joint Forces Operations area, as they now press the Wagner Group to put to add to their recruiting totals and then move those contractors into the Donbas. So certainly we have seen more kinetic activity, more military operations, if you will, in the Donbas. So clearly they are definitely putting a priority on that part of Ukraine. We just haven't seen that there's been, out of the forces that are repositioning out of Kiev and Chernihiv, we haven't seen them be reintroduced back into the fight yet. Jen?
Do you have any indication, John, that these recent atrocities in Bucha were carried out by the Wagner Group, the Chechens, the mercenary groups that have been sent in, or was this something that was wide scale, at the recruit level, the conscript level that is taking place in various cities?
Okay, that voice right there was Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin asking John Kirby a question about what specific groups within the Russian military structure would have been responsible for these atrocities that we have seen there? Are they Russian conscripts, or are they mercenaries with some of these contractors and other foreign fighters that have come to assist the Russian effort in Ukraine? We'll have more on the war in Ukraine a little bit later on. We bring on national security experts to discuss the latest headlines and updates. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though, because afterward, we're going to get a live report out of Sacramento with an update on the mass shooting over the weekend that left 6 people dead. So more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're at the top of the hour here, 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock as well in Sacramento, where police have arrested a suspect connected to the mass shooting in Sacramento over the weekend. Tonight, though, an urgent manhunt still underway as police look for others. Yesterday morning's shooting left 6 dead and a dozen more injured. Joining me from the scene in Sacramento, Fox's Giovanni Ligi with an update on the investigation. Giovanni, good to see you. What do we know?
Good evening, Andrew. So police have arrested one person earlier this morning, and they still are searching for other suspects that were involved in the shooting that left 6 dead and another 12 injured here in Sacramento. So 26-year-old Dondre Martin was arrested earlier this morning. He was charged with assault and illegal possession of a firearm, but no murder charges, so it's still unclear how or if he was involved in the shooting. And this is the area behind me where it took place. This is part of the entertainment district here in Sacramento, California. And once again, the shooting left 6 people dead and another 12 injured. The shooting happened right as those clubs and bars were letting out for the evening. And right after that, there was a fight outside of one of the clubs, the police department says. And we don't know if it's related to the shooting, but moments after it began, you could hear rapid-fire gunshots followed that fight from a distance. And police did recover 1 stolen handgun from the scene. However, it's unclear if that was used in the shooting. Now, the crime scene spanned a total of almost 8 blocks with shell casings, bloody clothes, and scattered glass on almost every street corner. And a vigil will be held here in Sacramento in just a few hours to remember the 6 victims that were killed in this mass shooting.
What I can tell you is this. Investigators are working to identify those responsible for this horrific act.
Like we always do, we will get through this. We will rally, and we will be better for it.
Andrew, police are working through hundreds of pieces of evidence, trying to piece together what exactly happened and what led up to the shooting here in Sacramento. Andrew.
Fox's Giovanni Ligi there live for us. We're going to be getting reports. Giovanni, like you said, hopefully throughout the night here. Do you have any idea if there's going to be a press conference later?
So as of now, we haven't heard anything from the police department. They did send out an information earlier this afternoon giving an update on the victims. All 12 of them are in stable condition. Some of them were in critical condition just yesterday. So that's some good news coming out of Sacramento.
And just lastly, before you go, Giovanni, give us a sense of what it's like on the ground now. Is there police tape still up? Is there a lot of people out and about? What's the general mood?
Yeah, absolutely. So the initial reaction was shocking. I mean, this is part of the entertainment district here in Sacramento. People frequent these clubs and bars, and for a shooting to happen just as those were letting out was a shock to so many people. So people here are shaken up. There's several memorials set up on over my shoulder here. There's one of them. There's another one just down the road, and then that main vigil will be held later on. But that's the general mood here in Sacramento. It's a very somber and sad day.
Giovanni Ligi there live for us in Sacramento. Thanks. Okay, we're going to get another update in about the next 10 minutes or so from there as well about where the investigation is also going, who is speaking out. We heard from Governor Gavin Newsom as well, tweeting out. We heard from President Biden speaking. And Giovanni there, he is and lives in Sacramento. He's based there, so he knows this community pretty well. Well, so many cities around the country are having to weather a lot of this violence, including in the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Let's just listen briefly to Mayor Bowser there and also the police chief for the Metropolitan Police in D.C., Chief Conte, about what their public safety outlook looks like going into the summer.
The list goes on. I am fortunate for the relationship building skills I mastered while being a cadet, and they continue to serve me in my day-to-day policing as a patrol officer. Being a police officer in the same city where I was born and raised means so much to me. I am personally invested in being the best version of myself and giving the citizens of the district the best help and support I can offer each and every day. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce the Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Thank you, officer. Thank you. Thank you. Give Officer Brock a big round of applause. And it is wonderful to be with everybody this morning at the beautiful Dunbar Senior High School in Ward 5. I am happy to be with Chief Conti and members of my public safety team. And before we turn to the business at hand, I just wanted to remark on an outstanding Washingtonian who we lost yesterday, a friend, a journalist, and a great lover of all things Washington, D.C. So I know I speak for thousands of us, certainly for all of us who have literally watched Bruce Johnson for his entire career at Channel 9, of how devastated we are to have lost him so soon, but how grateful we are to have known such a bright light. So please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. So we are here to talk about public safety, and you see these wonderful professionals who are standing behind me. You heard from Officer Brock, and you're about to hear from the Chief of Police. I sent a couple of weeks ago to the Council a $19.5 billion budget. It is the most equitable budget developed under Home Rule. It is a budget that is focused on what we're hearing from the community. And first and foremost, Washingtonians want to make sure that we are investing in building a safer D.C., on making D.C. more affordable, and on creating more opportunities to keep our young people engaged in safe activities and more opportunities to ensure that they are connected to good paying jobs. It makes significant investments in our students and schools, and I'm delighted that we're going to be also recognizing and hearing from some of our outstanding principals at DC Public Schools. Give them a big round of applause. Ooh, those principals had some work these last 2 years, and they've done it with aplomb. It includes $13.5 million to dramatically expand offerings through our Department of Recreation, a $60 million indoor sports complex that will serve our entire city at RFK, and which will create fantastic new opportunities for our boys and girls to compete and train. This budget also does what DC residents have talked to me about in every corner of the city. And they want to make sure that the Metropolitan Police Department is fully staffed and resourced with the officers it needs to keep our community safe. That means hiring almost 350 officers this year and making sure that we're doing everything possible to keep the officers that we have. Currently, the department has about 3,500 sworn members. And it is critical that we close the gap between 3,500 and put ourselves on a path to 4,000 officers. So if we're thinking about why 4,000, it comes down to this. 4,000 officers is the number Chief Conti tells me we need to do 4 things. First, we have to improve our response times. We've seen those times creeping up over the past several years. The time between when you place a 911 call and when an officer is able to show up is increasing year over year, and that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Second, we need more officers so that we can increase police presence in our neighborhoods. Just the other day, I was walking on Kennedy Street, and a number of residents told me, Mayor Bowser, you had a car posted here, and we noticed and we felt safer when that car was there. but it hasn't been there in a few weeks. I haven't even had a chance to talk to the chief about it. But I told them that that presence not only makes people feel better, it actually drives down crime on corridors like Kennedy Street. Third, we need officers patrolling, and we need investigators and detectives making big cases and closing those cases. You remember we lost a child. Her name was Nia Courtney. And the work that MPD was able to do with its partners and detectives and investigators was make sure that the people who were responsible for lawlessness in and around that area at MLK and Malcolm X are being held accountable. That's what it means when we have enough officers. They're patrolling, but they're also investigating, making cases, and delivering those cases to our prosecutor. And fourth, we need to recognize and plan for the fact that MPD is being called on more and more to respond to situations that we had for the last 3 weeks. People from all over the country coming to protest this thing or that. And MPD placing its officers on the front lines to make sure that the city can function. So what I have proposed is $30 million for hiring, recruiting, and retaining a properly staffed MPD. I didn't ask for a little bit of this and a little bit of that. This is an entire package, and the package needs to move together to allow us to have the force we need. We are focused on making DC residents like the good Officer Brock here and the young people standing behind me the way we get to 4,000. We're focused on hiring more women, which we also know that our cadet program does really well. So I want to thank the principals, as I mentioned, because they make sure that the cadet program is working for us. We know how this program changed Chief Conti's life and is doing so much for our young people. So we're going to do everything possible to make sure that every neighborhood in Washington, D.C. is safe. It's my job to tell the people what we need. Our law enforcement leaders say this is what we need, and we need it all together. We need to be able to hire and train, but we also need to be able to retain the good officers that we have. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our Chief of Police, a graduate of MPD's cadet program, and somebody who is very focused and knows our neighborhoods and knows the deployment strategies that will work and is willing to work across all of our agencies to make sure that MPD can support our prevention efforts as well. So with that, the Chief of Police, Robert Conti.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's give our mayor a round of applause for making public safety a priority in the District of Columbia. I want to thank the mayor for her careful consideration of this budget that has been proposed. As she mentioned, it's not about this or that. It's about what we need in the District of Columbia to really realize public safety and to meet the expectations of our residents, the people who have businesses in our city, and those who visit our city, our very beautiful city. It is important that these things here that are outlined be given serious consideration as this budget continues to move forward. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge, I see some other former cadets that are out in the audience as well. I see Detective Sergeant Marani Hines. I see a retired Sergeant Sonia Flipping in the background. Am I missing a few? Are there any other retired or former cadets out there? All right, one over here. Oh, O'Brien, where's O'Brien? Did I see him around here somewhere? Over there on the mayor's detail. So we got police cadets, former police cadets all around, and they are such a very important part of what we do here in the Metropolitan Police Department, how we make our city a safer city, and how we continue to make sure that young people, young residents of the District of Columbia have their fair shot into middle class. I can tell you that from my personal story, it is what allowed me to have my fair shot into the middle class, and young people across this city today are still
Okay, that is Chief Conti of the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. We just heard from Mayor Bowser outlining some of these line items in the budget, going specifically to public safety. And of course, many cities around the country are grappling with violence on their streets. And of course, that leads us back into Sacramento of what we saw over the weekend, this tragedy, this mass shooting that left 6 people dead, multiple injured. We've been getting updates down on the ground all day, and one right now. Fox 11's Gina Silva is there. She's been speaking to people who are there, who witnessed this all over the weekend. Gina, what do we know? Where does the investigation stand?
Well, Andrew, I can tell you that many people have been on edge ever since that deadly shooting. But today, the Sacramento Police Department was able to deliver a bit of good news. They made an arrest of a man they are calling a, quote, related suspect, someone very important to the investigation. It doesn't necessarily mean that he was one of the shooters, but he was somewhat, according to the police department, may have been involved. And so they arrested him today. And as soon as the news broke, many people felt a sense of relief.
Oh, they did. Shoot, I'm happy.
Reaction to the first arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Sunday morning in Sacramento. This was the chaotic scene around 2 in the morning. Multiple bodies on the ground. Officers and paramedics can be seen providing CPR to the victims. This after bullets were flying into a crowd.
It's pretty heavy right now for everybody.
Ryan Newman was in the area when the shooting began.
But it was pretty traumatic because, you know, I was like seconds away from being actually in the middle of it.
Police say they are looking for multiple shooters. On Monday, officers served search warrants at 3 different homes. They recovered a handgun and arrested 26-year-old Dondre Martin. He was booked on charges of assault with a firearm. Martin wasn't supposed to be in possession of a weapon.
That's good because that person don't need to be on the street.
A total of 18 people were shot. The coroner's office has released the names of 6 people who were killed. They are Jantaya Alexander, 21 years old, Melinda Davis, 57, Yamil Martinez Andrade, 21, Sergio Harris, 38, Joshua Hoy Lucchesi, 32, and Devasia Turner, 29.
Definitely deserve justice. So I just hope that they find everybody that was, a part of the whole thing.
Now, the man who was arrested, Dondre Martin, had an outstanding warrant out of Riverside County for a misdemeanor crime. He will be arraigned tomorrow afternoon here in Sacramento. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Gina, what else are the police looking for when it comes to suspects? Do they think, more than 2 people, more than 3 people were involved in this altercation that took place? And just give our viewers a sense of what is the downtown feel like right now? Are there lots of people out and about? Is police tape still up? What do we know?
Let me move out of the way so you can go ahead and take a look. Right now, to be completely honest with you, there are a lot more reporters and photographers than many of the members of the community. This area had been closed off since Sunday morning, and it remained closed off until early this morning. And there have been some makeshift memorials throughout the city of Sacramento, little, areas where people are leaving candles and flowers, and that's what's been taking place. But again, at this particular location, which is the area where the shooting took place on Sunday morning, it was at 2 in the morning when people were just leaving the bars. This area itself was reopened this morning, and it had been shut down since early in the morning on Sunday. But again, police are giving us very little information, and that's, you know, something that they typically do because it's an important investigation that they don't want to taint. All they know, all they've been telling us is that they are looking for multiple shooters, multiple people involved in this incident, and as of now, the only person they have arrested is Andre Martin, and he will be arraigned tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, kind of mum on the details about how they kind of expect Martin was involved in all this, just a suspect related to the shooting incident that took place. Lastly for you, Gina, what are we hearing from elected leaders? Governor Newsom, President Biden, have they spoken out?
They've both issued statements condemning gun violence, saying we need stricter gun laws. The mayor of Sacramento also talked about that, and he said he is tired of the sickness in this country, referring to gun violence. Tonight at 7, they will be holding a vigil for the victims, and of course that will be one of the subjects.
Fox 11's Gina Silva there live for us on the scene in Sacramento. Thanks so much. Okay, and of course, we will have that vigil live here on Live Now from Fox a little bit later on tonight in the 7 o'clock hour Pacific time, as that community remembers and mourns those 6 people who died in this mass shooting over the weekend. Speaking of Governor Gavin Newsom, he tweeted this statement out in condolences over the weekend, saying, "We once again mourn the lives lost and for those injured in yet another horrendous act of gun violence. We will continue to work closely with local and state law enforcement as we monitor the situation." I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us here on this Monday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break and then get an update from Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy on what President Biden was up to today. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look at the White House, almost 8:30 there. We're going to hear right now from Fox News correspondent at the White House, Peter Doocy, on what President Biden is saying in relation to these atrocities committed in Ukraine. Here's the story.
He is a war criminal.
Ukraine's leader is leveling a more serious accusation, but President Biden isn't ready to go there.
Up to Allah. No, I think it is a war crime.
Here's the difference, according to the administration.
We have not yet seen a level of systematic deprivation of life of the Ukrainian people to rise to the level of genocide.
Russian forces seen retreating are not believed to be gone for good.
We believe that Russia is revising its war aims.
Striking at Putin's inner circle, the U.S. worked with Spain to seize a 254-foot-long yacht worth a reported $120 million.
Today marks our task force's first seizure of an asset belonging to a sanctioned individual with close ties to the Russian regime. It will not be the last.
The U.S. is hoping to kick Russia out of a United Nations group.
He believes it's ludicrous for Russia to be a member of the Human Rights Council.
And continues helping Ukraine in ways people can see and ways people can't.
For very good reasons, some of these systems we cannot advertise. We cannot talk to you all about.
Now President Biden is hoping to lay the groundwork to bring Putin to court.
We have to gather all the detail so this can be have a war crime trial. This guy is brutal.
Does he expect Putin to turn himself in to stand trial, or does he think somebody's going to have to go into Russia and arrest him?
Well, without getting into the mechanisms, which I know were the good questions everybody was asking our national security advisor, there is precedent in the past of how this process can work. We're not going to prejudge what the process would work.
Once the West decides where to have a trial, maybe the International Court, maybe the United Nations, it's going to be tough for prosecutors to go and get the evidence they need because it is so dangerous inside Ukraine right now. It's also going to be tough getting Putin to comply with an arrest warrant. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thanks so much. Right now, we're going to hear from President Biden. He held an event today, not on Ukraine, but on the supply chain crisis, specifically how the trucking industry has turned around since the pandemic and since the supply chain crisis. President Biden was seen kind of in the cab of a truck today earlier, but let's play out some of these remarks as the administration is touting what they say is progress in the supply chain crisis.
Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to thank President Biden and Vice President Harris for hosting this event here at the White House, making clear that trucking is indeed a national priority. And I want to thank everyone here, especially the truck drivers and transportation workers we count on so much. I have to share, this is a big day in my own household because it was our first time taking our kids to daycare. And as I was getting ready for that, because I knew this event was coming up, I kept looking around at all of the physical items that surrounded us and thought about how they got here. The bottles, the little jars of baby food, the spoons we were using to feed them, the high chairs they were sitting in, even the family minivan itself got to us because truck drivers brought them to where they needed to be. And that's true for everything that we count on: groceries, books, livestock, medicine. If you enjoyed the food you ate for breakfast, the clothes that you're wearing right now, or the device you might be using to watch this event, you can thank a truck driver for getting that to you. And that's what makes this trucking action plan so important. Plus, this fits two central priorities that the president has laid out: addressing supply chain disruptions to lower costs for families and getting workers the pay and the respect that they deserve. Over the last 2 years, we've all been using terms like supply chain and essential worker more than we used to. In fact, there's nothing new about how much America counts on truckers, but it has become more urgent than ever. Right now, the industry estimates that we're short 80,000 truck drivers. And my department estimates that 300,000 leave the career every year. So we must do more and do better to recruit more people into the job and to support them so they choose to stay in the job. And that's more than saying thank you. It is concrete, specific actions to help our trucking workforce thrive in this career to make sure the trucking jobs are as high quality, as safe, and as well paid as they ought to be. And that is what President Biden challenged us to do with this trucking action plan. So we started out by going and listening to truck drivers. Virtually and in person, we talked to truck drivers in every part of the country. As part of that, I got to spend some time on the road in the passenger seat of a semi with a driver in Illinois named Lola, who I think is here today. There you are. Hey, good seeing you. And she brought her granddaughter, Lola Ann, who she talked about a lot. I'm glad I actually got to meet you. She talked about her family. She talked about wanting to be a driver for years, but waiting till her kids were grown so she could start going over the road. We talked about safety. We talked about training. We talked about why she loves this job and how we could make it easier. And that day and across all the conversations, I saw the pride truckers take in their work and the challenges they face. Their voices have shaped the work we took up in the President's Trucking Action Plan. And we just completed the 90-day sprint to get these actions off the ground, so I'm pleased to provide an update. In order to create debt-free pathways into the career for more people, including more women and drivers of color, we teamed up with the Department of Labor to grow the number of registered apprenticeships for high-quality paid on-the-job training. We're investigating truck leasing arrangements to make sure that they're above board. We're working on truck driver pay, including those hours when drivers don't get paid even though they're very much on the job because they're waiting for somebody else. We're making it easier for veterans to join the trucking workforce, partnering with the Department of Defense. And of course, we are fixing roads and bridges across America. One trucker told me infrastructure is our workplace. And now we are enhancing that workplace thanks to unprecedented funding through the President's infrastructure law. And yes, that includes working with states to use that funding to build more safe truck parking because we know that that is such a central issue for truckers today. These actions are going to help us recruit more drivers and, just as importantly, retain them. To help keep down shipping delays, rein in the price of goods at a time when we're fighting inflation with everything we've got. And, of course, supporting these essential workers is just the right thing to do. I'm proud of all we got done in this 90-day sprint, but I promise you to the trucking community, and I promise you, Mr. President, this is just the beginning. We're going to keep our foot on the gas to deliver for the drivers who deliver for us every single day, and you're going to hear more about that shortly. But now it's my pleasure to hand it over to a good friend, a proud Army veteran, an entrepreneur who served as a U.S. Congressman, Acting Secretary of the Army, and chair of a new Veterans Task Force, Patrick Murphy. Secretary Murphy.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. President, and Maria. It is great to be here. I just want to begin by saying thank you to Secretary Buttigieg. For our brother and sister veterans, he is truly one of the leading voices of the 9/11 generation. So, Secretary, thank you for your leadership in that introduction. And I also want to thank the White House National Economic Council for doing phenomenal work around task force movement, which we're here today to discuss and launch. When you look at the Secretary mentioned Lola Ann over there. Lola Ann's 8 years old. I tried to get her to say, go Army, beat Navy. She comes from a Navy family. Jada next to her is ready to say, she's 6. Jada's ready to say it. But Mr. President, I know you asked for a nonpartisan event, so I'm not allowed to say that, but I apologize for
good luck
going off script. Me and the Secretary, it's Army versus Navy, but we're all brothers and sisters in that profession. And that profession is incredibly important to the trucking industry. In fact, that's an industry that my grandfather, when he came back from the Navy in World War II in the Pacific, came back and was a trucker with the Teamsters 107 in Philadelphia. And they drove for A&P supermarkets. And then when my dad came back from the Navy, he also joined and was a trucker, but first was a police officer in Philadelphia, but on the sides to make ends meet, went into trucking on the weekends. And I remember going down I-95 with him in that cab. It's incredibly important. And what task force movement is all about is really to create that bridge between veterans and the trucking industry. Because for my family, it was built and survived on in that industry. It's how we got through. And I will tell you, it's that bridge that needs to be more accessible to our brother and sister veterans. It is that bridge that needs to make sure we launch this and make it happen for the next generation of truckers, whether it's Lola or Jada in the crowd. And that's what today's announcement's about. That is what this work will be for. And I will tell you, when Secretary Pete came back from Afghanistan, when I came back from Iraq, we committed ourselves to public service. We committed to be there for our brothers and sisters, to make sure that although we made it home, we need to make sure our generation has the opportunities to succeed in life. And we committed ourselves to that, and that's what this task force will do. It's about opportunity. It's about the future of America. It's about making sure America gets back to work. And today is a proud moment, but today is just the beginning to continue what you've already established, not just here in the White House, not just in the Department of Transportation, but all across America. The numbers will speak for themselves, but it is that burden, that sacred burden, for those of us who have been overseas, to make sure that we give back and make it better for the next generation, for the Lolas and the Jadas. It's my honor now to introduce one of the faces of American infrastructure, one of the faces that are out there in these type of cabs out there making things happen, and that's Maria Rodriguez. So please give it up to our next speaker, Maria Rodriguez.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I am very honored to be here today. I'm currently an apprentice truck driver at NFI. My road to get to this point was very unique. I came to the United States with my parents from Venezuela at a very young age of 2. My family came here looking for a better life and to live the American dream. I always admired their hard work, dedication, and sacrifices. Even when times were tough, they kept driving forward. From an early age, I was inspired by watching my father cook. He would make masterpieces out of a few ingredients and be able to bring so much joy and happiness through his food. I knew I wanted to do the same and be a chef someday. When I was old enough, I began to work as a server in a very small restaurant. As time went on, I worked for so many amazing restaurants, but in March of 2020, I was laid off due to the COVID pandemic. At the time, I was also a new mom and worried about how I would support my family. I knew I had to make a career change. At first, I attended school to be an EMT with hopes of being a firefighter, but ultimately the training made it difficult for me to also support my family. My significant other, Abel, and our son and I lived 2 minutes away from New England Tractor Trailer Training School, better known as NETS. We also would always watch these big 18-wheelers drive by our house. For months, I encouraged Abel to call them so he could enroll, since he was also looking for a fresh start. NETS gave him an equal opportunity, and his passion for the industry grew. He convinced me to attend as well. I was a bit intimidated in a male-dominated field, but I immediately felt comfortable at NETS. And throughout our training, different companies would come speak about their opportunities. NFI stuck out from day one with their core family value and local routes, where you're home every day. My family and home time are everything to me, so I knew NFI would be my top choice. NFI also offered the apprenticeship opportunity, where once I was hired, I received hands-on training and mentorship, all while being paid while I continued to learn. Upon graduation, I applied to NFI and worked with a local recruiter. His name is Craig, who also made the application to the apprenticeship extremely easy. I signed on with NFI, and soon after, Abel did too. Abel and I went to school together, we graduated together, and now we're working and training together. I couldn't have done it without his encouragement and support, and I'm so happy that we did this together. Thank you. As I continue my apprenticeship, I love that my schedule is very consistent and I get home before my son finishes school. Through our new careers, we found a place where we can be financially stable. The trucking industry is in high demand, and there are jobs here that can support our family. As an essential part of the supply chain, I feel like I'm a part of something bigger than myself, which is very rewarding. I want to thank President Biden and Vice President Harris for leading the 90-day trucking apprenticeship program. This program has built clear paths to careers in truck driving that are fulfilling and offer endless opportunities. I feel like I leaped into this new career, and I'm so happy that I did. I hope that I can be an inspiration to other women who are thinking of joining the industry. I struggled to find a career, but I didn't give up, and now I'm a successful mom, daughter, friend, and truck driver. Now it is my great honor to introduce a president who has done more for truckers in 3 months than other presidents have in 4 years. A man who has put workers first his entire life, and at the center of this administration, President Joe Biden. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
I think she can do anything she wants, don't you? Well, hello, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you to the White House out on the lawn here. I heard that helicopter going by. I was hoping the hell it wasn't going to land. Maria, thanks for sharing your story. And my buddy Patrick Murphy, former Assistant Secretary of the Army, as well as former Congressman. And the boy stays in shape, man. Look at him.
Trying to help you, sir.
I tell you what, man. I want to thank you for being here, man. Nobody worked harder as a congressman or acting secretary of the Army to connect veterans to opportunity, and that's what it's all been all about for you. And I want to thank another veteran who knows a thing or two about laying the foundation for good jobs and transportation sector, Secretary Buttigieg. And he says go Navy, he says go Army. I used to say go Navy, but then my son got a Bronze Star in the Army, and I decided I couldn't say it anymore. So I just say go American Forces. Anyway. I also want to recognize he couldn't be here today, but Marty Walsh, the Secretary of Labor. And he's doing an outstanding job helping to lead this effort alongside Secretary Buttigieg. And I want to welcome members of Congress who are here today as well. Tammy, how are you, Tammy? Good to see you. Tammy Baldwin, by the way. And also Congressman Pete DeFazio. And Laura Underwood. Where's Laura? There she is, right there, right in front. Good to see you, Laura. And I want to particularly shout out to the new president of the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien. Stand up, man. I want him to see you. As they say in parts of Wilmington, Delaware, these guys brung me to the dance 35 years ago, 40 years ago. And also, I want to say a quick hi to a pal, and you've been a pal. Thank you for being here and getting things done. And, in addition to all that, there's an outfit called, you probably heard of them, United Mine Workers. Yeah, well, they got the president here, too. Mr. President, where are you? Where's he sitting? He was here. A lot of truckers, United Mine Workers. At any rate, folks, I spent a lot of time talking about the economy and the record-breaking economic comeback we're experiencing because of a lot of you sitting out there in those chairs. Today, I want to talk with people who are making the comeback possible. People like Maria, who you just heard from, and her son Roman, who's going pretty soon, and all those truck drivers and their families are here today. I want to thank you all to keep what you're doing to keep America moving, because that's literally what you're doing, especially these last 2 years, helping carry the nation literally on your backs. You've learned on Friday the economy created 431,000 jobs in March, a record. Over the course of my presidency, the economy has now created 7.9 million jobs. More jobs in the first 14 months than any president ever, in large part because of all of you. Not a joke. Unemployment's at 3.6%, down from 6.4% when we took office. The fastest decline in unemployment start of any presidential term ever recorded. And after a long stretch, Americans are back to work. Americans are back to work. An economy has gone from being on the mend to being on the move. And the economy we're building a strong economy, one where hardworking Americans can live with dignity, support their families, build a better life, and a better life for their children as well. All of you here today are people our economy should be built around, because you all are the people who literally make it run. That's not hyperbole. You literally make it run. I have nothing against investment bankers. They could all retire and nothing much would change. You all quit, everything comes to a halt. Think about it. I'm not joking. Think about it. Come to a literal halt. During the pandemic, a lot of Americans have been introduced to a term you all know well, and Pete used it, supply chains. A simple term, supply chain is a journey, the journey of a product to get to a customer's doorstep. That's what it is. And during the pandemic, those chains were interrupted. Factory closures around the world, not just the United States, around the world, caused backups and delays because of COVID. At the same time, because of the strength and speed of our recovery, Americans had more money in their pockets than they had in a long time. During the pandemic, they wanted to spend that money not on restaurants or vacations, which are now coming back as well, but on hard goods. They wanted home improvements, televisions, automobiles, things that had to be transported. The very products that slowed down by disruption of the supply chain. Demand was high. Supply was interrupted. And the recipe for higher prices and long delays. That's exactly what we saw not only here, but all around the world. So we knew we needed every tool at our disposal to address the problem. And the best way to do it was to invest in people who make the supply chain run. Trucking moves about 70%. About 70% of all the goods in this country, 70%. And truck drivers are facing real challenges. The average driver waits 4.5 hours for their truck to be loaded and unloaded during an 11-hour shift, and 40% of their day. And they don't get paid for that wait time. Back in 1978, the average truck driver's pay was $34 an hour in today's dollars. Last year, it was $25 an hour, nearly a 30% decline. In this iconic American industry, it's getting harder and harder to raise a family with dignity and pride that you deserve. And it's no surprise so many drivers left their jobs. The workforce is getting older. Not that I am, but they are. I used to drive a truck. It's a long story. Anyway, it's getting hard. And I thought I was going to get to drive one of these suckers today. But anyway, it's another story, too. But look, it's getting harder and harder to recruit new drivers, particularly women and people of color, to an industry that this nation and our economy desperately needs at full strength. The good news is that since I took office, we've begun to turn things around. In fact, in 2021 was the best year for trucking employment since 1994. There are now 35,000 more trucking jobs than there were before the pandemic. But we all know we need to move faster, getting more people working in this industry in jobs they can rely on and raise a family on. That's why last December, we brought together industry and labor to tackle the problem facing drivers. And we listened. And when we heard that there were long wait times in many states for people to get their commercial driver's license, or CDLs, we took action. We provided technical assistance as well as $57 million in federal funds to help states issue these CDLs faster. And I'm proud to report, because of Pete and others, so far in 2022, we're issuing CDLs at double the rate of last year. 120,000 in January and February alone. We also know that the key ingredient to getting and keeping more drivers was increasing training programs like the registered apprenticeships approved by the Department of Labor. Programs that allow aspiring drivers to earn while they learn, while making this essential job more attractive for potential drivers, regardless of age, background, and gender. The program has proven to be improved safety and better working conditions and better pay and benefits. Typically, it takes about 8 months to create a registered apprenticeship program. But because of Pete and others in the Department of Labor, we're able to cut the red tape, and now it takes as little as 2 days. As a result, In the last 90 days, 100 major employers have launched new registered apprenticeship programs. UPS, Domino's, Pepsi's, Albertsons, and more, along with the trade associations like the American Trucking Association, the National Minority Trucking Association, the Food Industry Association, and others. What that all adds up to is a strong foundation for the work ahead, a pipeline of hardworking men and women from all backgrounds, highly trained and highly motivated to get behind the wheel, including a whole lot of veterans, thanks to the Veterans Trucking Initiative known as Task Force Movement by Patrick Murphy, led by Patrick Murphy. And by the way, I'd say parenthetically, if you can handle a tank, if you can handle an armored personnel carrier, you sure in hell can handle one of these suckers. And an awful lot of well-known people also. The idea, I remember, I'm going to digress for 1 second. I got a commercial license because my dad used to run an automobile agency. And I used to have to go up to the body shop up in Philadelphia from Wilmington. And when they'd order a trailer or a cab, they'd sell the cab. And so I had to have a license to be able to drive it up and back. And so during the trucker strike years later, when I was a young senator, there was a guy who ran steel from Deemer Steel out to Ohio. And so I decided to ride out with him, see what it was like on the strike. And I was driving, going through Shiloh, Ohio. And his handle was Big Ten. And remember, everybody, all the truck stops were being blockaded at the time during the strike. And he called. He said, Big Ten wanting to come in. I forget exactly how he said it. And the only woman truck driver I ever knew I met that day, she said, "This is Big Mama, no room." Swear to God, true story. Swear to God. He said, "I've got a United States Senator driving my truck." She said, "I got the damn president in mind, so what?" I'll never forget that. I was a very powerful guy. Anyway, that was the first woman trucker I met. But look, the labor and transportation departments are working closely with industry to tackle issues facing women in trucking, recruit and retrain more women drivers, so we can draw more Americans to work with increased wages, reduced wait times, and improved safety, and so much more. Folks, there's a heck of a lot more we have to do, a lot more we have to do. Secretary Buttigieg has laid out some of the steps we're taking to make these jobs more attractive for more Americans. And it's all centered around listening to you, the drivers. Look, we've got to keep it going. We're building a better economy around American manufacturing and American supply chains. And thanks to the infrastructure law, and it wasn't my law, it was a bipartisan, one of the few great bipartisan things we've done this year. We're making the largest investment in American roads and bridges since literally the creation of the interstate highway system. And that means a bright future for American trucking. This country will be counting on you more than it ever has. So you should be able to count on us to keep investing in you and your families. That's exactly what we're going to do. I'm looking forward to all the progress we're going to make together. And I want to thank you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you do. Thank your families, and may God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What do we do now?
Just listening there to Biden speaking about the supply chain issues in the country right now. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to go into the top business headlines of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday night. As we just heard, we were listening in to President Biden speak about the supply chain. We are going to give you a recap of that now from earlier today. The event somewhat overshadowed by the impact inflation, of course, is having on the American consumer. Here's Madeline Rivera with the latest.
The Port of Los Angeles is the busiest container port in the country. Last year, it processed 10 million units in 12 months, the first port in the Western Hemisphere to do so. But the surge in imports led to bottlenecks and exposed weaknesses along the supply chain, with shipments delayed for weeks and months.
Trucking is indeed a national priority.
The Biden administration says they've done a lot to get products moving again, including investing in the trucking industry to hire and keep more truck drivers.
It is concrete, specific actions to help our trucking workforce thrive in this career, to make sure the trucking jobs are as high quality, as safe, and as well paid as they ought to be.
We also know that the key ingredient to getting and keeping more drivers was increasing training programs like the registered apprenticeships approved by the Department of Labor.
Economists say supply chain disruptions are in part to blame for inflation, which is now shaping up to be the biggest political problem for Democrats in the midterm elections.
We know that inflation is undermining the standard of living of Americans across the country.
Some critics have little hope the president can turn things around, pointing to his policies as the reason prices surged in the first place.
The president and the Democrats passed that $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan last March.
And in his annual letter to shareholders, the head of the nation's largest bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, warns the war in Ukraine and inflation could increase the risks ahead for the U.S. economy. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And of course, the auto industry is another sector that is being heavily impacted by the global chip shortage, which of course is supply chain. Fox Business Network's Madison Allworth is at a car dealership in New Jersey with this story.
Ford and GM halted production at their Michigan plants this week because of issues with the supply chain and chip shortages. GM at their facility halted the production of Cadillacs and Camaros, so I thought I'd get in a Camaro right here. And then when it comes to Ford, their facility makes Mustangs. These supply chain snags and pauses in production create a larger problem, that there is so much demand and just not enough supply. As a result, it's driving, no pun intended, the demand for used vehicles, and we've seen those prices jump year over year. Used car and truck prices have risen 41% in February, according to the latest consumer price data. There aren't nearly enough cars available to meet demand. J.D. Power and Associates tell us that in a normal year, there are 3 to 4 million cars available for sale. Right now, there are less than 1 million. And with these halts in production, the problem is persistent.
Automakers are prioritizing the most profitable vehicles, which tend to be trucks and SUV at the high end, and that's really coming at the expense of the low end prices in the market. And so we're seeing anything that's priced below $40,000, sales are down, and once you hit $40,000 and above, we start to see sales really take off.
Despite demand being so high, car sales are down 16% year over year. Perfect example, this dealership right here, Chevrolet of Paramus, they currently have 160 cars available. Pre-pandemic, they would have had around 300 cars available. In New Jersey, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox Business.
And we're moving now to other headlines in the business world. Starbucks making a promise to ease employee angst. Companies putting Will Smith projects on hold. And Mexico is making changes to its gas prices as Americans have been kind of said to be going over the border to get those cheaper prices. Here's Fox Business Briefs.
Starbucks is pulling back on buying back its stock and says it will reinvest in the company. Howard Schultz spent 13 years building the company into a global chain. Now he's making changes as he returns to lead the company as its interim chief executive. Starbucks is facing rising costs and a broadening union push among its baristas in the U.S. Companies are pausing projects involving Will Smith after he smacked Chris Rock on stage at the Oscars. Oscars. Sony and Netflix both halting movies starring the actor as he resigns from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, saying he has betrayed the trust of the Academy. Record gas prices forcing more Americans across the southern border for cheap fuel, but Mexican officials say no more. The country's been subsidizing gasoline for its residents, but say border states are now facing shortages due to U.S. drivers coming down. They're suspending the subsidy in border states from April 2nd to April 8th. And speaking of inflation, in New York, it now costs more for a slice of plain pizza than it does to ride the subway. A slice now $3.14, well above the $2.75 it costs to ride with the MTA. Flour, cheese, and other ingredients all rising, according to NYC shop owners. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Lillian Wu.
And here are more top stories from Fox Business. And that's interesting about the cheese and riding MTA. Of course, New Yorkers love both things, definitely hitting the pockets hard. Here's the latest business stories.
Drivers still feeling the pain, but a little less of it to start the week. The national average for regular unleaded gas ticking lower over the past couple of days. A gallon now at $4.19. That's down around 5 cents in the past week, but prices remain volatile amid Russia's war against Ukraine, so we're going to be watching. We're also watching assembly lines slow down, at least for now. The Commerce Department saying factory orders dropped in February. Now, keep in mind, manufacturing has been a bright spot for the economy lately. This was the first dip we've seen in 10 months. To Wall Street, and a nice start to the week for your money. The Dow gaining 103 points on Monday. And if you left your heart in San Francisco, it's probably feeling pretty well. According to a new survey from the personal finance website Wallet Hub, the city by the Bay is the healthiest city in America. That's taking into account things like the cost of a medical visit to fruit and vegetable consumption. That's business. I'm David Asman.
And some more business news, especially out of the social media world. Now, of course, if you're a Twitter fan, maybe also if you like Elon Musk. Listen to this. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has taken happening this evening, less than 2 weeks after criticizing Twitter on free speech grounds. Musk has purchased 9.2% stake in the social media company. The stock purchase was revealed in a government filing, and neither company has commented publicly. Musk's stake in Twitter is said to be a passive one, but just Musk's presence behind the scenes of the company has changed the perception of Twitter. Of course, Twitter being one of the biggest social media companies in the world, anything with Musk behind it, definitely making people talk. All right, we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to go into the latest COVID-19 news, where it currently stands. That's all in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday night. As COVID-19 cases continue to decrease across the country, it's still impacting a lot of people. Here is a look at COVID-19 out of Metro Detroit.
She's beautiful. She's great.
Jennifer Lovick cradles her newborn baby girl, not even 3 weeks old. Another pandemic birth for this family, but far different from the last time.
It's been really nice to have this time with her because we missed that last time with the boys. We didn't even meet the boys until they were 21 days.
The boys, twins Max and Mitch, born almost 2 years ago prematurely, while both Andre and Jen were sick with COVID.
I remember I was lying in bed. I could barely move. I was coughing so hard, and I didn't know what was going to happen to me, if I was even going to survive. Jen yelled from the other room, I think my water broke. I was like, oh, that is not good timing.
Jen had to drive herself to the hospital where she learned she too had the virus.
Andre couldn't come with me because he had also tested positive, so I just jumped in the car and drove myself.
She gave birth to the twins with no family by her side, immediately separated from the boys because of COVID, who were born at 32 weeks and taken to the newborn intensive care unit.
I came home alone without the boys.
And she was back at Beaumont within days with dangerously high blood pressure. Again, she was alone.
I couldn't see the boys. I couldn't have Andre. Nobody could be there with me. I felt so alone and so isolated.
Jen still gets emotional talking about it and says when she reached 32 weeks in her pregnancy with Liv, so much of the trauma came rushing back.
I was a basket case of emotion. Just reaching that anniversary date of when I went into labor with them, it was really hard for me.
Because all of this was happening as the highly contagious COVID variant, Omicron, was surging.
I just thought, oh my gosh, I can't believe that we're going through this again.
Fortunately, they didn't have to. Baby Liv's birth was normal.
This is really an amazing, amazing experience with baby girl.
It was wonderful to be a part of it. I'm glad I got to be there for one and actually show up this time. So that was great.
Doctors now know COVID can contribute to premature birth and high blood pressure, both of which Jen experienced 2 years ago. They also now know how dangerous COVID is for pregnant moms and their babies. But they also say that the vaccine can make all the difference.
The sooner they get vaccinated in the pregnancy, the more likelihood they're going to get a benefit from that as a mom, but also they can help the baby.
The Lovick family just so grateful that this time around everyone is happy and healthy.
Liv's birth really, truly did heal me from everything that I went through with the boys.
Boys Max and Mitch about to turn 2 and have no idea what they've all been through.
Max, what's that? Elephant.
The one feeling that I have for this whole process is just, I feel really lucky and fortunate and blessed that we have a family of healthy people, because that wasn't always guaranteed throughout this process.
In Southfield, Amy Lang, Fox 2 News.
There's no question that COVID-19 has been a challenging viral disease.
As the medical community learns more about the impact of coronavirus, one thing that has become clear is that the virus can impact a person's heart.
Increase the potential of having a heart attack or having what we call myocarditis, inflammation of the heart.
Medical research has shown that certain categories of people appear to be more prone to having heart issues after contracting COVID.
We know clearly that patients who are older in age, who have pre-existing cardiovascular disease, are at higher risk of having some of those complications.
Dr. Sam Kazia of Henry Ford Hospital says complications from COVID can impact the heart in several ways.
One of the things we see in an acute setting that people can have elevated troponin. It's a blood test we do indicative of injury to the heart.
But doctors say as they conduct more research, the better answer is found in prevention.
And so there is no question masks works, right? But more importantly is also vaccinations.
Doctors say the best way to prevent any impact of COVID on the body is preventing infection, and the best way to achieve that is through vaccination. Doctors say the booster shot is also key.
The booster definitely enhances your ability to fight off the potential infection of COVID.
Dr. Kazia understands that some people still believe there is a risk in taking the COVID vaccination, but he wants anyone who is hesitant about vaccination to understand this.
But the risk of not being vaccinated is significantly higher than the risk of being vaccinated.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
A great story by my colleagues out in Detroit there. And of course, speaking of COVID-19, something that is always good to have on hand is some hand sanitizer. But we do want to let you know that there has been some sanitizers that have been recalled. Specifically, Disney's The Best Brands Consumer Products is voluntarily recalling the Mickey Mouse and Mandalorian Edition hand sanitizers, citing the presence of benzene and methanol. The products were produced by a third-party manufacturer. FDA testing found benzene in the Mandalorian hand sanitizer and methanol in the Mickey sanitizer. Both lots were produced in April and May of 2020, but were later removed from sale in April 2021 due to unrelated commercial reasons. Customers should report any issues to the FDA's MedWatch adverse event reporting program. You can find that online. And in other COVID news, of course, this is back hitting New York City. A Broadway show has just been canceled because of COVID-19. Macbeth on Broadway canceled after Daniel Craig tests positive for COVID. Several performances of the new Macbeth on Broadway this is happening today, canceled. The show first announced the actor's positive test and the cancellation of Saturday's matinee and evening performance, but later said it was canceling all performances through Thursday, quote, due to the detection of a limited number of positive COVID test results within the company. Refunds will be given for the canceled shows. Macbeth is set to open April 28th and run through July. Craig plays the title role, of course. COVID taking a huge hit to Broadway and New York City in general, really changing the whole atmosphere, I would say, of the Manhattan area. We are going to go down to another really interesting story here, a good story, about a man walking for charity. Check this out. So this man walks across the country in order to raise money for a great cause. Here it is.
For 9 months, Cody O'Connor has taken steps on a path that seemed nearly impossible to complete.
Phoenix is about 3,230-ish miles into this journey.
He started his Walk for Hope in New York, and he won't stop till he hits the Santa Monica Pier. Walking means more to Cody than most. At 14, he was diagnosed with a rare pediatric bone cancer and was told he'd never walk normally again. But here he is, a decade later, walking 25 miles a day.
It's been life-altering. You know, I've found out internally what it means to take one more step in any situation in life, period. You learn more of what you're made of. You know, every single one of us is capable of great things. You know, yeah, it's stressful and it's hard to get there, but you're capable of far more than what you can imagine.
He's raising money for his organization, Champions Do Overcome. His family was torn apart by his fight with cancer because the bills were too hard to tackle.
That shook my family. You know, we were a typical middle-class family, and going through cancer, my family went through divorce, eviction, wondered where food was coming from, and had to file bankruptcy. So seeing the struggles of my family, it really left an impression on me, and I wanted to make a change. I didn't want other kids to have to go through that on top of fighting cancer.
Champions Do Overcome does more than just give money. They support the whole family.
And our intention is to eventually fund, from start to finish, cost of living payments. So therefore, taking off the largest negative stress in anybody's life, which is finances, and allowing faith and positivity to fill that void. We're also sending parents on date nights to fight the divorce ratio.
He's headed to Las Vegas next before reaching Santa Monica by the end of the month. Step by step, nothing will stop him now. Steve Nielsen, Fox 10 News.
What a great story out of Phoenix there, walking across the country. You definitely have to have a lot of stamina to do that and prepare a lot. So what a great story there. Our next story, very interesting, out of the Northeast. Pennsylvania and New Jersey could have their first national park. The Delaware Water Gap crosses over both states, and there's a proposal to make it a national park and preserve. But many hunters and fishermen in the area are hoping that that doesn't happen. Katie Byrne has more from Milford, Pennsylvania.
Right now, the Delaware Water Gap is considered a national recreation area. It brings in about 4 million visitors a year, which is almost as much as Yellowstone, except they have 3 times the budget. So advocates say a name change like this is necessary, but some locals worry it will restrict their access to the outdoors and limit hunting. More than 1,000 of them have joined a Facebook group called No National Park. Aaron Stark is in it. He grew up hunting, fishing, canoeing, hiking here with his family. He thinks making this a national park would take away recreation opportunities, like hunting. He says hunting's a huge part of his life, but also a part of the economy here, with many outdoor recreation outfitters, hunting, and fishing shops nearby.
Well, hunting is extremely important to a lot of families in the area. A lot of families rely on hunting and fishing for subsistence. Turning into a national park immediately limits that. It immediately restricts certain uses. It would eliminate certain uses like hunting, like horseback riding, like mountain biking.
The Sierra Club is pushing the proposal with the support of other environmental groups like Penn Environment. They say if it becomes a national park, there would still be some hunting allowed. The Delaware Water Gap would be split into 2 classifications of land. One, a national park where you could go hiking, fishing, and camping, but no hunting. The rest would be considered the Lenape Preserve, where you could still hunt.
By making this a national preserve, those are the types of federal lands that we designate for hunting, and this would maintain all the access to hunting that we currently see. So we want to make sure that most of the land will still maintain all the access for the hunters that have used that area for the past few decades.
From here, they need Congress to make it official. Right now, the closest national parks we have to us here in the Mid-Atlantic are in West Virginia and Maine. In Milford, Pennsylvania, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
Great story there out in Pennsylvania from Katie Byrne. We're going to stick with nature, specifically some bees. Now, according to the USDA, about 1 out of every 3 bites of food we eat exists because of pollinators like bees. Fox News multimedia reporter Austin Westfall is in Charlotte, North Carolina, where a company is bringing large bee colonies to the city.
There's 2 boxes of bees behind me, and inside of them is about 100,000 bees total. Might be hard to tell from where I'm standing, but they are located right in the middle of a large industrial center in Charlotte.
We have become reliant on honeybees specifically for our modern food production.
Eric Walgren is a beekeeper for Bee Downtown, a company dedicated to installing sustainable bee colonies in places you might not otherwise see them.
They're starting to build combs.
Hardy honeybee populations aren't as common in some areas because of humans.
All the native bees are having a tough time due to development of land and pesticides. She's just landed on me. I'm a tree or a part of her surrounding.
We joined as the beekeepers cracked open a hive to check the colony's health and to see if there's a queen bee. A queen helps indicate a healthy hive, and it didn't take long to find one. She's about twice the size of the other bees, and it might look like she's being swarmed by her hive mates.
They're cleaning her, grooming her.
At peak season, Bee Downtown has about 500 hives spread across North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, Florida, and Washington, D.C., with more expansion expected soon. Most are on business campuses or downtown buildings.
We are helping the honeybees because we are keeping really strong, really healthy beehives in cities.
There's a lot of new companies out there. The folks at Bee Downtown aren't the only ones doing this. The American Beekeeping Federation says many companies are installing hives in urban areas around the nation, from LA to New York, because the bees help sustain trees, greenhouses, and gardens in densely populated areas.
This tree right behind us here, this red bud, the bees are pollinating that, and it's improving the local environment.
You might be asking, well, is it safe to have 100,000 bees next to large populations of people? The beekeepers at Bee Downtown say, yes, it is incredibly safe. A lot of the bees, as they were taken out, they were very calm. If there are any hives that are not calm, they are replaced. In Charlotte, Austin Westfall, Fox News.
Great story out there by Austin Westfall. You are taking a live now look at our Phoenix studio. We are now going to show you some looks from across the country. Beautiful, of course, one of my favorites from New York City, right in Manhattan there. And a beautiful view of the Capitol. And we always show you the beautiful White House. Former President Barack Obama will head to the White House tomorrow, where he'll join President Biden and Vice President Harris for a healthcare event. According to a White House official, the former president will deliver remarks celebrating the success of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid and extending affordable health insurance to millions of Americans. Tomorrow's event will be Obama's first visit to the White House since leaving office back in 2017. So we'll bring that for you live here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are going to talk about how people are stealing gas across the country, but a ring has been caught in Florida. All the details after the break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Melissa Brennan. Well, as gas prices have been rising across the country, 7 people in Florida have been accused of stealing over $60,000 worth of fuel from Circle K gas stations in the Tampa Bay area. We're going to go out now to a press conference from earlier today where the local sheriff details the arrest of multiple suspects in the organized gas ring.
Good morning, and thank you for being here. On February 25th, we received a phone call that 2 Circle Ks, one located in the Ruskin area, one in the Apollo Beach area, that have discovered tremendous fuel discrepancies when they do their fuel checks, to the tune of about $25,000 worth of fuel that was missing. Our detectives that work the south end of the county did an absolutely phenomenal job of responding to the gas stations and doing their due diligence, that tedious investigative work of reviewing surveillance footage to identify who these individuals could have been. They immediately recognized a pattern where 7 separate trucks would come into the 2 different locations and begin to steal fuel. Now, how did this happen? How did this occur? These individuals would defeat the lock mechanism on the pumps, and they would remove the pulsar device. The pulsar device is a device that calculates the gallons that are pumped, but the price per gallon and what the total cost would be for the fuel that's dispensed from that pump. They would remove that device and insert their own homemade device, a device that had a block of wood, a steering rod, along with a battery and electrical board that would defeat that mechanism, where they were able to pump that fuel into large bladders that they would have on top of their truck or sometimes inside a van or beneath the truck, where they would steal hundreds and hundreds of gallons of fuel. Fuel for a total that we know of at least $60,000 in 7 different times that these suspects, these individuals, have victimized these 2 different stores. We know that 6 of them have been arrested. 1 of them, we believe, may have fled back to Cuba. We're not exactly sure yet. We're still looking into that. But 6 of them have been arrested. 2 turned themselves in over the weekend. Some have bonded out. You will be provided all this information. What would these individuals do with this fuel then, right? They steal it. They steal $60,000 worth of fuel. What were they doing with the fuel? How would these suspects, this organized crime ring, this big scheme to defraud, what would they do with this fuel? They would take it to 2 different bulk sites. Our detectives and the Florida Highway Patrol, during conducting surveillance, identified 2 different sites, one by the Tampa International Airport and one by the Orient Road Jail. And these are just vacant lots where individuals would pay to keep their commercial trucks. Well, these individuals, these thieves, saw this as an opportunity to sell this fuel at a significant reduction. These individuals would immediately take it from the gas pumps to the bulk fuel site that they created, this larger fuel bladder that they had there, and they would sell the gas immediately. I mean, that's how quick that they would go profit from it. They were even wise to the fact when they saw that the fuel prices in the Tampa Bay area or across the nation would rise, they would raise their rates. So at one point they even charged almost up to $3 a gallon to fill their tanks. Now, why is this important? Because a lot of people say, okay, it's the Circle K Corporation at these 2 different locations. Well, realize that that corporation, yes, they become the victim, but all of us that are feeling the sting, feeling the financial pain from the fuel increase, we become the victims, because this corporation has to recover their losses. They're going to cover these losses by dispersing the losses onto the ultimate consumer. That's what we are. So here in the Tampa Bay, we'll be paying higher fuel prices because these thieves saw as an opportunity to take advantage of others during a time when we're already feeling the financial pain and strain from the price of the increase that all of us are feeling. I have to take a moment just to thank the Florida Highway Patrol. You're such a tremendous partner. Captain Glennie, you, Troop C, and all the troops in the different areas for being such a great partner and helping us keep in our state roadways and on investigations like this. Thank you for helping us cross these jurisdictional boundaries and keeping these individuals responsible who want to victimize our community. Now, we do know that these 2 gas stations were victimized, but we believe there are other gas stations that have been victimized in the Tampa area alone, and these phenomenal detectives will keep working on that. We also have looked historically back to see where this same method of operation has been completed up in Pasco and Hernando County. So yes, we're proud today. We're proud that we've put an end to these thieves stealing from us, where we're all going to feel an additional financial pain from how these individuals wanted to victimize our community. But we don't believe we're the only community alone. We believe that Pasco and Hernando County, we believe that where they have discovered some fuel discrepancies, that these individuals may be responsible for those thefts too, and this will be coming out. Another question that we asked ourselves is, these individuals that own these 2 lots where they park that commercial equipment, and where they were allowing, at least had to have the knowledge, I believe, that these individuals were selling fuel on their private property. I would if it was my property. What was their involvement? How involved are they in this? So again, that will be the next steps as this investigation continues to, I believe, flourish and continue. We'll start finding out, are there other people involved, like these landowners? But again, we think we have the 7 ringleaders. One still at large, but at least 6 out of the 7. And they face charges ranging from RICO, conspiracy to commit RICO, grand theft, and accessing computer electronics without authority. Some of them have singular counts. Some of them have multiple counts, depending on what their involvement was. And again, we'll provide all this information to you. Again, let me just say one last time what a tremendous asset the Florida Highway Patrol is. And again, to our detectives, unfortunately, who work undercover and sit in the back of the room and work nights and weekends and were tedious to identify how these individuals would spend 12 hours at a pump, how these individuals would even keep someone at the pump so one of us couldn't use that pump. They defeated the mechanism at that pump. They wanted to make sure they were the only ones benefiting from stealing fuel from the Circle K corporations. To all of you in the back of the room, thank you for what you do each and every day to protect and serve our community.
Are you taking questions?
I'm taking questions.
What about the people that were going to these 2 lots to buy the gas? Do you think they knew something was suspicious about all of this, or was it just, oh, cheaper gas?
I think that they would have to be blind to not think that something's wrong here. Why is the rest of the world not here buying where we're buying? But to believe that they were involved in criminal activity, that would be a stretch. I think it's some consumers who feel the financial pain of the fuel increase that we're all facing and saw it as an opportunity to take advantage of a situation. Anything from dump trucks to lawn care equipment trucks to anything commercial. That's what. They would not be. Again, shame on them. They would have to know why the rest of us are paying double the price. Why are they special and paying this other rate? But the fact that they took advantage isn't that it doesn't reach the threshold if they were involved in criminal behavior. The landowners, some others involved, that would be a different story. They should have had the knowledge. But again, these individuals won't be charged. I think they took advantage of an opportunity that was created. Shame on them, because again, we all suffer from this.
Where are the Circle K's located, and are you guys working with Cuban law enforcement authorities for the suspect at large?
The 2 locations were the Circle K located at 3702 Highway 41 in Rescomb, Florida, and the other Circle K that we've identified is 5904 U.S. Highway 41 in Apollo Beach. We are working with Homeland Security to identify if that 7th individual had fled Cuba. The other individuals, there's been some question about their documented status here in America as well. We know they have some type of visas. Again, these detectives are working with our federal authorities to find out exactly, are they supposed to be here, are they not supposed to be here, and working through that as well. $60,000. 7 times we have them at the gas pumps on 7 different days for a total of, at least that we know of, that we can prove right now, $60,000. We believe they're involved in much more. That will continue.
Did they pay like a reduced rate for the gas, or did they dispense it for free?
Yeah, great question. Depending on the pump and how it worked and their device would work, some were newer pumps, some were older pumps. Sometimes it was a 0 cost. At one point, our detectives identified that they paid $6 after pumping 600 gallons.
And then did they, at the end of this, did they replace the original device back in there, so none the wiser after that?
Yes, and I apologize for not pointing that out. After they were done with the pump, after their 12-hour shift at that pump where they would steal thousands and thousands of gallons of fuel, they would insert the original pulsar, that device, again, that calculates the price per gallon, how much fuel is dispensed. They would replace it, close the pump, and move on. They would have an individual that was staged there, so you couldn't park your car there. They would have someone almost reserving the pump as they kept rotating these 7 trucks between 2 separate locations.
Isn't this a process to remove some kind of equipment and then add it in? I mean, how long were these people there each of the 7 times? It was hours?
They spent these 7 different times they were there. They spent 12 hours each time. I don't believe it's easy to do. This was quite an intricate process of what they completed to do. Other than that, I know you just asked about wouldn't someone at Circle K identify this? We all have the same question. Why weren't these employees being a little more diligent? We know these Circle Ks are busy. There's a lot going on, from food that they sell to serving customers to people coming in and out of the gas pumps. But that's certainly a way that we hope that anyone in any gas station in our county would take the opportunity to check those gas pumps. We always recommend checking them on the hour and changing the different, what looks like evidence tape, to make sure that your pump hasn't been tampered with. If we have individuals working at these gas stations that are being a little more vigilant, I believe we can make sure that and ensure that this doesn't happen again. This is the same thing we talk about when they're implementing these skimmers. Some of them you can't even tell. It's not the old ones, the ATMs that stick way out. It's a device that they'll change and put inside, like a little processor, and they're able to steal people's credit card numbers. Well, we know some individuals are becoming more sophisticated in stealing this fuel. This device that you see, the homemade device that we'll provide to you, there's some now that have an electronic device that they put in there, and they almost have a remote that they can turn it on and off when they want to get there and hit it so they get fuel for free, or they can turn it off for the next person to come to have to pay for it, so no one's wiser of what they're doing. So this is evolving.
Have you ever dealt with anything similar to this in the county in recent history?
We have, but most of it's been with diesel fuel. Diesel fuel is always more expensive than normal fuel, and with the agriculture community that we have here, we've seen individuals stealing from farmland owners who have fuel. They're stealing the fuel that way. We haven't seen it as prevalent as it is with this organized crime ring that sole purpose was to collectively come together to defraud these gas stations by stealing the amount of fuel that they did. Thank you, everyone. Captain, thank you again.
Thank you.
Appreciate the partnership. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, there you have it, a press conference out of the Tampa Bay area on a gas theft ring stealing $60,000 worth of gas, as you know that the gas prices have gone up drastically over the past couple of weeks. We're going to go now to some live pictures from across the country. Beautiful view of the Capitol. I'm going to leave it here, and then we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break.
for these crimes. We are also working intensively with our European allies on further sanctions to raise the pressure and raise the cost on Putin and on Russia. Today, I'd like to take a step back and talk about where we are and where we think we are going. Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine more than a month ago. When Russia started this war, its initial aims were to seize the capital of Kiev, replace the Zelensky government, and take control of much, if not all, of Ukraine. Russia believed that it could accomplish these objectives swiftly and efficiently. But Russia did not account for the strength of the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people, or the amount or effectiveness of military assistance provided by the United States and its allies and partners. The Ukrainian people, backed resolutely by the United States and other nations, have held firm. Kiev and other cities still stand. The Ukrainian military has performed exceptionally well, and many Ukrainian civilians have joined local militias in addition to using nonviolent means to resist. Vladimir Putin also believed that the West would not hold together in support of Ukraine. Russia was surprised that President Biden and the United States were so effective in rallying the world to prepare for and respond to the invasion. And after President Biden reinforced and reinvigorated Western unity at a series of summits in Brussels just 11 days ago, the Russians have now realized that the West will not break. At this juncture, we believe that Russia is revising its war aims. Russia is repositioning its forces to concentrate its offensive operations in eastern and parts of southern Ukraine rather than target most of the territory. All indications are that Russia will seek to surround and overwhelm Ukrainian forces in eastern Ukraine. We anticipate that Russian commanders are now executing their redeployment from northern Ukraine to the region around the Donbass in eastern Ukraine. Russian forces are already well on their way of retreating from Kiev to Belarus, as Russia likely prepares to deploy dozens of additional battalion tactical groups, constituting tens of thousands of soldiers, to the front line in Ukraine's east. We assess Russia will focus on defeating Ukrainian forces in the broader Luhansk and Donetsk provinces, which encompasses significantly more territory than Russian proxies already controlled before the new invasion began in late February. Russia could then use any tactical successes it achieves to propagate a narrative of progress and mask or try to discount or downplay prior military failures. In order to protect any territory it seizes in the east, we expect that Russia could potentially extend its force projection and presence even deeper into Ukraine beyond Luhansk and Donetsk provinces. At least, that is their intention and their plan. In the south, we also expect that Russian military forces will do what they can to try to hold the city of Kherson, to enable their control of the water flow to Crimea, and try to block Mykolaiv so that Ukrainian forces cannot proceed to retake Kherson. In the north, Russia will likely keep pressure on Kharkiv. During this renewed ground offensive in eastern Ukraine, Moscow will likely continue to launch air and missile strikes across the rest of the country to cause military and economic damage, and frankly, to cause terror, including against cities like Kyiv, Odessa, Kharkiv, and Lviv. Russia's goal in the end is to weaken Ukraine as much as possible. Russia still has forces available to outnumber Ukraine's, and Russia is now concentrating its military power on fewer lines of attack. But this does not mean that Russia will succeed in the east. So far, Russia's military has struggled to achieve its war aims, while Ukraine's military has done an extraordinary and courageous job demonstrating its will to fight and putting its considerable capabilities to use. The next stage of this conflict may very well be protracted. We should be under no illusions that Russia will adjust its tactics, which have included and will likely continue to include wanton and brazen attacks on civilian targets. And while Moscow may be interested now in using military pressure to find a political settlement, if this offensive in the east proves to gain some traction, Russia could regenerate forces for additional goals, including trying to gain control of yet more territory within Ukraine. Now, as the images from Bucha so powerfully reinforce, now is not the time for complacency. The Ukrainians are defending their homeland courageously, and the United States will continue to back them with military assistance, humanitarian aid, and economic support. We know that military assistance is having a critical impact on this conflict. Ukrainians are effectively defending themselves with U.S.-produced air defense systems and anti-tank systems, such as Stingers and Javelins, as well as radar systems that give the Ukrainians early warning and target data, and multiple other forms of arms and munitions. The administration is working around the clock to fulfill Ukraine's main security assistance requests, delivering weapons from U.S. stocks where they are available, and facilitating the delivery of weapons by allies where allied systems better suit Ukraine's needs. This is happening at what the Pentagon has described at an unprecedented pace. Last Friday, we announced an additional $300 million in security assistance, bringing the U.S. commitment to $1.65 billion in weapons and ammunition since Russia's invasion, and $2.3 billion since the beginning of the administration. The latest package includes laser-guided rocket systems, Puma unmanned aerial systems, armored high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, and more. Material is arriving every single day, including today, from the United States and our allies and partners. And we will have further announcements of additional military assistance in the coming days. We are working with the Ukrainians, as I said, to identify solutions to their priority requests. In some cases, that means sourcing systems from other countries because the U.S. either doesn't have the system or doesn't have a version that could effectively be integrated into the fight. Sorts of systems like this include longer-range anti-aircraft systems, artillery systems, and coastal defense systems. So let's take coastal defense systems as an example. President Biden went to Brussels to talk to key allies 11 days ago about how to get coastal defense systems to Ukraine, because there is not, at the moment, a good U.S. option. Last week, the UK announced at the close of its donor conference that coastal defense systems would be provided to the Ukrainians. It is a good example how, working with allies and partners, we are successfully responding to Ukraine's requests. We expect additional new capabilities to be delivered in the near future. We can't always advertise what is being delivered out of deference to our allies and partners or for operational sensitivities, but we are moving with speed and efficiency to deliver. Let me close with this. Even as Russia acknowledges the failure of its initial plans and shifts its goals, three elements of this war remain constant. First, Russia will continue to use its military to try to conquer and occupy sovereign Ukrainian territory. Second, the Ukrainian military and people will continue to effectively and bravely defend their homeland. And third, the United States will stand by them for as long as it takes. Russia has tried to subjugate the whole of Ukraine, and it has failed. Now it will attempt to bring parts of the country under its rule. It may succeed in taking some territory through sheer force and brutality. But no matter what happens over the coming weeks, it is clear that Russia will never be welcomed by the Ukrainian people. Instead, its gains will be temporary as the brave Ukrainian people resist Russian occupation and carry on their fight for an independent, sovereign nation that they so richly deserve. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you about the president's call for a war crimes trial for Vladimir Putin? What are the mechanics of how the president sees that playing out? Would it be at the International Criminal Court or in some other tribunal?
So we have to consult with our allies and partners on what makes most sense as a mechanism moving forward. Obviously, the ICC is one venue where war crimes have been tried in the past, but there have been other examples in other conflicts of other mechanisms being set up. So there's work to be done to work out the specifics of that. And between now and then, every day, what we are focused on is continuing to apply pressure to the Russian economy and provide weapons to the Ukrainian people to be able to defend themselves.
Sorry, forgive me. Other forums for this might include something that the UN Security Council might adopt. Is that what you're suggesting, that you would go to the Security Council?
Well, obviously, with Russia as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, it would be difficult to imagine that they would not attempt to exercise their veto to block something. But there have been creative solutions to the question of accountability in the past, and I'm not going to prejudge what solution would be applied here or what forum or venue would be applied here. What I will say is what the President said this morning. There has to be accountability for these war crimes. That accountability has to be felt at every level of the Russian system, and the United States will work with the international community to ensure that accountability is applied at the appropriate time. Yes.
The President was careful to say he does not see this as genocide. Many Ukrainians believe that it is because their nation, their people are being attacked. Where is the line in your view, and how have you counseled the President between genocide and war crimes?
So this is something we, of course, continue to monitor every day. Based on what we have seen so far, we have seen atrocities, we have seen war crimes, we have not yet seen a level of systematic deprivation of life of the Ukrainian people to rise to the level of genocide. But again, that's something we will continue to monitor. There is not a mechanical formula for this. There is a process that we have run just recently at the State Department to ultimately determine that the mass killing of Rohingya in Burma constituted genocide. That was a lengthy process based on an amassing of evidence over a considerable period of time and involving, frankly, mass death, the mass incarceration of a significant portion of the Rohingya population. And we will look to a series of indicators along those lines to ultimately make a determination in Ukraine. But as the President said today, we have not arrived at that conclusion yet. Yes.
Thanks. I just have 3 quick questions. When you say the next stage will be protracted, do you mean years? I mean, Russia has been in Crimea and Donbass since 2014. What's protracted?
So we can't predict, but I would just say that so far this conflict has lasted a little more than 5 weeks, and yet in that time we've seen an enormous amount of killing and death, and also an enormous amount of bravery and success on the part of the Ukrainian forces. What I'm saying when I say protracted is that it may not be just a matter of a few more weeks before all is said and done. That first quote-unquote phase of the conflict, if the Russians put it, was measured in weeks. This next phase could be measured in months or longer.
In the beginning, the consensus seemed to be Russia was unstoppable. We just had to make the price as high as possible for them. Then new thinking is maybe Ukraine can actually win. Do you agree with that, and what would winning look like?
So we believe that our job is to support the Ukrainians. They will set the military objectives. They will set the objectives at the bargaining table. And I'm quite certain they are going to set those objectives at success, and we are going to give them every tool we can to help them achieve that success. But we are not going to define the outcome of this for the Ukrainians. That is up for them to define and us to support them in. That's what we're going to do. And we do have confidence in the bravery, skill, and capacity of the Ukrainian armed forces and the resilience of the Ukrainian people.
One quick thing on chemical weapons. The President and other allies have promised consequences without saying what they would be. Last time Russia used chemical weapons, there were sanctions, but not very stiff ones. Are you ready to define consequences?
So I'm going to say the same thing I've said from this podium that the President has said from a podium down the hall in this same building, which is that Russia will pay a severe price. We have communicated to them directly. We have coordinated with our allies and partners, and I'm not going to go further in terms of the specifics here today.
The administration initially did not call this war crimes, and eventually they did after what they saw on the ground. Do you think that's going to be the case with calling it a genocide?
Well, so first, it's not just that we sit around and debate terms and then ultimately decide to apply a term based against static circumstances. We watch as things unfold. We gather evidence. We continue to develop facts. And as we gathered evidence and as we got the facts together, we ultimately came to the conclusion that war crimes were committed. And in fact, I would say on this front, President Biden was a leader. He went out and said, Putin is a war criminal. And many of you raised your eyebrows at that. Many people out in the public raised their eyebrows at that. And now you see the scenes coming out of Bucha today. And so he's not going to hesitate to call a spade, to call it like he sees it, and neither is the U.S. government. So as the facts develop, could we see ourselves reaching a different conclusion on that question? Of course we could, but it's going to be based on evidence and facts as we gather it along the way.
And two more quick ones for you. On the sanctions that the president was talking about today, should we expect those this week, or what's the timing?
You can expect further sanctions announcements this week, and we are coordinating with our allies and partners on what the exact parameters of that will be. But yes, this week we will have additional economic pressure elements to announce.
Thank you. And my last question quickly, you keep using the word retreat instead of reposition. How much is that in part due to the spring conditions, the muddy conditions that are on the ground in Ukraine?
The reason I use the phrase retreat is just kind of quite simple common sense. It's not some fancy technical military term. It's a term that all of us understand, which is if you run pell-mell for an objective and you get stopped and then you start to get beaten back and then you withdraw, you pull out, that's what I would call a retreat. That's what happened to the Russians in Kiev. They attacked Kiev, they failed, they started to get beaten backwards by the Ukrainian military, and they ultimately retreated back across the border into Belarus. Now, with those forces, as I said in my opening comments, they are not intending to stand pat. They are going to reposition those forces to go after a different objective, a scaled-down objective, but nonetheless a dangerous and disturbing objective, which is to conquer and occupy territory in eastern Ukraine. And now it's our job to help the Ukrainian people have the tools they need to be able to stymie that objective. That is what we're intent on doing at this stage.
I know you're not willing to call it a genocide, but does the U.S. government have information that you can that you can use to independently corroborate Ukraine's allegations about atrocities in Bucha?
So we have obviously got access to a lot of the information that you all have. We also have information that the Ukrainians have provided us directly, and we will also work with fact finders, independent fact finders as we go forward to get to a level of documentation that allows us to help build very strong dossiers of evidence for war crimes prosecutions, and that is what we intend to do. Now, on the question of the genocide determination, obviously we will continue on a daily basis to have consultations with the Ukrainians to reach determinations, and if at some point we reach the judgment that there in fact has been a level of atrocity, a level of killing, a level of intentional activity that rises to meet our definition of genocide, we'll call it for what it is. We have never hesitated to call out the Russians for what they have done in Ukraine, and we will not start now.
Sorry, one quick question on France, Jake. They have suggested that a hefty EU-wide tariff should be imposed as opposed to a blanket ban on Russian energy imports into the EU. Does the U.S. support that, and will that be part of what you're planning to do next in terms of sanctions?
We are having conversations as I stand here at this podium with senior officials in the main European capitals as well as in Brussels on the full range of sanctions options, including sanctions options or pressure options that relate to energy. I'm not going to negotiate that out at this podium. We want to make sure that we're able to pull together a consensus along with the rest of the European Union.
The Kremlin is denying the images out of Bucha, saying that they don't show any kind of apparent execution. What is the U.S. doing to try and expose Russia's actions to its own citizens? I mean, what can we do to sort of fight this information war?
Well, first I would note that the Kremlin is working overtime to close down the information space inside of Russia, which is not exactly the action of a strong and confident government that feels really good about the story that it would be telling if it were allowing independent news sources to come in. Second, we are, of course, supporting through a variety of means the provision of information about these atrocities and about the entire effort by the Russians to unjustly and unlawfully invade a sovereign neighboring country, not just to the Russian people, but to people everywhere. We will continue to do that.
And just to be clear, is it your sense that the atrocities that we're seeing in Bucha are based on orders coming from Putin or his senior military officials, or is there a chance here that this is sort of Russian forces acting on their own, and is there even a distinction?
I don't want to get into the specific intelligence related to Bucha at this point, but what I will say, as I said at the outset, is even before the invasion happened, we shared information with the public, with the press, including from this podium, that Russia was intending, as a matter of policy, not as a matter of one guy in a unit in a suburb of Kiev, but as a matter of policy in this war, to kill dissidents, to kill those who caused problems for the occupation, and to impose a reign of terror across occupied territories within Ukraine. That is what we are seeing play out. So no, we do not believe that this is just a random accident or the rogue act of a particular individual. We believe that this was part of the plan. We declared it from this podium as part of the plan, and now we are seeing it play out in real life in living color in these terrible, tragic images we are seeing come from Bucha. Yeah.
Thanks. So I know you don't want to talk about possible venues for a war crimes trial, but can you talk a little bit about the evidence gathering aspect of it? That's going to be crucial to combating disinformation and what Russians will say that Ukrainian rebels are fighting us. That was legitimate warfare. What happened? That could be a tactic they're taking. So can you walk us through the evidence gathering, who's doing it, other people on the ground gathering evidence? How long does that take to sort of build a case, and what does that look like?
So I will directly answer your question, but I also think it is important for our team at the State Department, which will take the lead on this, including our Global War Crimes Coordinator, to give you a fully elaborate answer to this question in technical detail so that everybody understands exactly how this process works. But with that being said, there are 4 main sources of information that we will develop in an effort to help build the case for war crimes. The first is the information we and our allies and partners gather, including through intelligence sources. And we actually, within our intelligence community, had previously stood up a team to be able to document and analyze war crimes and work closely with the State Department in doing so. And we're also coordinating with key allies and partners who have their own capacities. The second is what the Ukrainians themselves will do on the ground to develop this case, to document the forensics of these tragic and senseless killings in this particular instance and in other instances across Ukraine. The third is international organizations, including the United Nations, but others as well, prominent international non-governmental organizations with real credibility and expertise in this area. And then the fourth is all of you, because part of building this case is relying upon the global independent media who has images, interviews, documentation, and when you put all of those 4 sources together, you can build, we believe, a package that can stand up to the relentless disinformation we are likely to see and have already started seeing from Russia, and that ultimately the truth will withstand the assault on the truth that we can expect to come from Moscow.
On former President Trump, he's having Save America rallies where he's decrying the Biden administration, decrying the response that you all in the White House have been given to this war in Ukraine. He said if he was in here in office, he would do it better. It wouldn't happen under him. What is your response to the former President Donald J. Trump saying these things about the current administration?
I don't have a response to the former president. We are focused on getting the job done, getting the support to the Ukrainian people that they need, applying unprecedented pressure to the Russian economy, and building a form of Western unity that no one could reasonably have expected and that we have sustained through the early weeks of the war and will sustain for the period ahead. And I'll leave the commentary on what the former president said to others.
Do you think they're doing enough?
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jake. To follow up on what you said about Ukraine setting terms for any potential resolution, President Zelensky said on Face the Nation that with regard to any potential peace agreement, the important thing in this agreement are security guarantees, but he also said the U.S. has not provided any yet. Is the U.S. considering that, and what would that look like?
So we are in regular contact, and by regular I mean near daily contact. I personally am in near daily contact with my counterpart in the Ukrainian government, and we are talking constantly about how we can support a negotiated solution that defends Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. And we have told them that we are prepared to do our part to support that, including by ensuring that Ukraine has the means to defend itself in the future. I'm not going to get into the specifics of what those negotiations are, because I believe it's very important that they have a protected space to be able to be carried out. But you can rest assured that the United States is actively working in consultation with Ukrainians to support their efforts at the peace table.
And then a question on the sanctions. You just said that you're under no illusions that Russia will adjust its target. So what function will an additional sanctions package have? when you announce it?
So I would say two things about the sanctions. One is that sanctions are intended to impose costs so that Russia cannot carry on these grotesque acts without paying a severe price for it. The other is to have an effect on Russia's behavior over time. But as President Biden has made clear repeatedly, we don't expect that that shift in behavior will be caused by sanctions overnight or in a week. It will take time to grind down the elements of Russian power within the Russian economy, to hit their industrial base hard, to hit the sources of revenue that have propped up this war and have propped up the kleptocracy in Russia. That's going to take some time to play out. But there's no better time than now to be working at that so that the costs end up setting in and that ends up sharpening Russia's choices. So sanctions are not alone going to solve any of these problems, but they are a critical tool in ultimately producing a better outcome to this conflict than it would otherwise be produced.
Have the revelations about Bucha prompted the administration and its allies to reconsider what kind of military assistance to provide to Ukraine? Are tanks now part of potential transfers that could be provided to the Ukrainian military?
So I'm not going to get into certain specific systems because, as I said at the outset, there are operational sensitivities and the sensitivities of our allies and partners for why we wouldn't speak about a particular capability like tanks. But I will say this. Even before Bucha, the United States was working with Ukrainians on every item on its priority list and how we could go ahead and ensure that that could be provided to them. The only capability that we have discussed with them where there has been a difference in perspective that has been played out in living color in this podium many times over has been the question of direct facilitation from a U.S. air base in Germany into contested airspace over Ukraine of MiG-29s. Otherwise, before Bucha, we were working with them on a wide range of capabilities, including some capabilities that people here were writing we weren't prepared to provide. That wasn't right. Now, it's hard for me to correct the record in every case because for very good reasons, some of these systems we cannot advertise. We cannot talk to you all about. But what I want to make clear, as I said at the outset, is the extent and depth of effort to acquire and transfer a variety of advanced weapons capabilities is extraordinary, it is unprecedented, and it has been ongoing from well before the terrible images came out.
And the International Criminal Court is one of the reasons why the U.S. is considering alternate venues because the U.S. is not a signatory. And does that undercut the U.S. push to hold Putin accountable with a war crimes trial of some kind when the U.S. is not a signatory to the International Criminal Court?
The U.S. has in the past been able to collaborate with the International Criminal Court in other contexts, but despite not being a signatory. But there's a variety of reasons one might consider alternative venues as well beyond the specific relationship between the U.S. and the ICC. Most importantly, this is not a decision the United States is going to make by itself. We're not going to make the call out of Washington for the appropriate venue for accountability. That is going to be done in consultation with allies and with partners around the world, and I don't want to prejudge those conversations. They're ongoing. And what I can communicate is the very real sustained and committed proposition that the United States has that we are going to ensure that there is accountability. Yeah, I'll just take one minute. Yeah.
The U.S. had rejected Poland's plan for a peacekeeping force to protect civilians. Is that something that's being reconsidered given what we've seen of these atrocities? And is there any talk among the allies to do some sort of force to help protect the civilian population?
So I don't quite accept the premise of the question. There have been various peacekeeping proposals floated. None of them have ever been given full shape or been kind of formally put forward and suggested should actually be implemented. And so we continue to consult with our allies and partners, including Poland, on what makes sense going forward. We have not yet seen a proposal that actually has been fleshed out that could be operationalized. The one thing that the United States has made clear throughout this is that it is not our intention to send U.S. soldiers to fight Russian soldiers in Ukraine, but in terms of the supply of capabilities, in terms of other steps to support the Ukrainians and to do our best to protect civilians in Ukraine, we continue to look at every possible option, including in consultation with our partners on that. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Jake, so much for joining us.
Thank you. Come again, please.
He will, I'm sure. He's probably our most frequent guest. I don't know if you get
I probably owe him something for that. Okay, a couple of items for all of you at the top. Today, Vice President Harris and administration officials announced the Biden-Harris Action Plan for building better school infrastructure. By leveraging funds from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the American Rescue Plan, this action plan will activate the entire federal government to support students' health and learning, from upgraded HVAC systems to electric school buses, from on-site solar energy installations to safe routes to school. Also wanted to note, in light of the President's event on trucking, a couple of details or facts for all of you. 2021 was the best year for trucking growth, jobs growth since 1994, and December 2021 through February of 2022 was the best 3-month stretch for long-distance truck hiring since the 1990s. Thanks to the efforts of the Department of Transportation, we doubled the issuance of commercial driver's license issuances in January and February 2022 compared to the prior January and February of 2021. And over 100 employers, including Domino's, Frito-Lay, and UPS, launched registered apprenticeship programs in the past 90 days. This could result in more than 10,000 additional apprenticeships nationwide, which of course get more people, more truckers trained, more trucks on the road, more goods moving around and onto shelves across the country. Also wanted to note, I think you all saw this, but just to confirm for all of you, tomorrow the President and Vice President will be joined by former President Obama to highlight how the Affordable Care Act continues to lower health care costs for American families. This will be the first time former President Obama returns to the White House since leaving office. Since we've taken office, since President Biden has entered office, we've taken big steps to reduce health care costs and expand access to health care for the American people. And how President Biden and former President Obama both see the Affordable Care Act is an example, a shining example of how government can work for the American people. Not only did it ensure that millions of people had access to affordable health care, but it has been an opportunity to build on that and make changes and make improvements over the course of time, which of course is what they will talk about tomorrow. But even since the President took office, through the American Rescue Plan, we lowered premiums for 9 million Americans, the biggest expansion of affordable health care since the ACA. We've made affordable health coverage more accessible during the pandemic through the opening of the special enrollment period, which enabled nearly 3 million Americans to have access to newly sign up for coverage under the ACA. And President Biden has overseen the most successful open enrollment period in history last year, with a historic 14.5 million Americans signing up for ACA coverage, and another million people signing up for the basic health care program. So tomorrow they'll announce more steps. I'll also note, as they did every week when former President Obama was president and President Biden was vice president, that's a mouthful, they will have lunch tomorrow as well, as they used to do on a weekly basis. I would note they continue to talk regularly. They are real friends, not just Washington friends, and so I'm sure they will talk about events in the world as well as their families and personal lives. So I'll try to get around the room as best as I can, but Chris, why don't you kick us off?
So one question on Title 42. Some Republican attorneys general are suing the administration over the plan to lift it. What is the administration's response? And administration concerns this would end up blocking the push to lift the order?
Well, on the lawsuit itself, I'd of course refer you to the Department of Justice. They would be overseeing any steps there. But broadly.
Okay, so we have been listening in to the White House briefing. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan joining White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki there earlier today to talk about so many of the administration's priorities, including what we have been seeing out of Ukraine, those horrifying images in suburbs in and around Kiev, bodies strewn across the road. You can see some, especially of the men. They were tied at the hands and they were shot at the back of the head, and we have seen that time and time again, especially over the weekend. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to have a Russia-Ukraine segment in the next hour, bringing on experts talking about the latest headlines in the war there. But first, we're going to go out to Sacramento, where we are about to get a vigil underway in downtown as the community remembers and mourns 6 people who were killed over the weekend in this mass shooting. Multiple other people were injured. Fox 2 in the Bay Area has been on top of this story since it broke. Let's hear from them and from their coverage just a few moments ago.
A suspect arrested and 6 victims identified one day after a deadly mass shooting in Sacramento. The man now in custody as people prepare to gather for a vigil tonight in the victim's honor.
This is KTVU Fox 2 News at 7 on KTVU Plus.
And Sacramento will host a community vigil in the next hour to honor the victims of yesterday's mass shooting. Welcome everyone to the 7 here on KTVU Plus. I'm Alex Abbott.
And I'm Heather Holmes. Here are the latest developments regarding that shooting. Police today announcing one arrest in connection with the gunfire. 26-year-old D'Andre Martin. He was booked for assault and illegal gun possession charges, but so far not for the shooting itself. Police also say they've searched 3 homes since yesterday and recovered 1 weapon. 6 people were killed yesterday. 12 others were wounded.
KTVU's Alyssa Harrington is joining us now live from downtown Sacramento.
Alyssa, several local leaders are expected to be at tonight's vigil, including that city's mayor.
That's right. This vigil is to remember the victims of Sunday's mass shooting and to speak about gun violence. This tragic incident has deeply impacted this community. Now, I want to show you some video from just up the street where there are several memorials that continue to grow. We just saw a family show up and leave balloons and flowers at the corner of 10th and K Street where the shooting happened. People have been leaving flowers and pictures to honor those who died. 6 people were killed in the shooting, at least 12 others injured. Police say there were multiple shooters, and they have made 1 arrest. They are reviewing hundreds of pieces of evidence. Now, tonight, the mayor of Sacramento is expected to speak at this vigil. He will be joined by activist Barry Axius, founder of Sacramento's Voice of the Youth program. I got a chance to speak with Axius last night. He was there in the immediate aftermath of the shooting and helped people try to find their friends and loved ones. I asked him how the community moves forward.
Healing and accountability, and then continuing to put pressure on, our public officials to put more dollars in investing into prevention and investing into different coping mechanisms for us to be able to stop this violence.
Police released the names of the 6 who were killed. They have been identified as 38-year-old Sergio Harris, 29-year-old Devazia Turner, 32-year-old Joshua Hoy Lucchesi, 21-year-old Jontea Alexander, 57-year-old Melinda Davis, and 21-year-old Yamil Martinez Andrade. Now, the vigil tonight begins at 7:30, and speeches are expected to start at 8. Reporting live in downtown Sacramento, I'm Alyssa Harrington, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, Alyssa, thank you.
Police spent today combing through streets in downtown Sacramento, searching for more clues in this case. Police have arrested 1 suspect identified as D'Andre Martin. But as KTVU's Emma Goss reports, police say they expect to make more arrests.
A chaotic and violent scene broke out at 2 a.m. Sunday at 10th and K Street in downtown Sacramento. As concerts let out and bars closed, a crowd began fighting in the street. Then, gunfire erupted, killing 3 men and 3 women and injuring a dozen others. Police say they've recovered 100 shell casings from the scene. At least 3 buildings and 3 vehicles were damaged by gunfire. The shooting victims range in age from 57 to 21. Jontea Alexander, Sergio Harris, and his cousin Devazia Turner, Joshua Hoy Lucchesi, Yamil Martinez Andrade, and Melinda Davis. A business owner along K Street says Davis was a familiar face in downtown and lived on the street near the shooting.
One of the homeless women that I know, I recognize her as she's going around. She's been here for a long time, and she just got caught in the crossfire, and it's unfortunate. Give you an idea what it was like earlier.
Surveillance video from a nearby apartment building shows Cathedral Square, the site of Marcus Davison's vow renewal. Hours after the family celebration cleared out, people are seen running from bullets. One man, apparently struck, limps away.
There was lots of yelling and things like that.
Davison, originally from Oakland, was celebrating with his out-of-town guests at bars just feet from where the shooting happened. His party turned in 30 minutes before shots rang out.
It was unbelievable that it happened, but by the grace of God, we were lucky that some of the choices we made determined our outcome to be a little bit safe.
Memorials now line the streets of downtown Sacramento. At Capitol Books, the general manager set up candles and a message of healing in the window.
There were bodies outside this door. Yeah, I cleaned blood off the window this morning.
While most of the bookstore's staff took a mental health day off, she's taking comfort in the hugs and phone calls coming in from loyal customers.
Nothing's going to be quite the same. Yeah, but we're still here. We're going to continue to thrive as a community.
Martin is due to appear in court tomorrow. He's a related suspect, not directly charged in the shooting. Police are still pursuing other suspects. Reporting in downtown Sacramento, Emma Goss, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Well, there are currently 2 gun reform bills under consideration right now at the state capitol. Assembly Bill 2551 would require the Justice Department to notify local police when convicted felons try to buy guns and ammunition. Now, Assembly Bill 2552 would increase safety and oversight of gun shows in California. Both are authored by Sacramento Assemblyman Kevin McCarty, who says California needs to keep guns out of the hands of those who should not have them. Well, yesterday's shooting was immediately met with outrage and sorrow, both at the local level and from leaders in Washington, D.C. Our team coverage continues tonight with KTVU's Jesse Gary, who shares the call for an end to gun violence.
There were still bodies in the Sacramento crime scene. Police investigators still trying to piece together what led to the deadly shooting. And the political reaction wave had already begun rolling. From the president to the person third in the line of succession. From California's governor to the mayor of Sacramento. Even an NBA coach weighed in. Each issuing a statement condemning the carnage and loss of life and calling for an end to gun violence.
We're all hoping as elected officials that our actions will save lives.
Experts say people of all political stripes suffer from confirmation bias, viewing shocking events through a certain prism and then relying on muscle memory to craft their immediate response.
These moments are not an opportunity for reflection. They don't give us pause to kind of reconsider based on the facts, reconsider our positions on anything or our policies that we have. It's a moment to reiterate and restate what we already believe.
Because the masses and the representatives become caught in a cause and effect loop of deadly violence and political outcry, social scientists say change moves at a snail's pace.
We see can-kicking transgenerational problems that don't seem to be solved in the least. And so what can we be other than frustrated by the events in Sacramento?
Politicians such as San Mateo County Supervisor David Canepa says shocking events focus attention on policy changes that could stem the problems. But he admits changing the sheet music may produce more long-lasting results.
Well, maybe what we could do that's better is rather than just uniformly focusing on gun control, maybe the message is it is focused on the mental health component of it.
There is no right or wrong path, and politicians and experts lament the only certainty is another opportunity to try after the next incident. In San Jose, Jesse Gary, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Investigators say video of what happened moments before that shooting started yesterday in Sacramento is circulating online, and investigators want to see more of it. The QR code right there on your screen has been established to make it easy for people to submit videos and recordings. If you come across any images that may be helpful to investigators, you are encouraged to submit it and stay with KTVU Plus as our coverage of that mass shooting continues a little later on tonight.
Antioch is taking new measures to boost the number of officers on its police force. Under a new plan announced just today by Antioch's mayor, those joining the police department could see tens of thousands of dollars in bonuses. The department is authorized to have up to 115 officers, but it's now down to 78 officers on duty, with 24 of them on leave.
As we near the summer months, there is no question that we have to deal with our attrition problem and the impact of officers who are under investigation. Therefore, I will be immediately advancing a measure that restructures our current police sign-on bonuses.
Under the mayor's plan, officers who come to the department on a lateral transfer could receive up to $40,000. Academy recruits can also choose to receive $60,000 toward the down payment of a home in Antioch. The mayor's proposal must still be approved by the city council.
Well, a stabbing at a high school in San Jose today left one student wounded and another is in custody. Police say officers responded to reports of a stabbing at about 10:15 this morning at Gunderson High School at Gwandabert Lane and Chenoweth Avenue. The details of what led up to that incident are unclear, but authorities say one student was stabbed and is expected to be okay. Police say a campus officer was on the scene and played a key role in coordinating a response and bringing that suspect into custody. Both the victim and suspect are said to be students at Gunderson High. In Oakland, someone brought an explosive device inside the Alameda County Courthouse today, prompting a response from the bomb squad. The sheriff's office says the small device was shown to deputies at about 9 this morning at the courthouse at Washington and 7th Streets in Oakland. The person who authorities say brought it in is connected to a civil lawsuit at the courthouse and says that device was deliberately put on his car. Authorities say the investigation is ongoing.
Today, the Senate Judiciary Committee deadline.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here yet again. We thank Fox 2 in the Bay Area for all their coverage, especially of this story, as we learn more details of what happened in Sacramento over the weekend. That mass shooting that left 6 people dead, 12 more injured. They're about to have a vigil in downtown Sacramento for those victims. Well, earlier today, I spoke with one of our Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters who was sent to the scene, Gina Silva. She and I spoke about the latest in the investigation, what it looks like on the ground right now, and so many of these Sacramento residents who are still shook up from the shooting. Here is that conversation from earlier this afternoon. All day and one right now. Fox 11's Gina Silva is there. She's been speaking to people who are there, who witnessed this all over the weekend. Gina, what do we know? Where does the investigation stand?
Well, Andrew, I can tell you that many people have been on edge ever since that deadly shooting. But today, the Sacramento Police Department was able to deliver a bit of good news. They made an arrest of a man they are calling a, quote, related suspect, someone very important to the investigation. It doesn't necessarily mean that he was one of the shooters, but he was somewhat, according to the police department, may have been involved. And so they arrested him today. And as soon as the news broke, many people felt a sense of relief.
Oh, they did. Shoot, I'm happy.
Reaction to the first arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Sunday morning in Sacramento. This was the chaotic scene around 2 in the morning. Multiple bodies on the ground. Officers and paramedics can be seen providing CPR to the victims. This after bullets were flying into a crowd.
It's pretty heavy right now for everybody.
Ryan Newman was in the area when the shooting began.
But it was pretty traumatic because, you know, I was like seconds away from being actually in the middle of it.
Police say they are looking for multiple shooters. On Monday, officers served search warrants at 3 different homes. They recovered a handgun and arrested 26-year-old Dondre Martin. He was booked on charges of assault with a firearm. Martin wasn't supposed to be in possession of a weapon.
That's good because that person don't need to be on the street.
A total of 18 people were shot. The coroner's office has released the names of 6 people who were killed. They are Jantaya Alexander, 21 years old, Melinda Davis, 57, Yamil Martinez Andrade, 21, Sergio Harris, 38, Joshua Hoy Lucchesi, 32, and Devasia Turner, 29.
Definitely deserve justice. So I just hope that they find everybody that was, you know, a part of the whole thing.
Now, the man who was arrested, Dondre Martin, had an outstanding warrant out of Riverside County for a misdemeanor crime. He will be arraigned tomorrow afternoon here in Sacramento. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
You know, Gina, what else are police looking for when it comes to suspects? Do they think, you know, more than 2 people, more than 3 people were involved in this altercation that took place? And just give our viewers a sense of what is the downtown feel like right now? Are there lots of people out and about? Is police tape still up? What do we know?
Let me move out of the way so you can go ahead and take a look. Right now, you know, to be completely honest with you, there are a lot more reporters and photographers than many of the members of the community. This area had been closed off since Sunday morning, and it remained closed off until early this morning. And there have been some makeshift memorials throughout the city of Sacramento, little, you know, areas where people are leaving candles and flowers, and that's what's been taking place. But again, at this particular location, which is the area where the shooting took place on Sunday morning, it was at 2 in the morning when people were just leaving the bars. This area itself was reopened this morning, and it had been shut down since early in the morning on Sunday. But again, police are giving us very little information, and that's, you know, something that they typically do because it's an important investigation that they don't want to taint. All they know, all they've been telling us is that they are looking for multiple shooters, multiple people involved in this incident, and as of now, the only person they have arrested is Andre Martin, and he will be arraigned tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, kind of mum on the details about how they kind of expect Martin was involved in all this, just a suspect related to the shooting incident that took place. Lastly for you, Gina, what are we hearing from elected leaders? Governor Newsom, President Biden, have they spoken out?
They've both issued statements condemning gun violence, saying we need stricter gun laws. The mayor of Sacramento also talked about that, and he said he is tired of the sickness in this country, referring to gun violence. Tonight at 7, they will be holding a vigil for the victims, and of course that will be one of the subjects.
Fox 11's Gina Silva there live for us on the scene in Sacramento. Thanks so much. Okay, and we thank Gina Silva for her reporting there. Was sent from LA to Sacramento. We have a live now look right here of the Bay Area in San Francisco. We're relying on Fox 2 there for some of the coverage as we continue to monitor any more developments out of the Sacramento mass shooting that killed 6 people over the weekend. This is just a beautiful shot. I had to show you guys as the fog rolls in there in the city by the bay. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, like we've been previewing tonight, we hope to get some of these speakers, some of these residents in Sacramento, some of the people directly affected by the mass shooting there. They're holding a vigil. We have a podium up. It was supposed to start about 4 or 5 minutes ago, but once it does, we'll bring that to you here live on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday night. This is Andrew Kraft. We do have a live look at the moment of this podium that is set up as we await this vigil that is taking place in Sacramento. So we're going to monitor this shot. We have a lot more news left in store, but we are anticipating speakers here stepping up to the podium, recounting what they witnessed, what the city is going through after 6 people were shot and killed over the weekend, 12 more people injured. And for those of you who have never been to Sacramento, of course, it's the state capital of California. Where this shooting took place is very, very close to the state capitol grounds. And so once people do step up to the podium, we'll bring that to you here live. So while we keep this live picture up, just remember what we've been reporting for the duration of the day since that arrest has been made. Investigators, this is according to the Sacramento Police Department in the statement they put out earlier today. They said investigators worked through the night into the early morning hours of April 4th today, processing the horrific K Street shooting scene. During the preliminary processing of the scene, they say investigators located at least 3 buildings and 3 vehicles that had been struck by gunfire. Additionally, they say investigators recovered over 100 expended shell casings at the scene. They also say investigators have identified what we have been reporting, 26-year-old Dondre Martin, as a related suspect. Martin was arrested and booked for assault and illegal firearm possession charges. We have not yet seen a booking photo of Martin. We'll be on the lookout for that in case the police department does release one. The statement goes on to say, as the investigation progressed, Sacramento Police Department SWAT and detectives served search warrants at 3 residences in the area. They say during the execution of those search warrants, at least 1 handgun was recovered. They say no changes have been reported to the number of victims, which is still known to be 12 surviving victims suffering from gunshot wounds, ranging from minor to critical, but stable, and unfortunately 6 deceased victims who were killed by gunfire. They say to date we have received over 100 video and or photo files provided through the community evidence portal. Of course, they're seeking still more and more information. And so once we get a sense of this vigil and when it's going to start, we will bring it live to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are also monitoring a few more stories on this Monday night. Of course, I just want to show you this beautiful live look as well out of the Bay Area, not too far from Sacramento, rather. On a lighter note, though, of course, we know that the men's basketball NCAA final is tonight between both the University of North Carolina and Kansas. We've been having some live pictures from some of their fan watch parties in their respective stadiums. This one is kind of cool here. This is at the UNC basketball watch party there in Raleigh at UNC's the Tar Heels basketball stadium. As so many fans are watching the game, we're going to get periodic updates about what the score is. I haven't even looked. We know the game is ongoing at this point in time. But right now we want to move on to some of these other stories we want to bring to you as we await this vigil in Sacramento. As you know, we were following this other tragic story that happened late last year. Well, lawyers for Darrell Brooks, the man accused of plowing into a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, they're asking a judge to delay his trial, saying they need more time to analyze hundreds of parade videos. They want the trial moved possibly till next year. Brooks's defense attorneys were in court today asking a county circuit judge for a new trial date. The trial is scheduled to begin October 3rd of this year. Let's listen to some of that back and forth in court today. You're going to be seeing Darrell Brooks Jr. there in court before the judge as his attorneys asked for this trial date to be moved.
Oh, the crispy one? Yeah. Now I know. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know what I have to say. Yeah.
People sitting in the front row, we have our cameras tight. You can see, just might be captured if you're in the front row. I just want to put that on before I go live.
I just have.
Currently
Zach was just in the hallway, but
we'll try this for the third time. Or through Jen Dunn.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Judge. On March 11th, I think that's the date we were first in front of this court. And in terms of the question about when would the parties be ready, I think that we accurately represented what we understood certainly the state meant when they said that I don't think there's any reasonable way we could try this case in November or December. But I think what the question really was is to the parties' best estimate as to when they'd be ready to try the case. And in a very short amount of hindsight, with really nothing else happening from that hearing to cause this, just except for going back after that hearing, like I said at the last hearing, reevaluating all the materials and the types of materials that still needed to be reviewed, the types of expertise we were going to need, which I tried to at least summarize in the motion to adjourn. Our best estimate in terms of when the defense would be ready to proceed and be prepared for trial resulted in us realizing that October is not realistic. And so rather than waiting much further down the road when there'd be prejudice to parties or to anything with getting too far down the road with things being sent out, things being relied on too much, tried to really promptly let everyone know of what our best estimate was in terms of when we could be prepared based on the volume. The state makes a comment in its reply that we failed to advise, or whatever their choice of words were, of a trial in January. I'm pretty sure that at that March 11th hearing, we talked about if it went into 2023, that we'd be talking about March at the earliest. It's true I didn't list off every case that I'm involved in or every other scheduling conflict, but we have been pretty forthright with the court and parties about what we have in terms of scheduling conflicts and abilities to make this all work. Also learning at that March 11th hearing how long the court parties were anticipating that this trial might last. At that March 11th hearing, and to be candid, we agreed at that hearing that October, and we put it in our calendars as October. But we also weren't able to answer the court when we were asked how long to present a defense case. And the reason we weren't able to answer that is very similar to the reason why we realized we need a date past October. And that's because we weren't able to answer it because of where we were in our review of the case, the types of issues, fleshing out the defense, and the work that remained to be done. And so really this is pretty early, I think, in terms of, at least early in the sense of how cases get scheduled, to be having this battle about the first date that got set and a very prompt request for an adjournment. I don't think that what we're asking is out of line in the sense of kind of the length of time a first-degree intentional homicide case might take. I also don't think that I'm out of line to suggest that this isn't the typical case involving a charge of first-degree intentional homicide in terms of the volume of materials and the number of charges, the number of witnesses that have been talked about or anticipated by the state.
So I have some questions. If this court were to grant an adjournment, how much of a delay is the defense requesting, and when would the defense then be available to try this case?
I think, like we indicated earlier, I think probably mid-March of 2023 at the earliest.
You have another case with some, sounds like a lengthy case, a bit of involvement, and that is currently scheduled for how long? And it's also scheduled for trial, is that right?
It is. It's set to begin January 9th, I think, and last for 5 weeks.
If I were to grant an adjournment, why couldn't we look at November or December? Why couldn't we try this in 2022?
Well, I think December would start to make it impossible personally for my January obligations, honestly. If we're talking about this being set for a month. And November, adding 1 month from what it currently is, I don't think would accomplish what we need to accomplish in terms of the reason for the adjournment of going from 6 months from today's date to 7 months.
Can you shed a little more light on why 6 months from today would be insufficient in order for the defense to be prepared?
The best I can say, like I guess any case at the early stages of a case, is in terms of looking at kind of preliminarily the issues involved, the volume of discovery, the things that still need to be reviewed. We're trying to provide our best guess based on that, what we can see of the work that needs to be done. And we're trying to do that in a way that doesn't shortchange us and shortchange any of the parties, in the sense where we might wind up coming in and saying, we need 2 more weeks, right? We don't want to do that. We want, when we set a date for a trial of this length and with all the people that are going to be involved in it to not have to get it adjourned when we get closer to it. In terms of specifics, I can't tell you right now that X expert can only get us their report by a certain date. But I do know the amount of work that we need to do prior to getting materials to an expert for that review and to figure that out, and going by sort of past experience in the agency of how long some of these things take.
Okay, so there are a few things going on. If you're just joining us here, almost the top of the hour, we're watching this kind of courtroom drama unfold today in Waukesha, Wisconsin, because lawyers for Darrell Brooks Jr., that might sound familiar to some. He's the man accused of plowing into a Christmas parade late last year in Waukesha. Well, the lawyers are asking a judge to delay his trial, saying they need more time to analyze hundreds of parade videos. Brooks' defense attorneys there were in court, you saw, asking the judge for a new trial date. The trial is supposed to take place October the 3rd, but those attorneys say they need at least 6 months to analyze the videos and break down the speed of the SUV during the attack. Brooks is accused of killing 6 people and injuring dozens of others after allegedly driving through the parade route. We all remember seeing his red SUV. Some of those really terrible, terrible pictures. He faces more than 80 charges in connection to the attack. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Well, right now, we're still monitoring as well this other tragedy that happened in Sacramento over the weekend. 6 people shot and killed in this mass shooting there in downtown Sacramento. There is a vigil about to be underway here. Take a look at that. We're going to be hearing from community leaders. We're going to be hearing from residents who were affected. We were kind of watching some of the people holding candles, holding pictures of those they knew that were lost or injured in this shooting over the weekend. We're going to keep these pictures up. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Of course, we still have this beautiful LiveNOW look out of the Bay Area. So once this event begins, we're going to take it live. I believe it's about to begin, but we'll be back in 2 minutes here. Welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox. I just wanted to bring some lighter news to some of you today. We know we've been covering a lot of really heavy stories all day here. But of course, the NCAA men's basketball final is underway. We have a LiveNOW look. This is at the UNC basketball watch party there in Raleigh, North Carolina. So many students at UNC rooting for their team against Kansas in the men's basketball final. You can see a lot of students amped up there at the stadium where the Tar Heels usually play. So I just wanted to make sure we got that in there. Of course, we are still tracking and following all the latest out of Sacramento as we continue to wait for this vigil to start. We're going to be hearing from community leaders, including the mayor of Sacramento, also probably residents who were directly impacted and affected by this, who knew someone who was injured, who knew someone who was shot and killed over the weekend. 6 people lost their lives, 12 more were injured in this mass shooting event that California has seen so many of. We also have this statement from Governor Newsom that was put out right after the fact. He says, "We once again mourn the lives lost and for those injured in yet another horrendous act of gun violence. We will continue to work closely with local and state law enforcement as we monitor the situation." Of course, we were hearing from Governor Newsom. We heard from President Biden reiterating the fact, re-emphasizing the need for more stringent gun control measures, both at the state and federal level. Those are their policy proposals. So right now it does look like leaders are gathering to step up to the podium. Let's take this full, let's take this live.
Yeah, come on.
We'll make it all work, everybody.
Thank you.
I promise you. We'll make it all work.
There you go, one person.
Members, come on,
there you go.
Team, let's go. Everybody, come on up, please.
Let's not be afraid. There you go. Come on.
Don't be afraid. We'll sit down. We'll hang out. We'll be together. Can we beg everybody's indulgence a little bit? You guys wouldn't mind moving back just a ways. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Community.
Come on. Yeah, just so we can have more community members up here. If that's okay, I'm sorry.
We got.
Move the podium forward.
Hey,
bring the podium forward. Move the podium forward.
Community on the side, community in the visual.
Because of their wires?
Yeah,
they want you to bring that forward. No, we're trying to right now.
Yeah.
All right, don't help.
We're going to have to move the whole little. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, perfect.
If you're coming up here, you do not have to speak.
Yeah,
you don't have to speak.
Come on up, everybody, please. Community, come on up.
You don't have to speak this side. There you go.
Community, please come on up.
Okay, so it looks like we are seeing this this vigil. They're trying to get members of the community to kind of be in the background, holding candles while the speakers step up to the podium here. As this city is in mourning, no doubt. You can see many members of the public holding pictures of people they knew directly impacted by this, holding candles, holding flowers. I believe that's the mayor right there, the gentleman in the white Oxford dress shirt. So once speakers do step up to the podium here, to talk about what this shooting has done to the community, what it has meant to the community as Sacramento still reels from this over the weekend that left 6 people shot and killed, 12 people were also injured. Just to update, if you're just joining us, we're 2 minutes past the top of the hour, a little bit after 8 o'clock here. There is someone in custody related to the shooting incident, not directly implicated, kind of adjacent and tangentially related to the shooting. Dondre Martin, he's 26. He was booked on weapons and assault charges. Looks like the vigil might be beginning here. Let's listen in.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for all coming out. As we all know, that on Sunday morning, Sacramento was hit with a tragic moment that shook our city, took lives, and got us to a point of reflection, and I think a real deep lens of looking at how do we change what our city looks like, the dynamics of our city. How do we invest in our future? How do we support those who haven't been supported before? How do we make our city safer? And what those investments look like to make our city safer. Today we come together, not as a full city, but with those who are feeling compelled to make sure that we lift the voices and the hearts of those families that are still hurting, those families that are healing, those families that are devastated. This is just a small fraction of our community, a small fraction of the people that are not only here in the back of me, but are here in the front of me as well. But this is also a time for all of us as a city, not just one demographic, because this affects all of us in the city. This happened in our downtown area, a place that's supposed to be safe, a place many people who are here live, many people here work, many people here are entertained, or many people celebrate moments of glory and admiration. But we've been struck by senseless acts of violence, and we are not going to normalize that senseless act of violence. So today we've come together just to show unity, to show that the people, that we are here for them, that we're supporting them, and that public officials are hearing and listening to the voices of the voiceless and are ready to support major efforts to make major change. This is no longer going to be a talking point, but it's going to be action behind all of the talking and the conversation, because we need to move forward with what change looks like. So without further ado, I would like to bring on Mayor Darrell Steinberg.
Thank you very much, Barry, for your strong voice and your leadership. I'm really gratified, actually, that the media, the national media, is here to see the strength of our wonderful city, Sacramento. But I want to make sure that when we're done with this part of it, that we include everybody who is behind the cameras as well. And we sit together in circle, in solidarity, and that everybody is included in this tonight. Tonight we are here for Jontaya, for Melinda, for Sergio, for Devonta, for Joshua, and for Yamila. We gathered today to mourn their senseless deaths, and we gather for their loved ones, some of who are represented here tonight. I am joined by a number of my colleagues, and you will hear from some of them or anybody who wants to speak tonight. Councilmember Katie Valenzuela, who has given eloquent voice to this moment over the last several days. Council members Mai Vang and Rick Jennings and Jeff Harris and Sean Laloe and former Assembly member and Insurance Commissioner Dave Jones, and Congresswoman Matsui's staff is here, Glenda Corcoran and Gabby Herrera, and the Downtown Partnership leadership, and so many community leaders, and just people without titles who came down to say they care and that they mourn with us. We stand at a solemn place here in Sacramento. It's Ali Yousefi Square. Ali was a developer, a young man who died at age 35 of cancer. And he was one of the souls of our community who believed in the future, who believed that these places of gathering should be places of joy and places of peace. And so we gather here to remember the victims and to commit ourselves to doing all we can to end the stain of violence, not only in our community, but throughout the state, throughout the country, and throughout the world, because the national spotlight is on us for the moment. And so if we can lift our voices, as we have over these last couple days, to decry the senseless violence and the sickness that exists in our country around the proliferation of assault weapons and ghost guns and weapons that indiscriminately kill and injure, we will lift our voices to do so, and we will never give in or give up to the idea that in this country of blue and red, that it's just impossible to make any real change. We've given voice to these last couple of days about how important it is to continue what we've started here in Sacramento, and that is to invest more in young people. And yes, there were adults that were killed, but we all know it's about moving upstream, because every child, every teenager, every young adult should have nothing but good and great choices. But if I have one more minute here, I want to talk about something that I have not talked about this week, but that is close to my heart tonight. I've spent a lot of my adult life fighting for better mental health services for people in need. And it is long past time that we make mental health a top-tier public health priority in this country. You can get a room if you have a heart problem and you are rushed to the emergency room and you need a stent, but you'll lie out in a gurney in the middle of a hallway if you're in the midst of a psychiatric crisis. We'll stop and help anybody whose leg or arm is bleeding because they've been physically injured, but we walk by the people who are severely mentally ill, who live on our streets. And among our young people, especially our young people, there's too much hopelessness and too much of a feeling like they don't know what their future is or if they even have a future. And there's a lot of things we need to do to build better mental health. But you know what's at the core of mental health and what this gathering is really about? It is about connecting better with one another. It is about caring for one another. It's about being kind to the stranger. It's about making sure that we not only provide more opportunities for young people, but that we listen to them and that we talk to them. Because loneliness and disconnection is the source of most mental illness. Poverty is the source of most mental illness. And so let us create a gentler world by paying attention to the real epidemic in our country. And that is the fact that people are hurting. People are hurting because they're left out, they're left behind, they don't have enough to live, they don't know what their future is. That's not an excuse for violence in any way. But if this occasion can elevate the issue of caring better for one another, treating each other with more kindness, and attending to mental health as well as physical health, we'll save a lot of lives and we'll be a better community. Thank you. Councilmember Valenzuela.
So no offense, but I didn't come here tonight to talk to any of you. I came here tonight for my community that's standing behind you and behind me here. I'm not going to talk about policy. I'm not going to talk about anything but the people that we've lost. Sergio Harris, who has family here tonight. Devazia Turner. Joshua. Jontaya Alexander. Yamil Martinez Andrade. And Melinda, an unhoused woman who we all knew. We need to be together as a community right now, and I hope that you will all stay in the camera seat so we can spend some space together. Yeah. And for all of you out there, thank you for coming. I hope you'll stay when the cameras are gone so we can get to the work of healing and working together. Thank you.
Members, if anybody else wants to say a word of comfort, you're welcome to. But anybody here who wants to? Is there anyone from the family? Is there any family member who is here? Okay.
I'm Bishop Parnell M. Lovelace Jr. And I want us, if we could join together in prayer for our families and for our city. Will you join me in prayer? Father, I thank you that you care for us. I thank you that you care for these families that are grieving. You care for these families who have loved ones that are in the hospital. You care for our community